Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Might help if I unmute myself. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I have a tiny human that doesn't feel well. So I trying to take care of that, get him situated, and get this going. So welcome back, everybody. If this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are covering the OG trial back from 2019, Todd Mullis case, where he was accused of murdering his wife. Well, wasn't accused, he was actually convicted. I know, I'm tired. It's like, I was listening to Cornrake, she started playing Scotty Doesn't Know, and it said, so Todd vibes? Give him ice cream. I should give him ice cream. He it probably would help. So we are currently, this should probably be the last part that we need to do. I think we should be able to cover everything else that happens today. So when we left off yesterday, we were in the middle of Special Agent John Turbid on the stand, listening to the audio of him interviewing Todd Mullis on November 16th, 6 days after Amy Mullis died. So, all right, let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for your patience and waiting for me. I appreciate it. So we should be able to finish this part up today, the trial, and then that way next week we'll be ready to review all of the post-conviction hearing. Let's see if we can get this ready. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Ems. Thank you for saving me from the leaked audio rabbit hole. Which leaked audio rabbit hole are you in? Are you in the leaked audio rabbit hole of the 911 call in Idaho 4? Where are you at? Where are you at? What rabbit hole? I need to know. I need to know what hole I dragged you out of. Thanks, Post-Punk Mama. Okay, so when we left off, they were interviewing him, and they were going to go to lunch. So let me see. The 911. The internet's never told me I'm wrong. Mike Patty says the video was a leak. There's an article in the chat from WTHR. Okay, but CH was down the rabbit. He says it was a leak. It's so stupid. Oh, I can't. It's so dumb. That's dumb. It's not a leak. The judge okayed, and there's an entire order from her that states that they are going to be releasing it. So it's not a leak. Now, the 911 call from Idaho, now that I would consider a leak. Yeah, Ems, no, don't do it. I know I tried. I can't do it. I can't do it. I haven't heard the audio yet. Is it on the Twitters? No. So the 911 call for Idaho was sent to a couple of creators and a couple of news stations, apparently, because I did see that News Nation actually had posted the audio and then removed the audio. So I don't know. There's definitely some speculation on who's sending that out. But that is, see, now here's the difference. And think of this, especially for the creators that cover both Idaho and Delphi. They call the bridge guy video, they want to say it was leaked. It was leaked and blah blah blah. But they play the 911 call or listen to the 911 call, which is actually part of a case where the person has not even gone to trial yet and is under a protective order. I mean, hypocrisy at its finest. All right, I don't even know where we were because I had to shut everything down. Haters gonna hate. He's pissed about the appeal. He just needs to stop and admit what he did and move on. That's what he said? That's silly. I heard News Nation just had Gray Hughes on and pulled that because of authenticity problems. They don't seem to have the recording though. Okay, so this is what I have, and you might very well be right. I'll tell you what I have. So it just says, you know what? I don't actually know if that's true because I'm pretty sure I had this screenshot before Gray Hughes went on News Nation. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. My tiny human needs me. Hold on. Okay, hold on real quick, you guys. I'm sorry. I have to take care of him for just a hot second. So just hang tight. You guys are spamming the chat with give him ice cream. Okay. It's gonna be a hard day with him. We will convince mom to give you ice cream. You guys are funny. Okay, so let me. Oh, that's what I was gonna look for. I was gonna look for that screenshot. Hold on. Where is it? So it was News Nation, Brian Koberger trial, audio from Idaho 4 killings 911 call released. Transcripts of the call along with text messages between the roommates, were released prior to the audio. That's the screenshot I have, but I'm almost positive I have that before Greg said he went on there. But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Doggy update. He's still here, but he's not great. He's not great. He's definitely on the downhill. Yeah, he's not great. So just doing everything can to make him comfortable, and yeah, but unfortunately, but he's still here. He's still trying. Okay, hold on. The timeline I saw was Great Hughes did News Nation with Ashley Banfield. News Nation removed. Ashley Banfield kept it up. Okay. I don't know. That's interesting. All right, well, I here's the thing. Why the damn 911 call is under a gag right now? Still, it's sealed. It's under a protective order. I don't understand why in the world we would want to be playing that. But now that they have come out and said, one, that they have it, two, played parts of it, why aren't you just playing the whole damn thing? So what's the game here? Because if it's, I just want to have the information before everybody else, and so why tell anybody that you have it unless you're looking for the views or the money? Why? And if you're gonna tell everybody you have it, then why aren't you just playing it? Just play it. Because now, how many videos are you going to do in order to not play it but get people to come to your channel? So how many what are you going to do? How many videos? I don't know. I guess I can't. I just don't like it. Just if you're going to play it, play it. If you want it just so you have it, then don't tell anybody that you fucking have it. There's no reason to even tell anybody. Just leave it alone. You heard it. You're great. Somebody leaked it to you. Shut your fucking mouth. That's where I'm at with it. All right, I got to figure out. Well, yeah, of course. See, that's just nuts. And then, what do we think about it? Who has access to it? So who's sending it? It just causes such a cluster of bullshit. I don't know. Either put it out or shut the fuck up. That's where I'm at. Because all you're doing is just trying to chase the dollar bill. You're chasing paper. Somebody said, chasing that paper. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay.
Copy of the autopsy report when it's finalized.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And at involvement in this case, did you learn about the results of the medical examiner's report
Yes.
or conclusions?
Yes.
And
unemotional.
We were about to go to right? I feel like we were way over there, actually.
Really trying to Taylor and Wyatt, they need explanation. They're gonna see what happened. They're gonna want to know.
No. Where were we?
To show another clip from that video.
Here.
And that clip's going to be a little bit longer than
This is
the
where we
first
were.
one. And over the lunch hour, we're going to work on getting better audio so that you can hear it better. So we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Remember the admonition I gave you before?
No.
We will start back up again at 1:15. Report back to the jury room. Please be seated, everyone.
Now that would be something.
Okay, Ms. Hughes, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Can you guys hear this okay?
You just, prior to our lunch break, you summarized a part of your interview with the defendant where you indicated to him for the first time that this was a homicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was a clip of that portion of your interview on the disc that you gave me prior to your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to be allowed to publish clip 2 on State's Exhibit number 113.
Go ahead.
I can't hear that at all. I can't understand that.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple pains back here, so but that's where she was. Okay, we completed our investigation at this point, and the case face clearly shows that we were responsible for Amy's death at this point. I'm responsible. So Todd, the state medical examiner that did this autopsy, those are the top of the line doctors. They get no better. And they analyze that body, and they work with not just the doctors at the state medical examiner's office, but any colleagues across the country, experts in autopsy and human body, some of the best doctors in the world. And they
Okay, so this is essentially when he's telling Todd that Todd is responsible for Amy's death, and he's like, Todd's all, I'm responsible, and then he's like, yeah, we, the autopsy, the doctors are, they're really, really good. They're really, really good doctors, and so they have determined that you're responsible.
And they analyze this, and they have a consultation, and those doctors as a team generate a final and complete report. And they're able to take, as you know, people were out there with measurements and everything, and they recreate the scene, and they can look at that body, and that body tells them a story, and it tells them a story like never before. This is 2018, so when they're able to look at something, that body tells them a story. Science tells them a story, so they're looking at things like the wounds and the entry points and the depth, right? And a number of things, right? The body begins to tell us one. So just like when you're sitting here, right, you got a black shirt on or a pair of blue jeans, they start to unfold that body, and it starts to talk to them, and it tells them exactly what happened and what didn't happen. And it's very, very clear. And it tells them the who, the what, the when, the where. Those questions start to get answered with absolute certainty. The thing that the body doesn't tell is the why. And that's our job. Our job is to work through this and figure out the why something like this happens, Todd. And I think at this point, the why has become more and more clear in this situation. It's not actually here, but really from a week of investigating and dealing with investigators. So I am a specialist with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. I'm a major crimes detective, and not only do we work things like this, and we were called in to assist here, and we've been investigating thoroughly. And at this point, what I can say is, Todd, is this Saturday was something of the culmination of a perfect storm for you and Amy. There were a lot of things going on, not just in this week or in the months before, but in the months and years building up to this. Are you familiar with the term perfect storm? Have you heard of the perfect storm? Yeah. There's movies, there's books, right? And that concept is a boat goes out on the sea, right? Everything looks good, right? You get the fishing about whatever it is, and they get out there and everything looks good. Well intentioned, heading out there and they get going. But at some point they get out away from land, away from any point where they're going to get back anytime else. And maybe they start to catch reports, right? I mean, in 2018, they do contact, they hear things, or maybe they see something in the distance. But pretty much unbeknownst to that boat, what's been going on, Todd, is we've got currents and wind temperatures and all kinds of things that are taking shape. You get all these forces of nature that are working in a perfect storm. There's very few of them. There's very few. And they actually converge on a single point in time, Todd. And when I talk to you, and I spend my time talking to all the people in your life and Ian's life, and we're looking at all that electronic data, right? There's a big one out there. There's a ton of it. And that's what we do. Our job is to feel all that, to talk to people, right? And what I see is I see a lot of perfect storm elements that are circling around you, Todd, a lot of pressures that are weighing in on you. We had that first affair about 5 years ago. What did you know about that? I absolutely know about that, Todd. I know about, I know about that first affair. I know how hard that hit you and the family. I know what that did to your trust with me. I know that shattered trust. And I know that wasn't a one and done, that things just were, left behind after a few counseling sessions. I know the baggage from that later, both in her life and in your life, such that your relationship was never the same. And there was a lack of trust, and there was a level of suspicion, rightfully so, Todd, because you're right. As you start to have your children, I know your children are very, very important to you. I know Tristan and Taylor and Wyatt are very important to you. And I know you work really hard at your farm, and it's something that you want to pass on to your children. I get that farming has come down for generations. Yeah, but I didn't even have a farm. And I know a little bit all that's there. And you're trying to be a good dad in the midst of maybe not really pulling weight in some ways, right? I mean, that'd be putting it nicely. Because if she's out having sex with another man that time, that's devastating. That's right. And that's a devastating. It's a devastating storm on the horizon. But then to have this again in 2018, you say, oh man, not again. Jerry, again. And you had suspicions, and you're right to have suspicions. And you were worried about things going on between the two of them. And there was the confrontation you had with Jerry. He actually went out and confronted Jerry's wife. You called her and went talking to her on a couple occasions. Remember the conversations with Amy. Remember all these things going on. And Todd, you were feeling the stress of a lot of things in your life at this point. And that lack of trust was on the way. Here you are trying to put in hard yards, work the farm, do the right thing, cultivate that relationship with your kids. Tristan is coming up. He is a young version of you, right? He is very proud of him. You should be very proud of him. And you want to hold this family together, you told me so bad. But that's not chief on Amy's mind. It is on some days. But Amy is, I don't know what she was thinking every day. Taking care of Amy's needs. I don't know what she was thinking. I had to pay her so many times. But she thought it was all this moment stuff. She's chasing after Jerry and pursuing that relationship even after. She's not worried about you. In fact, her conversations are, what portion of the farm would she get if she left you? And what would happen with the kids? Did she walk out clean? Did she walk out clean with some of your farm? Or did she take some of that away from you? And you knew that was going on, and you thought about those things. You were worried and contemplating what she could do if she tried to rip that away from you. And so all these perfect storm elements, now they're brewing. They're brewing. And this is all still very much fresh. And then we come to Saturday. And it's not just another Saturday. It's not just another nice day out at the hog barn and doing some chores. Things got out of hand. I know they did. I know for a fact now. We can look at that and we can see the evidence. And here's the deal with this, Todd. The evidence will drive this thing. It will drive it. The evidence will. If you tell the story of what happened, it'll tell the who, the what, the when, the where. But what that evidence is, it's cold, it's indifferent. and that evidence is laid out, and it tells what happened, that's cool. But explanation that you and I are doing here, that's form. When people can understand the perfect storm and the things that are going on and the stressors you were under, and what Amy was putting you through and the other things that were going on, that's warm. People can understand my mind and see what sometimes you know, right? You knew all that time. This is what comes your head and sitting from who you were, you knew about the relationship and you had your suspicions and it was not, and you were upset. You weren't going to have that farm taken away from you by Amy. That wasn't going to happen. You weren't going to have your children taken away from you by Amy. You weren't going to be jerked around for round number 2 after you weathered the storm 5 years ago. You went to the counseling, you did the right thing, and here we are. We're right back after commitments are made, and you allowed her to try and rebuild trust, and here we are in summer 2018. Here we are right now, and Amy's doing it to Todd again. And now it's not just she's playing with you and your emotions and all the things that go with being a man, but a woman does it to you. It's all the other things, Todd, and I know that was weighing very heavy on you, and there was a lot of things going on inside of it, and the evidence shows all that. That's done. In some of these cases, there's a great mystery as to why things happen, but here, the what's been determined, right? We know the body, the signs, the spoken. There's only one explanation for what happened. Now, there's only one explanation for what happened here. There's only one explanation, and there'll be only one explanation given. And that'll be hard and fast, but it will be cold. And people will be looking for the why. And they'll want to say, Todd, help us with the why. And I'm sitting here today, and I know the why. I know why you got to this point. I know why you got to this point, Todd. I know what happened that Saturday. I know why you got to the point where you were so frustrated. And Todd, sometimes we do things we do bad things, and we try to protect the ones we love. We try to protect our children.
Todd doesn't talk at all.
Those closest to us, and we do things that are not good things. And we do things that
Pretty sure the last thing Todd said was, I don't even fucking remember. So Turbot said, we know you did it, or we got proof that you did it. And Todd's like, I did it? I think that's the last thing Todd said. I don't think we've heard Todd talk since. This guy just likes to hear himself talk. Why are we wanting the jury to hear this guy talk so much?
I really do. I know that, Todd. And I know it was a family. I can tell you, I've been a police officer a long time. I've been doing this 18 years. And I remember a father, much like yourself, a good father, who lived down in southern Iowa, and took his family up to Minnesota to fish in a cabin. And he had to work Friday. He had a tough job, and he worked, but he told his wife, I'm going to get out early, I'm going to pick you and the kids up, have this vehicle loaded, we're going north, we're going to be on the water by morning. I'm going to get us up to Minnesota. And they start this trip, and he works really early, goes in Friday early. He's exhausted, trying to be a good dad. Gets home late. Wife's kind of frazzled, right? But he's doing the right thing. His wife has 3 kids loaded up. They had 3 kids. And he jumps out of his work vehicle into their SUV, and they start north. It's already night. He's already waited when he wanted to get there. He's got a long drive up north, so an aisle up into way up into Minnesota. He starts to drive. Takes food for the kids. I remember as well. And they get rolling. And you know what happens? You get kids with a full belly. Everybody eats. Nighttime, you're driving, what starts to happen? Everybody starts nodding off, right? Including Dad, who's trying to, man the ship, right? So he's just trying to get everybody up to vacation on time, be a good dad, keep his kids happy. He made promises to them. And it's nighttime, and he looks around, everybody's sleeping, wife's out, right? They're back there. And if you remember, they tell us not to do this, but 2 of the kids were sitting normal. One of them laid across remember how you used to do that, right? You just kind of laid out there. One of the 3rd child laid out, one of the boys laid across the laps of the other 2 in the SUV on the back row. And Dad starts getting tired, Todd. And he starts getting tired. Pretty soon it's struggle strips, and we've been there. And then you wake up a little bit. And adrenaline spikes momentarily. And he's like, man, I gotta stay on. I can't do this, right? I gotta hold it together with my family. And finally, he's by the Snoke River. I think on 35 is Connecticut. There's a river there. Pretty good. Not really, I guess. Okay. it looks like it says it was called Skunk River. And he ended up drifting off and then hits that left side, right, it goes over, hits the rumbles, but he actually hits that guardrail, which brings him to, jerks the vehicle back hard to the right, he's on the interstate, on 35, ramps it back, brings it all the way over, comes over and hits this side a little bit, and then brings it to a stop. Then we get control of it. Gets out, what sounds like, not nearly as bad as I thought it was, right? Stepped things up a little bit, not bad, getting back in. Everything goes, I think I'm okay, starts rolling again, right? Just tries to keep moving. Pretty soon his wife's coming to, she's getting pretty hysterical, she's looking him back, and she's screaming at him. He's like, what, honey, wasn't that bad? And he pulls the vehicle over, and sees what happened. And he went left, and then he jerked it right, over that sun, right out the window. Straight to the window, right over the river, goes down in that river. And they stop, and he calls 911, everybody's down there. 45 minutes later, they retrieve the body, but it's too late. Little boy's dead. Was dead. Tons of division and hardship in this marriage, right? Life is mad at him, what he's doing, he has decided himself, lost somebody he loves, and all he's thinking is, if I can do this over.
Facts, Thomas. This guy Todd doesn't have on sweatpants. According to Jerry Holman philosophy, he cannot be guilty. Now, if he had come wearing sweatpants, we would all know he's done.
If I can just have a do-over on this, there's so many things I do differently, right? I'm trying to be a good dad. I'm trying to do the right thing. If I can just do things over, right? And God, I know. I know when I look at this situation, I look at what the other
I want to see what Todd does in this thing.
how he was killed and what happened. I look at that perfect storm that swirled around this Todd, and I know what's going on in his life, and I can see it so clear. I can see every time. I can see your involvement in this, and it also is one thing. But the one thing that doesn't show you why, but I see the why. We talked for a while time, and I know the why. Because Todd's getting hurt bad here. And Todd's trying to hold the family together, like he told me. You're trying to do what's right, family. Your family.
Oh, that would be that would be great. See if he was deceptive. How long ago did you message them?
But sometimes we all these years. Todd, all I've ever said. All I've ever said is I want my family together. I want my family together. That's all I've said. My family, my kids, it means everything to me.
My family, my kids mean everything.
They do. My kids. I love my kids so much.
I love my kids.
I do. Sometimes people, we do things for those we love. We do bad things, but we do things because we try to protect the ones we love. And I know that here. I know you're trying.
He's like, Todd, shut up. I'm trying to talk.
And hold them together. Even if Amy is doing things to rip that family apart, I know that you're trying to hold them together.
Okay. Hopefully they message you back. But
I remember when I came home one night. I came home from work and he was pissed off. He comes across the street, mad as hell. He comes across the street and says, "Come look at this. Come look at my truck." Takes me over, shows me his truck, big key mark right down the side of the rock mark. And that's too bad, man. It's too bad because you're losing when you did it. There's another chance, man. Why would we do that? Raise it better than that, right? I said, no way, man. And I said, here, I'm going to get him right now. Get him out. Get him out. I didn't want to. Get him out. I'm sorry.
God, he just doesn't.
I have no idea. I leave my kid in his room for hours, right? And my wife said, "Hey, you think you should talk to me? I know what's up."
My wife is dead.
Right?
You think I killed her? What the fuck are you talking about?
My wife is phenomenal. What I find out after I'm so red, I'm not even thinking straight, right? What I find out is my son had been over on the neighbor's house. And the neighbor said something bad about me. Right? Made a derogatory comment about me. So my son, and that guy goes inside. He takes the rock, comes right down, I guess, to defend my honor, right? To defend my honor, okay? And so now when I find out later, I wasn't interested up front, right? All I saw was
Thomas, yesterday you just kept saying the pause. So at least today we get music.
Now I understand, man. did something for me. He was trying to protect me. He was trying to defend my honor. And Todd, I know sometimes we do things for people that we care about. And we try to protect them. But here's the problem, Todd. Here's the problem.
Yeah.
As you,
I think you're a good guy. I just think you premeditated the killing of your
I know
wife.
you want to hold the family together. And this thing happened, and you did not see this coming on this day. There was a lot of perfect sound things going on in your life, Todd. The evidence shows that. And things were forming.
This is Turbot just thinking he's gonna get some confession by just I don't even know how he thinks he could get a confession because he doesn't shut up long enough to listen to anything.
Came to a head on Saturday, and things happened. And I know you weren't working this up for weeks and weeks and weeks and months. How you were gonna kill her like this time, but I know things came to a head, and I know about what happened that morning. And this happens, and doesn't things got out of hand. Saturday morning,
This
things
is like
got out
the old school type of interrogations where Todd's like, I'll just confess if you just stop fucking talking. Just stop talking.
for you. And then it's, oh my God, my family means more to me than anything. My family means more than anything. This is not going to happen like this. I'm not going to let it happen. And so, Todd, I know sometimes we do things because we're trying to protect the ones we love. We're trying to protect Tristan. We're trying to protect Taylor in this. We're trying to protect life. We're still, even in this,
He's
trying to hold
attempting
that
to
family
read
together.
text, but he's illiterate.
And Todd, here's what happens when you can't bottom that and say, I don't know, man.
So,
I didn't do it.
I'll say
And we people protect people. At this point, we're not protecting anybody. In fact, now you're the only one hanging out there that's saying, I had nothing to do with her death. I didn't
No.
know anything
So
happened
what
Saturday.
happened was at the hospital when she died, everybody up until that point thought it was an accident. That's essentially what everybody was saying. And once I think it was Thompson. I may be wrong on who it was, but I think it was Thompson thinks it's a murder, and then calls the ME or the forensic pathologist and says, "Hey, we think this is a murder." And then so she does the autopsy and says it's a murder. So it's like once they start getting involved on that side, now everything is about proving that it's a murder instead of trying to actually figure out whether it was an accident or a murder. They just automatically do the switcheroo. It's like, nope, not an accident. Like what evidence gave you the idea that it wasn't an accident? Nothing changed. It was Dr. Thompson who said at the ER, who knew Amy, FYI, and raised the flags.
Big mystery to me, in fact. The case back shows Todd absolutely 100% that's not the case. I know that now. It's not. That's a foregone conclusion. I know, but I see it. I know what happened here. Todd, you were there. You don't need to see anything, Todd. You were there. You were there. I wasn't the one that was there Saturday morning. You were the one who was here. There was something wrong in your head, Todd, when this happened. Because the explanation's going to need to be given for this morning. You don't want the evidence to drive this thing home. It's going to be cold, and people are going to be wondering, man, how did Todd get to that point? How did this happen? That's when you had to have this moment. I know it wasn't something you were picking up, Todd. I know that in the heat of this thing, and Todd, I look at something like this, and I say, Todd, don't force those closest to you. Don't make Tristan try and bury this thing with you. Tristan knows things were right there. He knows. You guys weren't together though. There was time when you and Tristan were not together that morning. I know that now. Don't you know? And I do. Todd, it's done. It's done, Todd. Yeah. So we're done. So that we can't. I didn't come in here today to debate if this happened. I came to sit down and talk to you about the why at this point. And that's really important. It's really important. There's two guys sitting here. And I just want to hear from you, Todd. Is this something where you're sorry that things got to this point? Or don't you think you're just going to want or do you, as you sit here, a few minutes ago, almost in tears, you're telling me how important your family is. I believe that. I believe, well, you start talking about rain. You start talking about 5 years ago. And my emotions come back every day. Absolutely, they come back. That was my goal. That's why I did what I did. I mean, as far as making the list, here's a recommit. Here's a recommit. But that's why I did that. Here's a cheating. That's another man in 2008. I didn't know what. Yeah, Todd, you were so mad about that. You felt betrayed again. And you saw there's no facts. Todd. And you knew what was happening. And there was no way that you could let him go down this way. She was not going to take all that from you. Not cheating on you twice, and then trying to take your kids, and then trying to take the farm. That wasn't happening. And we weren't going to let that happen. And I understand that. I mean, are you sorry that something like this got to this point, or do you not care at all? Just something you just don't care. You're just going to tell me to care. And I know that's not you, but I sit here with you. I know, Todd, I know you care about Amy. I know you love Amy. I love her with all my heart. Yeah, you do. And that's how things happen like this. You don't hurt Amy because you don't love her. You hurt her because you love her too much. You hurt her because you love her too much. She betrays you. And that's why this happens. It's not that you don't love Amy. It's that you love her more than she ever loved you.
Ever more than she loved you. I'd agree with that.
I know that's true now. And I know you're sorry that this happened. I know as we sit here, you're so sorry this happened. And I know as we sit here that God is weighing heavy on you. It doesn't go away. Well, it doesn't move on. Now, Tristan and Taylor and Wyatt, they need explanation. They'll see what happened. They're going to want to know. And they're going to need you to step up and be that dad that you told me that you are, Todd. You told me you're a good dad.
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
I believe you're a good father. I believe you're a good husband.
Well,
Better than most.
you're such a good guy. You're such a good husband. You love your family. You loved your wife. You loved her so much. You loved her more than she loved you. So you killed her.
A lot of them would have been gone 5 years ago. You know that. Most would not have put up with round 1. Definitely don't want to put up with round 2. And they don't want to hear about throwing things out from underneath me. As you're being unfaithful, you're gonna do that to me too. You're gonna do that. So you're gonna dig a dagger into my heart, and then you're gonna play with my kids and my farm. No man can handle that. I get that. So as we sit here, I know this is the case of loving Amy too much. And God, I'm reaching out to Amy, and just, I don't know. I know you're in a hole here. I know this is scary, hard. I know you're hurt. And I know you think there's nobody to talk to. I want to be that guy for you, right? I just want to talk to you. I just want to hear from you. Tell me about how hard that was. I know it was hard. I know the trajectory leading up to this and this. I know how we get here, Todd. We both know how you got there. And it was a spontaneous. This was not a well-planned, well-coordinated thing. This is it. The perfect storm hit.
I kind of always thought this too, Indiana Girl, so I'm glad that you said something like that. My thought was more of, if he really thought this affair was ongoing and like that she was still cheating on him, or like even suspected it, why doesn't he call the company, I don't remember what it's called, CHG, something, whatever it was, the company that Jerry Frazier works for, and requests him to not be their, like, pig manager, essentially. I never really understood that. If I think that this dude's having an affair with my wife, he doesn't work for me, so I can't fire him. But there's no communication with the main company that he leases these pigs through to say, hey, I need a different dude. This guy is like, won't leave my wife alone. I don't know why Todd would have made that call when Todd had no problem calling Jerry's wife and saying, hey, what's going on? And then he apologizes to Jerry for coming off like he thinks that he's sleeping with his wife. I agree with you. I think that Todd was like, this is all in my head because she was cheating before and I've got trust issues. And it's, I don't know. I think I kind of see where you're going with that. Yeah, I think the text made him uncomfortable, reminded him of how he'd felt 5 years prior, and they eased it for him, and she even tells him about the rumors, and he thinks she's being honest. Yeah, I think there's a part of him that's like, okay, I'll wait and see, like, if something actually comes of, like, something happens here. Like, if there's something else, like, I'll check the messages still, or I'll check this kind of stuff. But I don't think that he was sold on the fact that she was absolutely having an affair. Maybe he was second guessing himself and didn't want him to be fired. Right. Yeah, because he was like, I don't think he had enough to prove that she was cheating again. I think this special agent actually knew she was cheating before Todd knew she was cheating. Like, as a factual thing. I think he talked to them about the text in July, and she had some issues in August, but other than the issue with his mom in October, there was nothing. Going by the audio alone, I could have sworn there was a parrot somewhere. I think that the read technique, I just don't think they do it right. I don't know. I don't think they do it right. It's so ridiculous. I think it needs to be revamped. I think the whole fucking town knew that she was cheating before Todd did, because she's just out there telling everybody. She's just like, I'm having an affair. Don't tell Todd, he'll kill me. I right? Especially for like small town. And be like, yeah, like, you think it's not going to get back to him? And then she's like, there's rumors I'm cheating that I started. I started those rumors, Todd. It was me, because I told everybody I was cheating on you. In the PCR, they claim that he found out after he was arrested, like in Discovery, I think. It was one thing I meant to go back and verify. Oh, see, I think he found out it essentially here, because he's kind of telling him, like, your wife's cheating on you. Well, the whole point of it is to make sure the person you think did it confess. Yeah, well, only if you really think they're a good guy. They have to be a good guy, or a good person, Sleuthy. Think you're a good person. Think this is a one-time deal where you just, you couldn't help yourself. Nope, nobody ever says he was violent or mean. Nothing. So it doesn't make any, like, what she was telling them doesn't make any sense. But she was doing it to people that didn't really know Todd. So how would they know that he wasn't, No, Carla, this is the time that she's cheating with the farm manager guy. 5 years prior, she cheated with the deputy. 6 days later, yeah, MB, that's November 16th. Serendipity. Okay, let's see if we can make it through the rest of this terrible audio. But I think it was CH that said, at least they didn't delete it. So, good job, Iowa.
Right here on that farm on Saturday, the perfect storm hit, and all those elements finally came on, they converged. And Todd, it was more than you could bear. It was more than any man could bear. And I understand that. And people can understand that as we talk. What they can't understand is coldness, lack of explanation. That people don't understand. But they can understand when you and I talk, and they hear about the emotion that you were feeling come Saturday. When we talk about how things came to a head that day. And Todd was done. Todd was done carrying the water. Been carrying the water for a lot of years. been carrying the water for a lot of
Carrying
years.
the water for a lot of years, Todd.
And I know you want to do right by your kids. And the right thing at this point is to tell the truth. It's always good to tell the truth. You don't trust them that. Don't tell that. Don't hide it. Telling the truth is always good. But now we can't say that as a parent. You can't say that and walk away from it. You can't be that dad. You can't be that parent and tell them that lesson and then walk here. Sometimes we do bad things for the people we love. And we try to
Bad things for the people we love to protect them. So, Paul, this is a conversation we were kind of having the other day too. Is when they're talking about all these Google searches and how to like do the DNA of without the father knowing. Well, her youngest kid at the time would have been 8, right? Yeah, because he's 9 at trial. So you have 13, 10, and 8 at trial. No, I mean at time of crime. Sorry. But an affair that he knows about was 5 years ago. So why do we need to learn the paternity of any of these kids if there isn't more affairs? And remember, her brother said right after he was born that she was saying she wasn't happy. Right. So, and the 13 knew Amy had an affair with Jerry. Who's the 13? But see, that's so even with that whole situation, that doesn't make sense because the searches for the paternity are back in like January. Oh, the 13-year-old. I should have known that. I don't know why my brain wasn't working. Those searches for paternity were back in like January. So she supposedly wasn't even seeing Jerry until May. Because the child that was Googling didn't know how long ago the affair was. Well, I don't think there's any doubt that Tristan is Todd's name. He's like the spitting image of Todd. Yeah, that's a good point too. A scared young kid may very well worry about what will happen to his mother if his dad finds out about an affair. Hence, he could have made some of the searches. True. Do we know? Maybe they said it and I just don't remember it now. Remember, like Tristan and Todd were like talking, and Todd was like, asking about his mom. Was that the day of the crime or right around the crime, or was that a different day from before? Because even the way that they testify about Amy makes me think that Amy knew Tristan knew. All right, I'm gonna keep playing it.
I understand, but we can't tell our children telling the truth is the right thing to do and then walk away from a situation like this. We love them by living what we tell them, by living out what we believe. We can't be something other than what we tell our kids to be. That's not fair to them. They deserve better than that, Todd. They need you to step up. They need you to be their dad. Even in this situation, they need you. They need you right now, in this moment. And I need you. Todd, are you sorry this happened? Are you not sorry? Are you sorry that you must know everything already? I do. I do. Tell me both do. You tell me that. I didn't just tell you. I told you. In fact, you know it. You know better than I do. Because I wasn't in that. I wasn't in that shed in that moment, was I? I was coming in and You're gonna have to teach you that which we've done for 18 years, and then you tell me what happened. How do you know what happened? Well, so things got so out of control. Things got so out of control for you that Saturday morning, it was more than you there. You didn't plan it. It came to this point, and that was it. Didn't mean it to happen, but then things got out of control. And then it happened, and it was like, oh man. And now I sit down and you gotta try and explain it. Your first thought is, take care of my family. Take care of my mom, and I want to pass on to my family. Those are virtuous things, I get it. And you start to try and explain. But the problem is, Todd, that you weren't ready for this. You weren't ready for this moment. You were not ready for this moment, and we're not ready to try and not tell the truth when it happened. And that's when they all start to just come unglued. They came unglued right before this. They came unglued in this moment. And I know, if you can do this back, I know you wish this going to happen to you. I know that. I know that. I know that if you could do a do-over on Saturday, November 10th, you would pull this back. You would just do a few things different. You just walk out of that situation. You just go talk to somebody. But that's not how it happened. On Saturday, things came to a head, and they happened the way they did. And now it's time to be the dad that you tell your kid who you are. And don't let anybody else be right about you that think that you're something less than that. I know you're a good dad. I know you were a good husband. This story still has more to write on. There's so much more to write here. But show yourself to be the guy that you told your children you were, that you've raised Tristan for 13 years. You've raised him to be you, which is what a good dad does. But you gotta write out the last, you gotta write these chapters that keep going in his life. And you gotta know that dad was a stand-up guy. So that's what when he did something, and he did it to try and protect the family ultimately, and it wasn't the right thing, that you're willing to say, okay, son. Okay, son. You can do that. He needs you to do that bad for him. And look around him, Todd. Give him an explanation. God, you want to get me to come down to somebody. That's all I know. So I'm not interested in anything. I don't have an agenda. The only agenda I have, God, is sitting down with you to talk about that why. This is a done deal. This is a done deal. I think it's a done deal. If I don't do it right now, I'll do it. Todd, that's not true. That's not true. John, I don't think you can see the way forward here. I know you think you got this figured out. You think you can see the way through. You're a smart guy. You've done a lot of things. You've maybe done your feet a lot. You're doing well for yourself. Here's one time in life you're not ahead of the game. You're not seeing this right. I'm trying to help you see it. You can't see the way forward here. The way without the truth is not going to be the way forward. We both know what happened on Saturday. We both know what happened. At this point, we're the first one that we're going to go and execute. Okay? I'm going to be taking some things from you. Okay? I'm going to take your, I'm going to read this, I have a copy here for you. But I'm going to be taking your cell phone. We're going to go get that. I'm going to take your cell phone from you. Okay? I'm going to take a DNA sample from you. We're going to take your fingerprints. Okay? We're going to take your full body photographs, and then we'll be going back to, we're going to go back to the farm where all this happened. And we're going to do a little more analysis there. The judges have looked at the evidence, and he's ordered that this is what's going to happen now. Okay? So that's what's going to happen. But Todd, before we do all that, before this continues, before this keeps moving down the tracks, I just want to sit here with you, two guys talking. These are final strokes. These are final strokes. All right. Absolutely. Yeah. The mystery's going on black and so on. We have one. Well, I mean, regardless of what happens with the search, right, that will just be, like I said, final strokes, some cleanup. The story's already written. Have, you know, loopholes in what happened that day. What should happen? I mean, I'm killing. And I can understand why. And it is hard to wrap your head around that, I know. I know. I know you never saw 14 years ago.
Todd's just sitting there not saying a word.
I know you never saw things going this way.
Right, Linda?
I know you didn't see 5 years ago. I know you didn't see a repeat in 2018.
I know you're a great guy. I know you love your dad. I love you, my dad.
Trying to rip the very thing.
This guy is annoying.
I never saw that. You didn't see that. You didn't see that coming. God, sometimes we do bad things. It doesn't change how much we love people. It doesn't even change who we are. But we do have to step up and be honest. We do need to tell the truth. Because those closest to you want that explanation. And I want to be the one I want to understand today. I want to have that understanding that comes from you.
Agent, after your interview with the defendant, what did you do?
So following the interview, I executed the search warrant that you saw Todd reading over.
And what was that search warrant for?
A number of things. It included a buccal swab or a DNA sample, photographs of his body and his major case prints, which is what we would call a full set of fingerprints.
And when you took photographs of Todd's body, did that include his hands?
Yes,
And
everything.
And did it also include his upper body, including his face and his neck and chest area?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Todd's body at that time?
No.
And by the way, I know earlier you indicated that you also interviewed Jerry Frazier for approximately 1.5 hours.
Yes.
And that was a couple days prior to the interview you had with Todd.
Yes, it was.
And when you sat with Jerry for 1.5 hours, did you also look at his hands and his face and his chest and neck area?
Yes, Jerry sat right next to me in my unmarked police car. I had 1.5 hours, just a couple feet apart, and I was watching his hands and his face and couldn't see any injuries.
Now, later that day, after you executed
It was a
those search
monologue.
warrants
It really
at
was.
the police station, did you then go to the Mullis farm?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of going to the Mullis farm?
There are a number of additional items on that search warrant, as you heard me reference in the recording, some things that needed to be picked up that the judge had ordered us to do.
And when you were at the Mullis farm, was the defendant there as well?
Yes, he was.
And did you have the opportunity to talk to the defendant again?
Yes, I spoke to him in the driveway of the house.
And did you talk to him again about some of the events that happened on November 10th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
And again, did you indicate to the defendant that this was a homicide?
Yes, I told him that it was a homicide.
And did the defendant say anything?
He did not. I told him, Todd, this was a homicide, and we just want justice for Amy.
And did the defendant react to that?
No.
Did he say anything?
No.
At that point, did the defendant indicate anybody else that he thought could have done this?
No, he did not tell me anyone else that could have done this.
Now, were you present on the day that the defendant was arrested?
Yes, I was.
And what date was that?
February 28th of 2019.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant on that date as well?
Yes, I was there for the sole reason that I wanted to give him one more opportunity to try and tell the truth about what he'd done to Amy.
And at that time, was anybody else present for that conversation?
There was the initial arrest, and then those officers had stepped away so I could talk to Todd one-on-one for a little bit.
And at that time, what did you tell the defendant or say to the defendant?
I told him this is exactly where, when we talked several months prior, that we would be. The evidence had shown that, in fact, he had killed Amy, and that's why I was here.
And did the defendant say anything at that time?
No.
It's infringing on the defendant's Fifth Amendment rights, this line of questioning.
Finally.
Well, specifically the question that's been asked.
His silence and his right to do so.
Well, I'm going to allow this question. The last question was, did the defendant say anything? I'll let the witness answer that with a yes or a no. Go ahead.
No, he did not.
Now, agent, at any point, are you aware of fingernail clippings being completed by Amy, being completed and collected on Amy Mullis's body?
Yes, I am.
And do you know how or who collects those?
During an autopsy, the state medical examiner, as part of their protocol, will take fingernail clippings. They'll also take major case prints. Again, that's a full set of fingerprints from the deceased. We don't ask them to do that. That's just standard protocol during an autopsy.
And in this case, did you ask that there be any analysis on those fingernail clippings?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, in fact, although those are taken at every autopsy, I can tell you, having worked dozens and dozens of death investigations and homicides, oftentimes we don't submit those. That would be driven by the facts of the case, whether or not we would actually do anything with those.
And in what cases would you ask for fingernail clippings to be analyzed?
Fingernail clippings from the state medical examiner could be potentially helpful if you're dealing with a whodunit, some type of random attacker. But here, the evidence in this case over an extensive 3.5-month investigation, the evidence as it kept coming in continued to only point to one suspect. That's the defendant killing Amy Mullis. This was not a whodunit. It wasn't a mystery attacker. Therefore, fingernail clippings would not be particularly helpful in a case like this. So there's other reasons as well. When we look at a case like this, the medical examiner actually—
They already knew. They were like, no, Todd did it. There is nobody else. There's no other explanation. Todd did it. How about the fact that it's not a fucking murder? How about we just start with that? Nobody did it.
does a
Thomas, it was about 7 hours over 2 days.
full external examination of the body before they actually cut the body open and do the internal examination.
Could we have a question and answer here?
Go ahead, ask another question.
Sure, Your Honor. Throughout your investigation, did you have an opportunity to actually view the medical examiner report?
Yes, I did.
And did you also speak with the medical examiner, Dr. Cruz, on different occasions?
Yes, I did.
And did that medical examiner report indicate anything about Amy's nails, specifically fingernails?
Yes, so in the part of the autopsy that's labeled the external examination, the state medical examiner noted that the nails were short and intact. There's no reference to chipping, breaking, missing fingernails or any debris or anything that they noted under those nails that would draw attention to those and cause us to think that fingernail clippings would be of some value potentially.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
I think it was an accident. I think you want my opinion is that it was the rake is leaning up against the wall or an item, and she's stumbling and she falls against it and tries to get away from it and can't. So it's like comes out. Part of it comes out, but it only comes out of her back, not all the way out of the jacket. And so she has a shirt, a sweatshirt, and a jacket on. So the puncture holes are not consistent all the way through for it to be somebody who swung on her. So I think that she tried to get herself off of it and fell back on it, and it re-stabs her essentially at least twice. I wouldn't be surprised if whatever she's doing creates that other the little holes. But I that's what I think happened, at least twice. Yeah, I already know who did it, so I didn't need any proof. And that's what he testifies to. Yeah, the tines and wounds A and B never exited her body. Right, and the other one, and some of the other ones never exit the clothing. So she can't get far enough away from the rake in order to get it out of her clothes. So and I think that she's trying to get herself to the door to get help, and she ends up on her hands and knees with the rake in her back because she can't get off of it herself, and then she just succumbs to her injuries. I don't see that anybody did anything to her.
Sir, where did that interview take place that we watched?
The Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
And that was on November 16th, 6 days after the death.
Yes, that'd be on the Friday following the homicide.
This interview process, I assume, how many years have you been an agent?
About 19 years.
And you've conducted how many interrogations like this?
Dozens.
And have you had training in questioning individuals, both witnesses, suspects, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Is there a methodology to how you were conducting this interview?
There is a process we would follow in interviewing people as well as interrogating people. Yes.
Has that ever been referred to as the Reed method?
Not the method that I'm utilizing, no.
Okay. You indicated that Mr. Mullis didn't deny things. In my notes,
You didn't shut up long
you
enough
want
for
me
him
to
to say
confess
anything.
to something I didn't do. Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
Isn't that a denial?
I would call it denial. No, I didn't murder my wife. That'd be a denial.
I didn't do that. This is dumb. You guys, come on. I didn't. He had to specifically say to this special agent, "I didn't murder my wife." Not, you want me to confess to something I didn't do. I didn't do it. That's the same fucking thing.
Is you want me to confess to something I didn't do? That's not an admission, is it?
No.
It's a denial.
You can call it what you want.
Okay.
I would not call it denial.
And in here, if you look at the flow of things and listen to things, is it part of the plan that you really don't give him a chance to answer your questions? You just roll right into something else.
No.
So
Yeah,
that's
you
not
can shut
indicated,
up.
right?
If you watch the 2.5 hours, Todd has a tremendous amount of opportunity to speak and does so.
Earlier on in this interview process, the parts that we didn't see, isn't it true that you told Todd that the state or your office had the ability to draw from the cloud conversations that were going on in the Mullis house the morning of the murder?
I don't recall saying that exactly.
Well, I'm going to read from page 126. Conversations with you, other things going on. And Todd, would there be a reason as I'm listening back through Saturday morning that I would be hearing things on those cloud recorded conversations that are not, they are a little bit different than what we've talked about? Maybe that there was some things going on that Saturday morning between the two of you. Between the two of you, there's more than a little bit of emotion. Isn't that telling him that you were listening in on their breakfast conversation?
No, in fact, if you look around the context of those comments, I am telling him there's a possibility in a situation like this that Amy may have been activating her phone or using her phone in such a way that the conversations between the two of them that morning were not private. They weren't just between the two of them. In fact, they may be recoverable electronically. So I asked him hypothetically, would there be any reason if I was to listen back on those that I would actually hear it wasn't a friendly morning, but in fact, other things were going on.
Wouldn't it be a fair
That is such a stretch.
takeaway from this is that Todd never
Same serendipity.
admitted or agreed, however you want to say that he was aware of this ongoing relationship between Amy and Jerry Frazier?
So he certainly says that he's aware and confronts the two of them. As you heard early on, he said that at some point he simply asks both of them and then he's satisfied with that.
Yeah. So
He said that
yeah.
happened earlier in the summer, didn't he?
He placed it in June of 2018.
And you had already talked to Jerry Frazier about this, right?
Yes, I had. I spoke to him 2 days before I spoke to the defendant.
And he had told you that Todd had called him
Yes,
and called his wife,
yes,
and that Frazier had completely denied that there was anything going on between him and Amy,
yes.
and that Todd seemed satisfied with that.
He hoped so. He was very scared that Todd would find out, but he believed that had satisfied Todd for the time being.
Did Frazier tell you?
We're in fucking November. That conversation you guys are having is over the summer, June, July. We're in November. He hopes that conversation satisfied Todd. Has anything else happened?
That Todd had called back and apologized to both him and his wife for making that call.
I recall certainly in talking to Christy that there's maybe some kind of follow-up phone call.
On several occasions, Todd, in fact, refers back to, well, that was 5 years ago, right?
I don't recall specifically. But.
Okay. I'm looking at a partial transcript here on page 137 when you were talking about this perfect storm thing. Todd starts to say, it just blows my mind that she was, and then you interrupted. Well, Todd, and you said, and then you continue on with some more questioning. So again, isn't Todd denying that he was aware of an ongoing thing with her and Frazier?
I'm not sure I get that from what you just read there, but.
Okay.
Well, no, because you didn't
This
shut your mouth
fingernail
on him for
clipping
him to
issue.
answer.
You said, in response to a question from the state, there was only one suspect. Examining or looking into these fingernails wouldn't be helpful. I guess I don't understand that.
Is there a question? I'm sorry.
Why was it not helpful or appropriate to look for anyone else?
Well, we don't go hunting for other people. We go where the evidence takes us. And in this case, from the first day that I'm involved, the evidence points towards the defendant killing Amy. There's the possibility of Jerry Frazier, right? He's a person of interest very early on. And beyond that, there's no evidence in this case file that would indicate anyone else was on that property. There's no physical evidence. There's no interview evidence. So there is no need to be looking anywhere else. We're open to all those possibilities, but we have to go where the evidence takes us. That's the only place where we can go.
Okay. You knew that Tristan had said that Todd was in the barn with him the whole time, right?
He said that during his initial interview with law enforcement.
Several times he gave statements to that effect.
I'm aware of the one with Special Agent Scott Rieger with the DCI and what we would call the lengthy or the interview that he did.
Wouldn't that alone indicate that there could be someone else involved in this?
If Tristan was telling the truth, right?
So you only investigate things when you think they're telling the truth?
Absolutely not.
It's what you just said.
Let's talk about what happened to Amy Mullis. She appears to have had a horrible beating. Wouldn't you agree?
There's other injuries on the front side of her body. She's found face down with a corn rape in her back, and those are the fatal blows.
And the medical examiner yesterday told us that she had defensive type wounds on her hands.
I didn't hear the medical examiner's testimony, but I know there's other injuries on her body.
So if she's getting attacked and she's trying to defend herself and she's getting defensive wounds to her hands, couldn't those fingernails have something to do with it or show us some evidence?
And this is another reason his attorney is absolutely incompetent for saying that these are defensive wounds, and even giving into that these are defensive wounds. They don't know that. We don't know how many of those bruises are on her hands came from her pulling out these little tiny light bulb things and, trying to clean out all the stuff. We don't know if she hit her hands on when she's trying to get out the pet carrier. There's so many other explanations, and this defense attorney just is like, yeah, they're defensive wounds. I think that he fed into this whole murder thing with his commentary. I mean, he ends up saying that it was a murder, but I don't understand this attorney at all. I don't understand this fucking agent. I don't understand this attorney. I think they're all fucking annoying. I hate this case. I hate this trial, but I love this trial because I think it's so interesting, but I hate the outcome.
Again, the evidence in this case only shows two suspects. We don't have any other information that puts anyone else on that property.
What about Tristan?
So when you decide this is the guy, there's no more looking around.
No, in fact, this is a 3.5-month investigation. It's 40 plus interviews, 19 search warrants. We're of course always open to follow the evidence. That's what we're trained to do. And the evidence, as that investigation continues, always comes back to one person and one person only, and that's the defendant.
No.
All I'm asking, sir, is could those fingernail clippings have led to some other part or more investigation?
Sure.
Okay. And I know you touched on this, and if I wasn't paying close enough attention, I apologize. At the end of the interview, you said we're going to take fingerprints and photograph mugshots and a full body photo array. Is that correct?
Something to that effect, yes.
And that included Mr. Mullis being stripped down to just his underwear and his whole body being photographed from different angles. Is that correct?
Yes,
Close-ups of his hands and his feet and his face.
yes.
All right. Similar to things that we have that's been produced by the state.
I don't know exactly what you've got there, what's been produced, but I did provide all the photographs.
But no indication of any injuries.
I didn't see any injuries on his body.
Okay. Thank you, then. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Just brief.
Well, one of the reasons, Indiana Girl, that I brought this case up to you guys so many times is because people will always talk about like why defendants don't take the stand, and I am of the personal opinion that no matter whether you are innocent or guilty, do not take the stand, because I don't think it bodes well for you. And I always cite this case because I believe, like I've told you guys, I absolutely believe Todd is 100% like factually innocent. I don't think he had anything to do with anything. The guy takes the stand, and I think he doesn't come across well at all. But I think he's innocent. So guilty, innocent, in my opinion, get an attorney and don't take the stand. Get a good attorney, not this doofus. This case shows how easy it is to get railroaded by the government. I agree.
Agent Turbot, this happened in November, correct?
Yes, November 10th.
And do you know what the weather was like that day?
I don't recall.
No, you indicated, or counsel just asked you that the defendant didn't have any injuries that you saw during the execution of those search warrants.
That's right. I don't recall any injuries.
And he also asked you about the fingernail clippings. Was there any evidence of any injury at or around Amy's fingernails?
No.
Now, the defense attorney also asked you about the Reed method of interrogation. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And what, do you have extensive training in interrogation?
I do.
And can you just briefly explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training is?
I am at one point in my career early on. I've been through the Reed training. That's fairly standard interview and interrogation training technique. It's a 9-step process that's taught to some police officers.
And what interrogation technique did you use in this interview?
So we actually, inside of the DCI, and I'm actually part of a research and training group, there's other methodologies that have evolved out of more recent research.
Nothing further.
Sir. Sir, I believe in the response to one of the redirect questions, you said that there was no injuries to her hand.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not the question.
Well, I'm going to let him answer. Go ahead if you remember.
I believe the question was specific to the fingernail area on the hands, and I did not recall any injuries. What I read on the autopsy report is the fingernails were short and intact, and there was no note of any damage to the fingernail areas.
Only in certain
Have you
states,
looked
I
at,
think, Rod Yankee.
States exhibits 41, 42, 47, and 48.
Not that I recall right now.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Would you please state the exhibit number and describe what you're seeing?
41 is the right hand of the victim. There's some, generically, I would say there's some bruising on, it looks like something, there's purplish, maybe bruising on some knuckles, and there's a dark spot on the back of the right hand. 42 is the front side of the right hand. You can see some, looks like a cut maybe down near the base of the hand. A little hard to tell over on the wrist. 48 would be, again, the right hand. You can see the top or the back side of the right hand. Again, some purplish, maybe bruising or marks and a small cut, maybe a cut up on the pointer finger knuckle. 47 is, again, a different angle of the victim's right hand. You can see some abrasions, maybe an abrasion on Again, that right pointer finger down at the knuckles, you see some purplish discoloration, a small cut, a dark spot on the back of the right hand.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Right, he works on a farm.
Any other witnesses for the state?
Not at this time, Your Honor, the state would rest. Okay.
Okay, so we have one testimony that I did not play, which was Dr. Thompson's. So I'm going to play that before we move over to, because he's still a state witness. And so we're going to play that before we obviously go to the defense case. So this is, I think, from day 2, if memory serves. So
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Craig Borden Thompson, that's C-R-A-I-G, B as in boy, O-R-D-E-N, Thompson, T-H-O-M-P-S-O-N.
Go ahead, counsel.
Dr. Thompson, you indicated that you're a doctor. Who are you
Yes, ma'am.
currently employed by?
Regional Medical Center in Manchester, Iowa.
And Dr. Thompson, in what area do you live in?
I live in Strawberry Point area.
And is that also the area you grew up in?
I grew up in the Monticello area.
Now, you indicated that you are employed at Regional Medical Center in Manchester. What is your title there?
Medical Director of Emergency Services.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been in practice in the area. I've been employed by the hospital for the last 10 years. I've been in practice there for 40 years.
Where did you attend school to get your degree?
I attended Monticello High School. I went to University of Dubuque. I went to College of Osteopathic Medicine and Surgery in Des Moines and did a year rotating internship, following which I went to Strawberry Point.
And you indicated that your title is medical director.
That's correct.
In what area of the hospital do you work in?
Emergency services exclusively.
And what are some of your duties being the medical director at Regional Medical?
I'm responsible for EMS services based at the hospital and throughout the service area. I, along with the other medical staff, paramedic staff, oversee the quality of care of that and oversee the providers in the emergency department.
Are you also a medical examiner for Clayton County?
I am.
And how long have you been, are you the chief medical examiner?
I am the chief medical examiner for Clayton County
And how long have you been the chief medical examiner for Clayton County?
since 1990.
And prior to that, were you a deputy medical examiner?
Yes, I was deputy medical examiner for Clayton County and also Delaware County, where I still remain on the deputy list.
And you indicated that you are now the chief medical examiner for Clayton County. Are you also allowed to act as medical examiner when you're working in Delaware County?
That's permitted, yes, by Iowa code.
And what are some of your duties being the chief medical examiner?
When there's an unattended death in your county, then that typically requires screening to see if it's a medical examiner case. And there are certain criteria set by the Code of Iowa that establish that.
Now, Dr. Thompson, I'd like to direct your attention to November 10th, 2018. On that date, were you employed by Regional Medical Center in Manchester, Iowa?
I was,
And that's in Delaware County?
correct.
And initially, were you scheduled to work that day?
Actually, I wasn't scheduled to work, but there was an illness and the overnight provider, or the one actually showing up the next day. And so I was called as the safety net. The day provider wondered if I would come in early, so I said, sure.
As you were on your way into the hospital, what, if anything, did you learn?
Shortly after arrival at the hospital, I understood that Amy Mullis had been pronounced dead.
And at that point, when you learned that Amy Mullis had been pronounced dead, did you have any additional information?
I talked with Dr. Gerst, who was the backup physician and deputy medical examiner for the weekend for Delaware County. And he had obtained a history of events that he related to me.
And can you please explain Dr. Gerst, or I'm sorry, spell Dr. Gerst's last name?
Sure. Gerst.
And what information did Dr. Gerst relay to you?
He indicated that he had been told that she had fallen, that Amy had been injured falling on a corn rake that was upended, and that she was found that way, and that it was removed, and she was brought in by a vehicle, private vehicle initially, who tiered with EMS, and they then proceeded to start resuscitative efforts.
Now, doctor, did you know Amy Mullis?
I knew her as a nurse in the emergency department in that capacity.
At some point, did Amy Mullis work at Regional Medical Hospital in Manchester?
Yes.
And did she ever work in the emergency room?
Yes.
Do you know when Amy stopped working at Regional Medical Center?
2014.
And since 2014, when she stopped working there, did you have any contact with Amy Mullis?
No.
Doctor, when you first received this information, what did you do after you received it?
Well, there was concern regarding the mechanism of injury and to make sure that the findings on physical exam were compatible with that history.
Would it be fair to say that you performed a preliminary exam?
Exactly.
And what was the purpose of that preliminary exam?
Well, it was to look at the mechanism of injury and then determine the actual injury pattern on the decedent and see if that was a logical conclusion.
And can you just explain briefly to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you're performing an exam like you did on that day?
We, well, in this case, the patient was already disrobed. So as part of resuscitative efforts to look for wounds in emergency medicine, you're always wanting to make sure you're not missing something in the resuscitation. At this point, that was concluded. So I did a complete exam of the body, looking at the head and neck and extremities, the entire body, front and back.
And after you did that preliminary exam, what did you do?
I took pictures of the body at that point.
Now, while you're performing this exam, what is your main focus that you're trying to do when you're performing an exam such as this?
Well, your primary goal is, we always try and determine cause of death. We do that whether it's a medical examiner's case or not. The secondary thing, though, is to make sure that if we're presuming it's accidental, if that's the story we're hearing, that the injury matches the story.
Now, doctor, in this case, did you also take pictures of both Amy Mullis's body as well as the clothing that was she was brought in with?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you State's Exhibits 24 through 48. Can you please look through those as a whole?
Surely. Those appear to be my pictures.
And Dr. Thompson, are those the photographs that you actually took on November 10th, 2018 of Amy Mullis and the clothing that was brought in with her?
Those appear to be, yes.
And do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as they were that day when you took them?
Yes,
And do they appear to be true and accurate copies of those photographs?
they appear to be.
Doctor, did you notice any or observe any injuries on Amy?
Well, notably, she had 6 puncture wounds across the back.
And did that cause you concern?
It got my attention certainly to look at the point of entry, how that would have occurred. I was interested in looking at the instrument that she fell on.
Doctor, did you, did you also observe additional injuries on Amy's body as well?
There were basically two sets of injuries. There were the puncture wounds to the right posterior thorax, the right posterior chest, and there were then injuries anteriorly in the chin area, in the zygomatic area, which is the cheekbone area, around the ear on the left, and over both patella, the kneecaps. And there was also some contusions, abrasions over the dorsum of each hand, the knuckles of each hand.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the state's exhibits 24 through 48 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
24 through 48 are admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask permission to publish these photos to the jury.
Yeah, I'll allow you to publish those. Anybody who is family or friends who have not seen these photos and don't care to see them or don't think they'll be able to see them, I'll give you a minute if you want to leave the courtroom. After anybody has had a chance to leave counsel, you're welcome to publish the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, maybe she fell. Well, we know she fell. She fell regardless, whether people think it was a murder or think it was an accident.
Go ahead.
She's found.
Dr. Thompson, I'm showing you has been previously admitted into evidence.
So I don't know why they
Exhibit
don't bring that up.
24. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of Amy Mullis after resuscitative efforts had concluded.
And you talked about some injuries on Amy's body. I'm showing you People's Exhibit number 25. What is this a photograph of?
These are abrasions over the dorsum of the left hand.
And when you say abrasions, is that those two red marks that are on Amy's left hand?
Yes, and there's a contusion near the base of the ring finger as well.
Now, doctor, just so that everybody is clear, what is a contusion?
A bruise.
And what's an abrasion?
Abrasion is a roughening or a scraping of the skin, a frictional injury.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 26. Is that a close-up of that left hand and those abrasions that you previously described?
I believe so.
I'm going to show you, or this is State's Exhibit number 24. What is this a photograph of? I'm sorry, 27. What is this a photograph of?
This shows contusions. We're talking about bruises about the ear ring on the left earlobe. It shows a pattern that the ear ring itself has caused contusion in the surrounding tissue.
State's Exhibit 28. What is that a photograph of?
That's another angle of the same thing, plus a contusion on the top of the earlobe or the auricle itself, near the other piece of jewelry.
So just so we're clear, you see the white earring at the bottom of the ear,
Correct.
and there is what appears to be a contusion above that.
Correct. Above it and under it, as you saw in the other picture.
And then all the way to the right, I guess on the top, near the top of the ear, there's also some additional injuries there.
Correct.
And you called that, a contusion or an abrasion?
It looks like a combination of both.
Thank you. State's Exhibit number 29. What is this a photograph of?
This was the jeans she was wearing that day.
State's Exhibit number 30.
That was her outer coat.
And State's Exhibit number 31.
That's the outer coat reflecting the puncture wounds.
And there appears to be some type of measuring guide or what appears to be a ruler on this jacket.
It's a rough idea of the puncture wound distances. It's always a little hard to piece back together after the fact, no matter how carefully you try and take the picture.
And are you the one that actually placed these white pieces of paper or
Yes.
measuring tape? People's Exhibit number 32. What is this a photograph of?
This appears to be the exterior coat yet, the inside view.
And State's Exhibit number 33. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up of Amy, still intubated after resuscitative attempts.
Now, here, there appears to be something on Amy's left jaw.
Yes, a very prominent, I considered it the next most significant injury after the puncture wounds in the back.
And what is this on Amy's left jaw?
This is a deep abrasion contusion. There's both a crush type component and a scraping type component to it. And the other thing that I think is notable is it's clean.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, typically if you fall on a ground or rock or gravel, you're going to have indented or embedded gravel and foreign body in that. And in another view, I think you have that in your deck. It shows that there is none of that, and that was not cleaned off.
Now, when you say this is both an abrasion and a contusion, would it be fair to say that that means that it's a bruise and it's also some type of ripping or tearing on the skin?
Correct.
And I think you indicated earlier that an abrasion is almost like friction on the skin.
A frictional injury. Mhm.
Is that almost similar to like a rug burn?
This would be a very bad one. Yeah.
State's Exhibit number 34. What is this a photograph of?
This is an inner garment sweatshirt that was under the outer coat. I was told they were off by the time I got there. This also reflects a puncture wound pattern consistent with the exterior coat.
And State's Exhibit number 35. What was this?
Third layer, the t-shirt, again with the puncture wounds.
And State's Exhibit number 36. Is this a close-up picture of that
Yes.
same shirt? And again, did you put that measuring guide
I
on?
did.
State's Exhibit number 37. Is this a different angle of that contusion and abrasion on Amy's left chin?
It's a more direct close-up and slightly a little more direct on, so you can actually see the two components, the deeper bruise abrasion and the stippling a little more posterior there, the lighter abrasion portion.
What do you mean by posterior?
I'm sorry, toward the back of your jaw. Sorry.
State's Exhibit number 38. What is this a photograph of?
This appears to be the right patellar area, the right kneecap area.
And what is it that you see here on this kneecap area?
That's a contusion, minimal abrasion.
And State's Exhibit number 39.
This is the left knee area. You'll see the yellow object is an interosseous needle. If it's difficult to get IV access and you need it in a hurry, it's a drilling-like device that we go into the bone marrow with, gives us instant access. When we pronounce a code, any resuscitative efforts, any instruments, tubes, things that we put in the body, we leave in place for the autopsy to follow. And that also reflects, you can see the contusion and abrasion portion over that kneecap area.
And in this abrasion, do you see any pieces of gravel or any dirt?
Not that I could recognize.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 40. What is this a photograph of?
This is her back, puncture wound pattern of her back.
And how many puncture wounds did you find on Amy Mullis's body?
She had 6 puncture wounds.
And just so we're clear, when you're referring to puncture wounds, that is different than the contusions and abrasions.
And none of the others were puncture wounds.
And what is a puncture wound?
It is a hole forced through tissue caused by, it can be any number of things, a sharp object, a projectile. It penetrates a given distance and causes a more linear injury.
Dr. Thompson, did you grow up on a farm yourself?
I did.
Were you familiar with a corn rake or corn fork when you were performing this exam?
I've had occasion to use them, yeah.
And were you aware of how many tines or prongs there were on a corn rake?
Well, yes, and I also asked to see the rake that day
And
because there can be differing tines.
And what was the purpose of you asking to see that corn fork or corn rake?
That was the instrument of injury. I had to make sure that made sense. The tying pattern on that was consistent with 6 puncture wounds in the posterior thorax, your right chest.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit number 41. What is this a photograph of?
That appears to be Amy's right hand, and contusions noted about the knuckle joints, the MCP joints.
And State's Exhibit number 42.
Her right hand also showing some, in this angle, I can't tell if that's bleeding from other source, just not cleaned, or an abrasion. It's
And that's
possible.
her palm.
That's her palm.
State's Exhibit number 43. What is this a photograph of?
This shows the left side of Amy's jaw and cheekbone area and her ear. It gives you an angle on both the chin injury and also the contusions about the ear. You can see a little contusion in the zygomatic area too in this picture.
What's the zygomatic area?
I indicated, I'm sorry, the cheekbone area is the zygomatic process.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit number 44, is this another angle of her ear injuries that you've
Sure,
previously?
different lighting to highlight it differently.
And
and the
State's
same.
Exhibit 45, this is the back of that same ear.
Yes, with the left ear again, it just shows it a little more, the lighting was more favorable.
And State's Exhibit number 46 is another photograph of Amy's jaw injury.
Yes, notably it's under the mandible.
What do you mean by mandible?
Jawbone. Sorry, I got to decode everything. And it's, it was oriented, if you can see in the pictures, I'm indicating under the jawline, from starting point back.
State's Exhibit 47, is this another photograph of, I believe, her right hand that we previously saw?
Different lighting, yeah. Sometimes, even with digital photographs, if you change the lighting, it will appear different, so you do it a couple of times.
And in this photograph, what injuries do you see on Amy's right hand?
Again, the contusion about the knuckle there on the ring finger, or excuse me, index finger. And there's one between the third and fourth, the middle and ring finger on that hand.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 48, is this just another photograph? of
Another
that
view,
same?
same thing.
I still love to surf, snowboard, and of course,
So it's interesting to me that that they're trying to claim that these are all defensive wounds on Amy, but Todd has no wounds. Therefore, what is she hitting that's causing, like, with such, what is she hitting on Todd that causes her to bruise, but not Todd to have any type of damage, no whatsoever? No cuts, no scrapes, no bruising, no nothing. I think she passed out. The jaw and the ear bruises tell me that she fell, and I think she passed. That's what I think. I think because so the two wounds, E and F, are upward, which makes me think that she's kind of like already laying down on it. And that's how, like, when she falls back like into it, makes it kind of go up. It kind of has to, like, she slides down on it. You know what I mean? Like, she's trying to get up and then kind of goes back down, and then it's like an upward angle versus the downward angle. Looks like the handle of the rake could have hit her under the chin in a fall. Yeah, possibly. Okay, here we go.
Thompson, was the information that you were given was that it was alleged that Amy fell on the corn rake?
That's what I was told.
And were the injuries that you observed consistent with an accident or falling on a corn rake?
I found it very difficult to see how 4 tines could cause 6 holes in a single impact.
Now, you indicated that at some point you actually asked to see the corn rake or corn
I
fork.
did.
And who did you ask to see that?
I asked the sheriff's department if they had that available, and they did.
And where did you go to view that corn fork?
In the ambulance garage across from the emergency department.
And what did you do when you were observing it?
I looked at the tines size. I looked at the spacing. I looked at what appeared to be on the tines.
And did that, and how many tines were there?
There were 4 tines.
And that was inconsistent with Amy's 6 puncture wounds.
With a single impact, it was.
Did you contact anyone while after you were done performing your exam?
I contacted the state medical examiner's office.
And who did you speak with at the state medical examiner's office?
Dr. Kelly Cruz was on.
What was the purpose of contacting Dr. Cruz?
Well, presently, if you need more data in an injury like this, you contact a forensic pathologist. I am not one. I have background in medical examiner work, but I need at times more data than that. So I talked to Dr. Cruz, who's a forensic pathologist, and asked her to do an autopsy in the interest of getting more information.
And what is the procedure that is used then to transport the body to the state medical examiner's office?
I have to ensure that everything is appropriately sent with the patient, stored appropriately, identified and secured appropriately, chain of custody sort of thing. And then we also cover the hands with paper bags to keep any evidence that might be evident later intact.
Now, a moment ago, doctor, you indicated that one of your
Possible.
duties might be as medical examiner determining cause and manner of death.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by
Yes.
What do you mean by cause of death?
Cause of death would be, was it suspicious? Was it accidental? Was it natural? Was it, for example, a car accident's accidental? If you determine though that the person deliberately crossed the road to hit the semi to commit suicide, that's a different story. So sometimes just looking at things doesn't tell you the whole story without knowing more about it.
So Paul says specifically wounds E and F are impossible from a physics standpoint from a strike. You can't have 2 tines that go that deep with no surrounding tine marks and punctures, which is, we would know that A and B are still in her when she sustains E and F. And they didn't break off, but they did stay in there. So I don't know if I can. So like how I picture it is, so A and B, the tines never, they move, but they're inside of her moving around. She hits on C, or I would say she actually probably hits D first. That's my theory. My theory. She hits D first, but not all the way down, right? Just like, oh shit, like just trying to get up. So then scratches her way from D to C. Still doesn't have the same depth. Those two don't have the same depth. And then when she falls back on it, you have still A and B inside of her, and then you get E and F that have the upward angle because she's falling on it at a different angle, and that's how it ends up staying in her, is A, B, E, F. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Because they're just stuck in there and she's trying to get off of it, but she can't actually move. So it's like she's trying to get off of it because it's stuck. So you have A, B. Let me just pull up the picture so I can kind of show you what I mean. Where is the picture at? Actually, I'll just go back. Where are we at? 25. And where is it? Okay, why the hell can I not find it down here now? Like, we literally just looked at it. This is dumb. Because their picture is so much clearer than my picture. I'd rather use theirs, but okay, here. Here we go. She succumbs to the injuries. So Paul, that's what I think too. Okay, so A, B, C. Okay, yeah. So C would be first. A, B, C. So this is the initial fall against it. Hardcore on the right side. 1, 2, 3. Right. So 1, 2, 3. Right here. Tries to get off of it. A, B, stay in. They don't get moved. But she moves, trying to get off of it, scratches her way. It kind of pokes her into D. Again, tries to get off of it, and then the angle she falls at gives you E and F, which these are the upward ones, while these are all downward. I think she realized she couldn't get off of it on her own and starts to try to like get to the door to get help because she knows that Todd and Tristan are in the hog barn. So that's that. Yeah. So this is why I think that it's at least twice. One with A, B, C, one with A, B, D, and then another with A, B, E, F. And deep enough to puncture her lungs. This one specifically, and this one goes through and actually punctures her breast implant. So it's A, B, C, A, B, D, A, B, E, F. That's my thought. You could see the abrasions around rounds A and B because they were stretched. Yeah. Well, this one, if they go with the diameter of it, it's much bigger than the others. So that's what I think happened. Okay, let me get back to where we were. 25. We're almost done with his.
Different story. So sometimes just looking at things doesn't tell you the whole story without knowing more about it.
And on November 10th, 2018, did you determine a cause of death?
I did not.
Did you indicate on your paperwork, or what did you indicate on your paperwork?
In a setting where I think I have conflicting data, I'm being told one thing and the physical evidence is another thing, that's when I seek the consult with the state. And I probably do that more than I don't do that on certainly on anything of an injury of this kind. And I contacted Dr. Cruz then to
And was your cause of death on your paperwork, did you indicate pending?
Pending.
And that was because you wanted to wait for Dr. Cruz to perform a full exam on the
We
body?
needed the results of the autopsy and toxicology and so forth.
Yes, Law Junkie. That's exactly what the state's theory is.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cross-examination.
But if the rake is off to the side coming at her from an angle, I'm a visual learner. Send help. Okay, I hope that helped.
Doctor, you talked about and you've shown us some pictures of Amy's body, and also some photographs of the clothing. I think at one point you said something about you yourself had not removed that clothing.
I had not removed that clothing. It was gone when I got there.
Do you know when it was removed?
After her arrival there, I indicated that's part of a standard resuscitative effort.
Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit 46?
Yes, I have it.
That's the mandible or jawline injury.
Correct.
In your training and experience, is there any way to determine what caused that injury?
It's blunt force injury. And when you think about it, I've seen hundreds, if not thousands of people who have fallen on their face, fallen on their jaw. It's typically a more front approach injury, more anterior injury, as we'd call it. There's often abrasions elsewhere, not just there, but up on the cheek. If it's more nasal, they'll have a scrape on their nose. There's usually more than just a hit along the jaw when you have that kind of injury. Additionally, this seemed, in the pictures you can see it, it was oriented vertically. In other words, it was this way. It wasn't this way as a mechanism of injury. Could you do that falling down? Conceivably, if you were fully extended and fell forward. Again, I didn't see any evidence of gravel or other foreign body in that wound, which I would have expected because I've seen lots of gravel burns through the years. Road rash.
Doctor, what's coming to my mind as you describe this is it's kind of like in the cowboy and Western movies where someone comes up and kicks from underneath if someone was down and catches them under the chin. Would that be the type of blow that would cause that kind of injury?
That could be one.
But looking at the injury itself, there's no way to determine whether that was done with a fist, a foot, a 2x4, a piece of pipe.
It's blunt force. You could have a sufficient imprint pattern with any of those things to give you that pattern.
Okay. Please look at Exhibit 40. I believe you described that as the puncture pattern on her back.
Correct.
Did you do any specific examination of the diameter or sizes of those puncture wounds?
I deferred that because I knew I was going to have Dr. Cruz do a detailed analysis as well as the spine, the track that each spine would have taken. That's has to be done internally. At this point in a preliminary exam, I have to be very careful I don't cause artifact. In other words, I cause injury to the body makes it confusing to the pathologist doing the autopsy. You make channel where it shouldn't be. You make the wound look more complicated. So I avoided that carefully.
So you couldn't then, nor are you prepared to now to say that there's a difference in those puncture wounds themselves?
Well, visually there is.
Okay. Different sizes.
Different sizes, oval and less oval.
Okay.
Smaller, larger.
Well, let me ask you, is it a fair question to ask you if all those wounds were made by the same object?
Well, you look at the tines on that corn rake, it has differing dimensions from the point to the shaft to deep down the shaft. That will give you a different wound imprint depending on how deep the corn rake goes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect for him? Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, now let's go back to the ending of the state's case. So he was not a forensic pathologist, which is why he contacts what's her name? Cruz. I thought he said the fatal wound was A, no? Maybe I misheard. All right, here we go.
Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has presented their evidence. We're going to take a short break and talk about defense witnesses. I'm going to give you about 15 minutes. Remember the admonition I gave you before. Report back to the jury room. Okay, the record should reflect that we are outside the presence of the jury. We are still in the courtroom with the defendant and the attorneys. The state has just rested. Do we have any motions that we need to take up before we start with the defendant's case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Firehelm.
Your Honor, at this time, the defendant would make a motion for judgment of acquittal and dismissal of the charges. And in support of that motion, I would.
No, she was Kathy. She was a state witness. She's the forensic pathologist, the little blonde who'd only been on the job for like 4 months when she performed the autopsy, along with like 3 other autopsies at the same time.
State to the court. The elements of this offense of murder in the first degree is that Todd committed an act on Amy, that Amy died as a result of that act, and that he acted with malice aforethought, and also that it was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated with specific intent to kill. What the state has proven here, Your Honor, is that Amy died, and she died obviously as a result of criminal behavior.
See, that's
What
I
the
don't.
state
Why
has
is he
not
saying
shown
that?
is the evidence that Todd committed this act, and that caused Amy's death. Even when viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, no evidence has been produced that Todd was the person who attacked Amy. Their witness, Tristan Mullis, establishes that Todd could not have done this crime. They were together the whole time, only out of sight twice to get 2 drinks of water. I understand that there was a change in his testimony about 1 minute and 45 seconds to, I don't recall what the time was, but I believe that we have a time marker here in that his testimony established that he took 2 drinks of water from a hose in the office area of the hog barn, and then returned to the barn where he again saw his father working on the hog pens. Again, even viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, to imagine that Mr. Mullis, because let me back up. Tristan also said he did not come out through the office area and out that side door that was shown in the photographs that were introduced. So the only other option would have been to travel, either walk, jog, or sprint to the way back end of the hog barn, out a door, up along the side of that long building, which has been described as a football field, approximately, go into the shed, attack Amy, beat her up, and kill her with this corn fork, and then return to the barn without any signs of dishevelment, injury, excitement, lack of breath, appearing perfectly normal to Tristan when he came back in the barn from these two
Nobody
of water.
could be.
The other evidence that the state has presented as to statements that Amy had made to others that have been shared are they in themselves are not consistent, such as her
This is
frantic calls to people at the hospital.
This is a photo.
Deborah Sherbring, I believe.
Hold
I
on,
may
let
be
me
saying
pause
that wrong.
so I can talk. This is a photo. If you're at the back of the hog barn and you had to go, you can kind of barely see it right up here. That the red barn. You're at the back of the hog barn. There's the red barn. From here to here is how far you'd have to go if you went that way. I think I've already shown you guys the other one. From the front of the hog barn to the red barn. Let me see if I have that one handy. It just doesn't make any sense. He would have been gone for a long time. Where's the other one? Where is the other picture? Of course, now that I want to find it, I can't fucking find it. I don't know where the heck it went. Yeah, so there's just not enough time, in my opinion. Okay, here we go. We'll finish off this.
When she heard from her friend Terry that there were rumors again. And I believe that Patricia Christofferson said that, I believe the next day, that she was contacting her in a very normal fashion. But again, these statements being made by Amy Mullis at these times to these different people are being made while she's engaged in an extramarital affair. She's unhappy, she says, with her marriage, even though she disguises that in her relationship with Todd. So that these statements, again, I realize you have to take them at face value, are still suspect. There's no evidence by internet or by statements or hearsay from Amy conveyed to other people that there was any conflict from the end of August when this rumor thing occurred, which Todd and Amy talked about, that there was nothing there of conflict from then until her death. Jerry Frazier continued to be a farm manager, no animosity or trouble between he and Todd, even though they had frequent contact, no issues between Amy and Todd. And in fact, the only thing that occurred during that time period was apparently sometime around the middle of October when Todd's mother chastised Amy for the amount of time that she was spending in Des Moines, I believe, because of an uncle's health issue. Todd had shared by text messages that we saw with her friends, Terry Stainer, mostly, that yes, it was bothering him that she was spending so much time away from home, that this was a tough time, that there was field work and rainy weather and he had the kids and so forth. So, but that's not the controversy that I think the state is trying to paint out here that would lead to this blow up where Todd would violently and viciously kill his wife and the mother of his children. So I would submit to the court that the granting of a motion of judgment of acquittal is appropriate at this time.
Does the state want to respond?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would object to the court entering such a motion as Rule 2.19 sub 8 of the Iowa Rules of Criminal Procedure states, the court on the motion of a defendant shall order the entry of judgment of acquittal if the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction of such offense or offenses. In this case, it is clear that the evidence is sufficient to sustain a conviction. In fact, when you take it in the light most favorable to the state, when it's uncontroverted, it is way beyond a reasonable doubt. There are 4 elements to the marshalling instruction, and they were set forth by defense counsel. The state has cleared each and every one of those. And as far as Tristan's statements go, they were totally mischaracterized by defense counsel. Tristan said that he was out of his father's sight for 2 drinks, not the other way around. Tristan said he didn't know how long his father was out of his sight. Those are 2 wholly separate things. While it may seem like a subtle difference, it is a huge difference. Defendant was out of Tristan's sight for nobody knows how long. So he could have and did commit these crimes. The credibility of the witnesses are for the jury to decide. The weight of the evidence is for the jury to decide. It has been admitted. What we know is defendant was on this farm. His family was on this farm, and no one else was on this farm. The murder occurred between 10:14 a.m. and 12:01 p.m. He had planned this for almost a year. If you look at the Google searches, he was looking at potentially drowning. He was looking at potential firearm accidents. He was looking at potentially starvation, dehydration, freezing to death, hunting accident, burning, and then bodily organs, which right before the stabbing or the impalement says a lot about this case and this man. This is clearly a case that should go to the jury, and the state has cleared defendant's request for motion for judgment of acquittal and it should be overruled.
As counsel indicated, I have to take this motion in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. Weighing the evidence that we've had so far, there have been witnesses who have talked about the defendant's statements, things to the effect of, I'm not going to give up half of what I've earned or accumulated. I'm not going to give up half the farm. We do have the internet searches on the device from the home. We do have the defendant there at the scene in close proximity. And in light of all of the testimony from all of the witnesses, including the statement that we watched that the DCI agent took of the defendant, there certainly is evidence that the jury could use in this case to find that the state has met its burden of proof. The judgment, the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. Any other motions from the defense at this time?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You all need a 5-minute break or so before we start with the witness. Let's take a short break.
All right. So now we're in the defense on the defense case.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, do we have a witness for the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. Mike Mullis, please.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name, please.
Michael Joseph Mullis,
Go ahead, counsel.
No,
Mullis, how old are you?
54 years
the jury was removed.
Where do you live?
old, 5 miles north of Irville.
And what is your relationship to Todd Mullis?
He's my brother.
And how are you employed?
I'm self-employed as a farmer.
And is your farming operation connected in any way to Todd's farm?
Yes, it is. We use machinery together, and he's got separate operations, but we do share machinery to a certain extent. And share the workload, I guess, put it that way.
How far apart do the two people, or you and Todd's place?
As a crow flies, probably 2 miles.
As part of helping out each other in the farming operation, would you work on his land and he work on yours?
Yes, we just share labor.
And I'm going to ask you about a specific piece of equipment. Were you aware that Todd had an iPad that he used for farming purposes?
Yes, I did. I know about it.
And did you see him use it in the farming operation?
Yes, I did. We use it as a yield monitor and a GPS unit, and just simple searches, I guess, for whatever reason.
Did you ever use that iPad?
Yes, I did.
And what would be your reason for using it?
Oh, we were trying to find some new tracks for our mini excavator. So one day I was over there and the excavator is there. So I just went, and he said, yeah, go ahead and use it. So I went and got it, and I was looking up for tracks for that excavator, and we found some. So we bought them that way.
Was there a password to get on that iPad?
Yes, there was.
Did you know what it was?
Yes, I did.
So that had been shared with you by Todd.
Oh, yeah. Everybody knew what the password was.
I want to switch to some other equipment that we've heard about. On Todd's farm, there were 2 large hog buildings, right?
That's correct.
And were you aware that there were security cameras mounted on, I believe, one of the buildings?
Yes, it was on the south building.
And are you familiar with those cameras and how they work?
Yes, I am. I have the same cameras at my hog facility.
Do you know where the recording equipment was kept on Todd's farm?
Yes, it was in the shop, in the office. There was an office in the shop, and that's where the monitor was.
Do those cameras work all the time?
No, I got 2 of them on my place too, and they don't work right now either. But over at Todd's, if the cats would get in the office, where do you think they end up? They always end up in the window.
And why would getting in the window interfere with these cameras?
Well, that's where the antennas are located, because it's wireless, so you got to be within a site, So if they would knock the cameras down or antennas down, the camera couldn't get received.
And that wouldn't be a situation where the machines had been shut off. It was just that it wasn't receiving a signal.
No, they were never shut off.
Have you personally seen cats in the window in Todd's shop area where these antennas were?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Mullis, that's all the questions I have. The state may have some.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, you indicated that you remember using Todd's iPad to look up an excavator?
Yes, getting tracks for an excavator. It's a mini backhoe.
And when was that?
Oh, it would have been the spring of 18.
And that was when Todd told you you could do a search on the iPad.
Yeah.
And you also indicated that you talked a little bit about cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you indicated that you have cameras, the same cameras on your farm.
Yes, I do.
But you can physically turn them off if you choose to, correct?
Well, if you unplug them, yeah.
And you were not at the Mullis farm on November 10th, 2018. In the morning, I'm sorry, before this happened.
No.
And sometimes you're at the farm, at Todd Mullis's farm every day. Sometimes you'll go days without being there.
I'm there pretty much on a day-by-day record, or
So
every day I'm usually there, one way or
in-
another.
every day in October, did you go and see if those cameras were on in the Todd Mullis farm?
No,
And every day in November, did you go and see if they were on or off?
no.
Nothing further.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Go ahead. Use your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat.
Of all the people you could call,
State your name, please.
Michael James Krogman,
Spell your last name.
Krogmann.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Krogman, where do you live?
Troy Mills, Iowa.
And where's that from here?
An hour and 7 minutes.
Okay. Is that in the Cedar Rapids area?
I'd be north of Cedar Rapids, a half hour north.
And back on November 10th, 2018, were you in the Earlville, Iowa area?
In the area, yes. Just actually outside of Oneida.
And did you become aware of a situation involving Amy Mullis?
I did.
How did that information come to you? Or how did you get involved?
I seen a patrol car go by with lights on, moving at a fairly fast rate, and looked to see where they went. And it was just down the road, so we went to see if we could help in any way.
And where did that take you?
To actually my cousin's house where he was building, and not knowing what was going on. And Todd and Amy's truck was parked in the driveway.
What's your cousin's name?
Ryan Krogman.
And when you arrived and actually stopped your vehicle, what did you next do?
I seen somebody on the ground, and I seen Todd and Tristan standing there, and I grabbed Tristan and hugged him and turned him away from what was being, I didn't know who was on the ground at that point, but turned him away from it so he wasn't watching it.
Were there emergency personnel and or law enforcement doing something to this person?
There
on the
was,
ground?
yes.
What was happening?
I really don't know. They were working on, which is Amy. They were working on Amy on the ground. And I grabbed Tristan and just turned him away from, he was watching what was going on.
What appeared to be his emotional state at the time?
Mostly probably shock.
You said you turned him away. Did you move him away from where he was at?
I just turned him, so he's looking the other direction.
What next happened then?
We stood there for, seemed like quite a little while. They loaded Amy up, the ambulance was leaving, and Todd hollered at me to take care of Tristan. He was take care of him.
Do you know where Todd went?
Behind the ambulance.
Did he drive himself, or
No, he did not.
how did he get away from there?
My dad was there as well. I rode with my dad to the scene, and then Todd had gotten in with my dad and they followed the ambulance.
So what did you and Tristan then do?
I was putting Tristan in the truck or walking him over to the truck, and an officer come up wanted Tristan to take him to the farm. And I asked Tristan if he was okay with that, and he gave me a nod that he was. And we got in the truck and headed towards the farm with 1 or 2 officers behind us. I'm not positive on that. I think it was 2.
Whose truck were you in at that time?
Todd's truck.
Tell us what happened when you got to the farm.
We got to the farm. Obviously, we got out of the truck. Like I say, I believe it was 2 officers pulled in behind us. And Tristan took them over to where he had found Amy. And they went into the shed to see what had happened.
Did you go with them?
I walked to the entryway of the shed, yes. I never entered the shed. I think I poked my head in the shed and seeing that it was crowded, and I just stepped back out.
So you didn't participate in any conversation or discussion?
No, not at that point, no.
On the way from where you and Tristan left from the ambulance to back to the farm, did you have any discussion with him?
Very little. He was not very talkative. I made a couple cracks, not knowing the severity of anything that was going on. I made a couple cracks about the truck smelling like hogs, and he really didn't want to talk at all. So we were driving to the farm, and I told him that the officers were going to ask him a few questions and to tell him the truth and tell him what you know, not what you think might have went on.
Was he crying?
A little bit, maybe, not sobbing by any means.
But he wasn't very responsive to your...
Absolutely not.
After Tristan went in the shed to show the deputies around, did you have any more contact with Tristan?
Yeah. At that point, I went up to the house to check on the other 2 kids in the house, checked on what was going on there. And then I went back out, and Tristan was heading back towards the house, and he came in the house then. And then I went back out because the officers were still there to see if they needed anything else.
Did you have any further involvement in this?
As far as talking to officers or that, they came into the house after that and talked to Tristan again. And then after that, no, nothing.
So you went in with Tristan, went back out,
Mhm.
and then returned back in the house with the officers?
Correct.
Okay. But after that was the end of your involvement?
Mhm. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Kroger, and that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step
Thank
down.
All right. Now we're going to get Todd on the stand.
Okay, another witness for the defense.
Call Todd Mullis.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name, please.
Todd Michael Mullis.
Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Mullis, where's your home?
Kind of northwest of Earlville on a farm.
Do you know what the mail address is?
Yes, it's 1722 255th Avenue in Earlville.
How old are you?
I'm 43.
What's the extent of your education?
I graduated high school,
Where did you attend high school?
Coconut Valley and Delhi.
Tell us a little bit about your family. Are your parents still alive?
Yes, my parents, Leroy and Elaine, are alive. They live just north of Burville. And I got two brothers and two sisters.
What are your brothers' names?
Mike and Pat are my brothers. And
Sisters?
Lori and Lynn.
Do you have children?
Yes, I have 3 children.
Names?
Tristan, Taylor, and Wyatt.
And tell us a little bit about your occupation.
I farm crops. We got a hog operation, a custom feeding operation, where we raise out pigs for a company, JBS now. I sold chemicals, farm chemicals on the kind of this on the side, I guess you'd say, as a substitute to earn more money. And then we always helped each other, so we were busy.
And your brother Mike just testified that you help you help his farming operation, and he in return helps you.
Yes, and we also farm with my other brother Pat and Dad. We farm each other's ground. We go wherever it's needed, I guess.
Okay. Let's go back in time a bit, Todd. How did you meet Amy?
I met Amy at the Delaware County Fair in Manchester. I think it was in 2003, and I just met her at the beer tent or something like that.
Okay. So it wasn't like it was a blind date, or?
No, it was not.
How long did the two of you date before marrying?
It would have been, I'd say, it would have been about 14 months.
And where were you living when you met her?
I was living at the same farm where I live now.
Where was she living?
She was at the time living in Marion or Cedar Rapids. I don't remember which one it was.
Was she employed when you met her?
Yes.
What was she doing?
She was working as I think it was a bookkeeper in St. Luke's. I can't remember. She was changing stuff at that time. It's hard to remember exactly what position she held.
So when you got married, she moved into the family farm?
Yes, she did.
Did you own that property when you got married?
Yes, I did.
And what did you know about Amy's background in terms of where did she grow up? Was she a farm girl or a city girl or what?
Yes, I knew, she told me right away she grew up in Eldora on a farm, that her dad lived there. She didn't spend a lot of time talking about other places she was, other than growing up in Eldora and then ending up in Cedar Rapids area.
Now, what year did you get married?
In 2004.
So at that time, did you have these hog buildings on the farm?
Not at the time, no.
Were you strictly a row crop operation, or did you have cattle?
At the time, we had dairy cattle at what I would consider my brother Mike's farm, and I was sharing the labor load there, helping that. And we had hogs on a bunch of different farms, but it was in small buildings, and then row crops.
Did Amy seem to settle in all right to farm life?
She seemed almost ecstatic about it. I mean, she wanted to move in right away, I guess is what you'd say.
Do you have interest in outside of farming? In other words, sports, music, hunting, fishing, that kind of stuff?
Yes, I love to hunt and fish. In general, be outdoors. I mean, if it's tubing in a creek somewhere or canoeing or just various four-wheeling, anything outside.
How about Amy? What were her interests?
She liked the same things. From what I always understood, she loved it. She loved being outdoors. She liked being outside.
Did the two of you ever hunt together?
Yes, a lot.
What kind of hunting?
We did a lot of deer hunting, squirrel hunting, turkey hunting, and all kinds of hunting, coyote hunting.
Was this all with a firearm, or was there bow and arrow also?
It was a bow and arrow and shotgun.
Okay. At some point, did Amy seek and obtain employment off the farm?
Off the farm?
Right. Did she work somewhere in town?
Oh, yes. Yeah, she was, well, she started off in St. Luke's, and then she worked there until, I can't remember exact year, but then she went to Manchester because it was closer and we were having kids, and then she moved, or she switched to work up to there.
What was her, did she have a degree in something?
She started off, I think it was some type of a lower level nurse or a secretary. But then she got her LPN, and then she almost immediately went after her RN, and then she was a registered nurse after that.
Where did she get her RN training at?
At Kirkwood.
And that training occurred after your marriage?
I think she was actually pursuing that when we met.
Okay. Todd, I'd like to then move forward to approximately 4 to 5 years ago in time. And we've heard a lot of testimony about Amy having an affair. You recall that?
Yes.
And was she working at the Manchester hospital when that happened?
Yes, she was.
And we heard Terry Steiner talk about her and Amy were good friends at that time.
Trying to think, what year was that now?
When this first affair occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And after you learned of that situation, what did you and Amy do about it?
Well, basically after I discovered it, we decided, immediately that she wanted to make it, quit her affair.
How long do we know how long the affair was that she was having with Keith? 5 years prior to this? Or I don't know if I know how long that affair lasted.
Counseling, she was sorry, and then wholeheartedly work it out.
Terry testified that she encouraged you to both get counseling. Was that true?
Terry encouraged, this was before I discovered it, she wanted Amy to go to counseling because she was sad or, depressed. This was before I knew about it. And then after I found out, Amy and I looked up a counselor out of the phone book, basically, but it was in Cedar Rapids. But Terry did encourage both of us to go.
Okay. Did the counseling that you obtained, did that seem to help?
Yes. We didn't go very long, but it really helped me to get a start,
Did Amy seem to be all in on correcting the situation and moving in the right direction?
Yes.
Were you satisfied that she wanted to stay married and would be faithful?
Yes.
Was there any direction given to you by this counselor as to how to work on your marriage as you went forward?
Yes, there was several suggestions. She said Amy had to basically be accountable for what she was doing. She, if she was to go somewhere, it was just courtesy to let me know. To, be open, don't hold anything back. If she had a problem, talk about it. Just that in general, just to be open. And
did the two of you try to practice that, to be open with each other?
yes, we did.
Did you talk about it?
Yes, we talked about everything. If it was anything on our mind, we talked about it.
Did she seem comfortable with that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll let him talk about his observations. Go ahead.
Yes, it got a lot. Every week that went by and every conversation went by, it was easier and it really helped. It really progressed well.
Okay. It's been talked about or mentioned by a couple of witnesses that Amy complained to them that you were keeping too close of control or too close of contact with her when she was not with you. Did she ever complain to you about that?
No, she never complained to me about it. It was actually her idea almost all the time to, if she went to town, she would just say, hey, headed to town. Got to stop at, you know, this place, and this place. I don't, you know, just depended on where she was going. You know, and it was just real simple. Here's where I'm at. Shouldn't take long. I'll be home.
Was this
Things like
mostly,
that.
was this mostly being communicated back and forth by cell phones and text messages?
Yes, either a call or a text.
You spent a lot of time working, farming.
Yes.
What would be a normal day starting time-wise?
It depends a little on it depends a little on the time of year. On an average day when I'm not doing field work, I'd say 7 o'clock usually, you know, just depending on the time of year, 6:30, 7 o'clock. And then it was usually just go out, you know, take care of the hog chores. Then usually we went over to another site and did the hog chores there. Usually I was communicating with my brother or dad about if they had anything going on with the beef operation. And it was just kind of a communication thing day by day. And then we always stayed busy doing something.
Would you generally have a family meal in the evening?
Almost every night.
Okay. After this, I'll keep calling it the first affair. Did your farming situation or your farming plan change?
Yes. Amy, it was after we went to counseling for a little bit, Amy came to me and said, I would really like to quit my job. I think by being home with the kids and you and not having to work weekends, we could spend more weekends together. She could be a stay-at-home mom, which she wanted to be, if there was any possibility to that. So at that time, I pursued building another hog barn to hopefully make a little bit of money, so to substitute her quitting her job. And we went forward with that plan.
Okay. When was the first hog barn built?
That was in 2012. Can I add something to that too? We also expanded on, I sold chemicals on the side, and when she moved back home, she took the books for it and got it on a computer system, and which helped expand that operation also.
Okay. In 2015, did you also acquire some ownership in some more land?
Yes, it's 2016,
Yeah.
or roughly. Yes, it was. There was a farm up by Greeley that my brother and dad and Amy and I purchased a farm up there at an auction.
And was that all work ground, farm ground?
No, it was actually there's a nice timber there on the one side of the road. There's some set aside acres, I guess you call them, where it's grass, I guess, but there's recreational ground and work ground together.
Was there a house and buildings there?
No.
Okay. Was there any part of that farm that had a special interest for you and Amy?
Yes, on the timber side, there was we had a pond. There was an old pond there, and we redid it and made it a real nice big pond. And we planted a bunch of trees where we planned to build a log cabin.
And did you have a year in mind or a time in your family's life when you wanted to build that cabin?
Not at first, but every time we would go up there, it seemed to be brought up more and more and more. And I think she was getting the itch to do it.
I want to back up a little bit, perhaps. You talked about going from where you live in your ground to another site to do chores and stuff. Was there ever any ownership in that other site or partial ownership?
Yes, I had a partial ownership in that.
And is that with your dad, Mike?
Yes.
In February of 2018, was there some transfer of ownership or titling of property change that occurred?
Yes, where I currently live, there was a small parcel where the house and the machine shed and some grain bins were, that was in my parents' possession, and it got transferred to Amy and I.
Did you actually buy it from them or they just transferred it?
It was a purchase.
And that property, my notes indicate that was in February of 2018.
Yes.
At some point in your marriage was the home remodeled.
Yes, in the spring of 2013, I proceeded myself in kind of gutting the house, the kitchen, living room, and remodeling the whole inside.
Was that before or after Amy's affair?
It was actually before and during.
Did you force her to quit the hospital?
No, I did not.
She wanted to.
She requested it, yes.
After the counseling that you jointly sought, she was now an at-home mom. How would you describe her feeling about that? In other words, did she seem comfortable with that?
She seemed overwhelmingly happy. She loved it.
From the time of that first affair and the rather dramatic changes that you two made in your lives after that, up until the summer of 2018, did you have any concerns about you and Amy and your marriage?
No.
Did Amy participate in activities apart from you and the farm during those years?
Yes, she was. She liked to do the EMS voluntarily in Earlville. She liked to do that. She liked to go golfing with Terry. Pork producers, when she got into that, she always liked to do something with other people.
Did she at some point take a houseboat trip with some friends?
Yes, that was. I think she was still working when she took that trip,
Okay.
but she did take a trip.
I believe there was some mention in some of your documents of a trip to Alaska.
Yes, she went with Randy and Peggy and Tristan, and they went to Alaska for I think it was a Ducks Unlimited thing with Randy, and they went up there for several days.
A trip to Florida.
Yes, that was in June of 2018. She went to Florida for Taylor's gymnastics
Now,
nationals.
during these years, was Amy's mom always living in the Ankeny area?
Yes,
Did she have regular visits with her?
yes.
Did you always go with her?
No, I did not.
Would it be more often that you did not go than if you did?
Yes.
Would the children usually go with her if she was going to see her mom?
It usually depended on the situation, and over the years, it's changed as far as who went with her.
Why did it change?
The kids got older. When they were younger, actually, when the kids were younger, though, she was still working, and she didn't really get down there that much. But when she quit, and she quit working, then if there was any kids go, it would usually be Taylor or Wyatt, or both.
Would some of those trips be associated later on, at least, with Taylor's tumbling?
Yes.
And were most of these things that you just described, golfing, lunches, trips, and so forth, those were being done without you being with her?
Yes.
And were you comfortable with that occurring?
Yeah, I actually encouraged it.
Now stepping ahead to July or summer of 2018. Mr. Frazier has indicated that you contacted him, and it had to do with him and Amy. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you're not denying you made such a call.
No, I'm not. I made the call.
What prompted you, or what brought that call about?
I had noticed that she was just acting a little different, and I had looked at a phone records, and I seen there was a large number of communications with him, and I just wanted to know what that was about. I was kind of curious. I wanted to know what was going on.
Was it true that Amy and Jerry had a legitimate basis to communicate about the hog operation.
Yes,
But this amount of communication seemed excessive to you?
it did to me, yes.
When you contacted Jerry, what did he say?
He just said, he goes, really, it's that many? Oh, well, she's been texting me a lot, asking about show pigs, and I know she wants to get your kids involved in show pigs. And it's just a lot of communication that way. And then I think he said that Amy was asking him questions about gymnastics because Taylor was in gymnastics and his daughter was in gymnastics. And I think there was some talk about that too. Just general hog stuff or gymnastic stuff, kid stuff.
Okay. Did he assure you that there was nothing inappropriate going on?
Yeah, he said, I guarantee you there's nothing going on.
Did you accept that?
Yes, I did, but I was just a tad bit unsure yet.
And what did that unsureness lead you to do?
I called Eileen. I think I had text Terry about it too. And I said, hey, I just wanted to make sure that I'm not out of line, thinking that. And then Eileen said, well, I kind of asked her what she thought. She goes, well, I'd just call his wife and see what's going on. And I had also communicated with Randy too at that time, what he thought. He just kind of said, well, I don't know.
So did you contact Jerry's wife?
Yes, I did.
And what was her reaction?
At first she sounded curious, and then she goes, I'll look into it. And then I go, well, I just wanted to see, I just want to put that to rest. And then that was about it.
Did you at some point contact both Jerry and his wife and apologize for possibly upsetting them?
Yes, I did. I after talking to them, I was like, you know what? They both were not, they sounded very convincing. And his wife said, I don't see why there's anything would be going on. And after that, I just said, I'm sorry that bugged you. I hope I didn't cause any troubles between you.
Did this exchange between you and Jerry and his wife interfere with your relationship with Jerry as the field manager for the hogs?
No.
Did he continue to come to your farm on a regular basis?
Yes, same as always.
And would you normally be the person that he would deal with?
Yes.
Was there ever any, did you ever get to a point with Jerry that you felt comfortable enough to talk about things other than business, like hunting, fishing, sports?
Yeah, we talked kind of about everything. He would say, I got a buddy that farms, and he would talk about that, or he would talk about his show pigs and how they were performing or how good he wanted to do at the state fair and just general other things.
Certainly a friendly relationship.
Yeah, we got along good.
Todd, from the witnesses and text messages and so forth that we have seen introduced here, it appears that around the end of August of 2018, Amy contacted you indicating that there may be rumors about her behavior again.
Yes.
And how did the two of you deal with that?
She approached me and asked and told me, she goes, told me about there might be some stuff going around. Terry, let me know that there's some rumors flying around. You know what people are. She asked me who I had talked to. And I just told her, well, I only talked to Jerry and his wife and Eileen and Randy. And then she was concerned at how they could get started. So we talked about that, like, well, who could have started that? Kind of went back and forth like that for a little bit. And she said, well, I just wanted you to know. So if you hear something, don't believe it, And then I'm like, oh, for crying out loud, And then I just kind of thought about it, I guess, for a day or two, and then let it go.
Everything seemed okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was around, I think we narrowed it down by phone calls and text messages. This would have been around the last day or two of August versus September. Does that sound right?
It was right around that time, yes.
Amy's grandfather had died, or grandmother had died that summer?
Yes, Grandma Margaret died.
And where was she living or hospitalized or wherever her death occurred?
She lived in Eldora and had fallen, broken her hip earlier. And then she went to the old age home, and then And she got sick from there and died in Eldora.
Did you attend the funeral?
Yes. The wake and the funeral, yes.
Was that the occasion that you met Patricia?
Yes, I met her the day before the funeral at the wake.
Had grandma's illness and the fall and injury, had that caused Amy to be away from the farm some?
Yeah, she went out when she broke her hip, and I can't remember the amount of days, but she was gone at that time. And then when she got sick again, then she went out again and stayed for several days. And then she was out there when she actually passed.
When she was doing that with her grandma, were the kids going with her?
No, the kids were with me.
Was there another health issue in Amy's family that followed?
Yes, it was her Uncle Jerry. We were actually at a football game, Amy and I, and she got a call from Randy about Jerry having a brain bleed on the golf course, and they had to haul him into the hospital, and just wanted to let her know that.
And did that result in a fairly significant hospital care and followed by rehabilitation?
Yes, it was quite lengthy. I mean, it was for a while there, they didn't know if he was going to make it, and they took part of the skull out and things like that, and it was long hospitalization and recovery.
Do you have an estimate of how many times Amy might have went down to, that was in Des Moines, right?
Yes,
How many times she might have visited down there or checking on him?
I think she was gone in close to 30 days out of a couple months.
So almost half the time she was there?
I'm estimating it, yes, but I think it was close to 30 days.
Was she taking the kids there?
No.
Was her absence from the farm and the kids somewhat of a concern on your part?
Not at first. I tried to just be understanding about it, but then it seemed to be dragging on a little bit. It's like, well, I mean, I was asking her, well, he's got kids too. Maybe they could share the load a little bit and help us at home, because we had a lot going on. We had, 4 buildings of hogs going out, plus the harvest was going to start, and I was kind of swamped. Getting the kids run around and to football practice and home and all that.
Okay. Did you discuss that with Amy, that it was starting to kind of wear on you?
Yeah, I kind of I mentioned it, but I didn't really press the issue.
There were some text messages that we saw that between you and Terry, I think it was Terry, where this topic was coming up about her being away and not helping around home when she was at home and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Were you concerned about anything else though, other than the fact that she was gone a lot?
No, I was just, like I said, I was kind of swamped, and that's when I text her and I go, I was overloaded with work and I just wanted some help. So I wanted to know if she had any suggestions, but other than that, no.
Okay. Did you become aware that Amy had, I call it a kind of a run-in with your mother about this?
Yes.
What happened, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I had my son Wyatt at my mom's because we were harvesting, and I had my daughter Taylor with me, and Tristan was with Mike. And I was down my corner, and I got a call, and Amy told me she was kind of upset. She said, your mom blew up at me or something, to that effect, that she said I was a bad mom, and she didn't want me to take Wyatt, and she didn't want to stand for that. And I agreed with her.
Do you recall sending a text that you perhaps meant to send to Tristan, but it ended up going to Amy, that something to the fact that Amy was crazy?
No.
You don't remember that?
No, I did not. I was actually told Eileen that there must have been a fight, or I sent Eileen a text that there must have been a fight. Amy and Mom got in a fight, and Mom wanted her out of the house.
Okay. Did you ever have words with your mother about what she had said and done?
Yes, immediately.
Did you stick up for Amy?
Yes, I did. I told her that you can't talk to Amy that way. There's no reason for it. I know she's been gone a lot, but she's had a lot of trouble with her family, with health problems. You got to be understanding about that. And mom agreed then.
Okay. From the time that you had these contacts with Jerry and his wife, just to clear the air, up until the time of Amy's death, did you have any suspicions at all that she was having an affair?
No.
Other than the illnesses in the family and her absences that you just described, you didn't sense that there was anything going on behind your back?
No, I did not, because she was also upset with her and being concerned for her mother Peggy, because she was stressed out from the loss of Margaret and now Jerry. It was her brother and her mother, that she was overwhelmed and she was just stressed out from that. So if there was any stress signs from Amy, I attributed it to being concerned for her family. And then
Is that stress that you were witnessing the reason you were texting with Terry about getting her to counseling?
yes, there was also, she was bleeding abnormally on her periods. She would bleed like that, and I'm going, there's just something going on with her. I would like to help her, but I don't know how to help her.
In one of those text messages, it looked like you had done some research about menopause.
Yes, I did. I was concerned because she would say, I'm just bleeding again. I don't know what the heck's going on with me. And then she would have mood swings. And I was like, well, I'm not a woman. So I looked it up, and there was symptoms on there that were consistent with what she was showing. So I showed it to Amy.
The state introduced Exhibit 105, which is a partial history of Google searches on your Google account, Todd Mullis 76 at gmail.com. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had the iPad that your brother Mike spoke about this afternoon.
Yes, it was that. Yes.
Did you use that iPad a lot for research and accomplishing basic farm things, I guess I'll call them?
Yeah.
Did anyone else use that iPad?
Yes.
Who?
Amy used it a lot for downloading chemical bills. She kept track of the bills, so she would look on her email and get a bill. She would look on my email, get bills, and enter them into the computer in the shop. That way she didn't have to run back and forth. And she would research price quotes a lot. Mike used it. I think my nephew used it.
Was there a password to it?
Yes.
Did Amy have the password?
Yeah, she's the one who actually put it in for me.
Okay. And was it possible on that iPad to go from one Google account to another?
Yes.
Were you aware, or did you ever become aware, that Amy used that iPad to search for personal things like clothing or jewelry or that kind of thing?
I didn't watch her every time, but she could have, yes.
And I assume you weren't contacting Google every month to get a printout of your activity.
No, I didn't track what she was looking up or using it for.
Okay. But you've looked through State's Exhibit 105. Correct?
Yes.
And today we printed off a larger, more complete version of that Google printout. And you've looked at that?
Yes, I have.
You were present when Deputy Hemseth testified that about certain searches about cheating spouses or cheating wives, that kind of thing. Did you do those searches?
No, I did not.
Did you know? Do you know who did?
I have no idea who looked that up.
Did you and Amy ever discuss topics like that between the two of you?
If there was a movie or something, we might have talked about a little bit of something like that, but not extensively, no.
Did the two of you enjoy together history programs?
Yes, we watched History Channel a lot.
Did that ever lead to a follow-up search by either one of you?
Yes, quite often, actually.
Did you and Amy both enjoy history of Native American and other Indian populations?
Yes, we both would watch a show and look stuff up.
There were some searches, and I'll give you some examples. One, I think it was on January 15th of 2018, where I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but it was something to the effect of keeping your son from becoming a pussy. You remember that?
I remember seeing it, yes.
Did you do that search?
No, I did not.
Do you know was there an issue in the home about your son or sons having
Yes,
issues?
there was an issue there when Wyatt there was a kid taking money from him on the bus, or he would take a snack and he would take it from him. And we were discussing that because he'd always keep asking for money for breakfast. And we kind of questioned him about it. And then I think one of the other kids said, I think somebody's taking his money every day. And we both discussed like, hey, we got to encourage him to stand up for himself.
So you and Amy both discussed
Yes.
that? Okay. There was mention that I believe that Tristan was made to quit the band because band people were pussies. Is that something you conveyed?
No, I did not.
Why did Tristan quit playing music?
Yes, he did. But he just said he wanted to quit, at his own, that's what he told me, or us, that he wanted to quit.
Did he participate in other extracurricular activities other than band?
Yes, he was in football.
Did he enjoy football?
He loved football, but he was starting to get more all the time.
A close exam, and I don't think it's been mentioned, but since it's part of the exhibits, there were searches for a site called Pornhub. Are you familiar with that site?
Yes.
And what's on Pornhub, or what can you see on Pornhub?
Adult video.
Okay. Did you ever watch adult videos on your iPad?
Well, yeah, both Amy and I did.
Right. You did together?
Yeah, we did.
And how would that come about?
Well, I'm not 25 anymore, I guess, and if she wanted to go make an hour or two out of it, I guess we needed a little outside help, I guess you'd say.
Okay, kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
He's blushing. He's like, okay, can you ask the next
There was
question?
a search that the deputy mentioned specifically. On November 6th, body organs, maps, and diagrams. You remember him talking about that?
Yes.
And that was the day of Amy's surgery, right?
Yes.
And do you recall, did you do that search?
Actually, it was my daughter Taylor and I were sitting on the couch, and she was asking about mom's surgery and all sorts of questions. And we looked it up because it was easier to just show her what was going on and where stuff was.
And there was an issue this morning that we brought up about the time of these things. Like that search on November 6, 2018, on this says 1:48 and 27 seconds UTC. Did you do that search at 1:48 in the morning?
No.
Do you remember about what time of the night or what time of the day or night you did?
I know it was in the evening sometime.
Okay. And have you looked at this UTC thing to figure out what it is?
I just, from going by what you said before, that it was an offset in time.
All right. And you looked at some of these other ones, and that offset would seem appropriate for other searches that were done?
Yeah, I would say, yes.
There was also some mention of searches about starving to death, drowning, floating, those kinds of things. Do you remember, did you do any of those searches?
The drowning ones were with the kids and swimming. We were swimming in the pond, and Tristan would say I can float so much better than Wyatt, and then they looked it up when they got home.
And there was some other searches about chest wounds, gaping chest wounds, surviving in cold, start a fire, that kind of thing. What were those about?
That was actually, Taylor was going through a hunter education program, and it was an online thing. And she was studying for it, and they had these questions on a computer. And I think, it was Amy trying to help her out. It was all about a hunter education course.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
Todd, I'm going to hand you a document which has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit NO. Would you take a look at that? And on the front page up at the upper left-hand corner on line 3, what does it say?
It says Google account, toddmullis76@gmail.com.
And on line 7, what is the last entry date shown?
Say that again.
What on line 7, what is the date?
11/16 of 2018.
Go to the last page, please. On line 2945, what's the date there?
March 10th, 2017.
Okay. And you've had a chance to just at least skim through this or review this.
Yeah, I briefly looked it over.
Okay. I'd like to have you go back to the front, but page down using that number in the left-hand column and go to 347. You found it?
Yes,
And what's the date there?
it's July 22nd, 2018.
And what is the search for?
Wedding dresses.
Did you do a search for wedding dresses that day?
No, I did not.
Have you ever searched for wedding dresses?
I have never searched for wedding dresses.
Okay. If you go down to a few pages to 507 in the left-hand column.
Okay.
Found it. What's the date there?
July 3rd, 2018.
And what's the search for there?
Ohana tattoos.
Did you ever search for a Ohana tattoo?
No, I did not.
Boom.
Have you heard that name before
I hadn't until the other day.
here in the courtroom?
Yes, in the courtroom with a text from PK, I believe, or between PK and Amy.
What do you mean by PK?
Patricia Christopherson. I was always referring to her as PK. That's what Amy always called her.
Go to 517, please. A few lines down.
That's July 2nd, yes.
What's the search there?
Ohana tattoos.
And 518. Or excuse me.
Remember, she was going to get
No,
it after
that's
her
wrong.
trip
I'm
to
sorry.
Florida. They were going to get matchy ones with the other lady.
Did you ever do a Pinterest search?
No,
Do you know what Pinterest is?
I have no idea what Pinterest is.
Did you? Go way down to 2,596.
Okay.
What's the date there?
January 21st, 2018.
And what's the search for there?
It says DNA testing, discreetly doing a DNA test without consent possible.
What's the next one down? What's the search there for?
It says how to do a DNA test without the father knowing.
Did you ever do any searches about DNA testing?
No, I did not.
Did Amy ever talk to you about her doing such searches?
No,
Did she ever discuss at all with you any concern about DNA or some project she might be working on, anything like that?
no.
And I'm going to make you travel back to 432, I believe. Yes, 432. What's the date there?
July 15th of 2018.
And what's the search for?
Zales.com.
Did you ever search for Zales?
No, I did not.
Going up to the top of that page, 417. What's that search for?
Kay's Jewelry.
Was that a search by you?
No, it was not.
And I think I asked the deputy this morning, there was searches for hotels in the Newton area during the summer of 2018. Did you do those?
No, I did not.
Have you ever searched to your memory for hotels on your iPad?
I've never searched for hotels.
So based on this review of the Google summary, do you agree with the deputy that it was only you doing these searches?
I disagree with that.
All right, Mr. Mullis, I'm going to move ahead now specifically to November 10th, 2018. And unfortunately, that was the day of Amy's death, correct?
Yes.
We heard from Tristan, 2 days ago, I believe. But I want to ask you, what do you recall from basically getting up in the morning? What were your steps starting out?
We got up. I think we kind of hung around the house just for 10 or 15 minutes. I was very tired yet from, the harvest and things like that. But we hung around the house. Tristan and I got dressed. We took the truck and went over to what we call the east site. And we did chores over there. We checked both barns, went through them. When we were done with that, I briefly stopped and talked to Mike about my nephew did some ripping the night before, chisel plowing. I asked him, hey, do you think it'll work today? And he said no. So I said, hey, well, I guess we got pigs coming next week, so we'll probably just go home and do that. And
So why was the ripping or chisel plowing not appropriate that day?
the ground was too froze. My nephew commented that when he got done the night before, he said, it's not going to work.
So you and Tristan went back to the home?
Yes, we went back home and we went in the house and ate some breakfast. And we were just talking to, the kids, and Amy was sitting there doing a puzzle, and she asked what was up. And I said, well, we're going to go out and start getting the buildings ready.
Do you remember there being any discussion topic about holidays?
Oh, yes. She had mentioned that Rainey and Peggy on her side of the family was having Thanksgiving. I can't remember exactly what day that was, but she said it was coming up in the coming week or two, and wanted to know how that would work with us and the pigs and all that.
Did you as a family generally try to spend holidays with both sides of the family?
Yes, we tried. Yes.
So let me ask you this plan to go out and work in the hog barn to get things ready, was that something you just announced, or did you discuss it with Amy and Tristan, or tell us how that came about?
Actually, we had just walked in, and I think Tristan or Amy mentioned to Tristan, I got a little breakfast left over, and what are you guys up to? And then I don't remember if it was me or Tristan said, we're gonna go out and work in hog barns, get them ready.
Because you and Tristan had already had that
Yes.
topic when you decided not to do the ripping.
Yes, we went over that at Mike's.
What was there any reaction from Amy when you announced that you were going to go out and start getting the barns ready?
Yeah, she basically I think she just asked, hey, you need some help? Mind if I come out?
Now, this was November 10th, and you mentioned that on November 6th, she had had a medical procedure completed.
Yes.
And you heard Terry describe that medical procedure. Was that pretty accurate as you understood it?
Yes, as to my knowledge, I didn't witness the surgery, but I would assume that that was the procedure.
And did you take Amy to that surgery that day?
Yes, I did.
And it was an outpatient surgery, I assume?
I think that's what you call it. Yeah, we went in, it was in the emergency room, but that was a surgery or room off to the side.
But she didn't stay overnight in a
No,
hospital?
she did not stay overnight.
From that day, from November 6th up to November 10th, was she as physically active as she normally would be?
No, she spent almost 24/7 in the house. She was just resting, and that's basically all she was. She was cooped up in the house.
So when she said, do you need some help or can I help? What was your reaction?
I said, if you're okay with it, that's fine.
So did you all go together out to the hog barn?
No, Tristan and I went out first. We went out first, and then Amy came out. She wasn't dressed yet for chores. She was in her pajamas yet, and we were dressed already, so we went out first, and then she came out a little bit later.
Do you have an estimate as to what time you and Tristan would have went out to the hog barn?
I think it was it was after 9, by 9:30, sometime around there.
And Tristan described the various things that each of you were doing when he testified by video the other day. Was he accurate?
Yes, there was a few things we do in addition to what he was saying, but I was doing those jobs, so it makes sense.
He was getting those heaters and getting them to the pins.
Yes.
Amy was cleaning light globes.
Mm-hmm.
That he has.
Yes.
And you were getting these nipple feeders down.
Yeah, I was getting the nipple bars down and zip tying them in place, but I was also hanging the rotor heaters at the same time.
Okay. At some point, did you notice anything about Amy that concerned you?
Yes.
What?
She got down a couple of times and she would brace herself against the feeder, and she was kind of just like readjusting herself. And I think Tristan asked at first, he goes, "You okay, Mom?" Because he was closer to her. And she goes, I just feel dizzy. I'm lightheaded. And then we asked her if she was okay. And she goes, is there something we should be concerned about? She goes, no, I'm fine.
So all of you continued with your work?
Yes, we just kept doing the same thing.
Was there any further concern about how Amy was doing?
Yes, not every pen, but every so often she would get down and it would take her longer to readjust. And she said she was just dizzy. She kept getting dizzy. So we just kept asking her if she was okay. You sure you want to go back in the house? And she goes, no, I'll just keep going. It ain't that bad.
But she indicated that she wanted to be helpful.
Yes, she didn't want to go back in. She didn't want to feel worthless, I guess.
And in good health, this would certainly be something that Amy would be engaged in fully.
Yes, it would be no problem.
Okay. At some point, did she concede and agree to leave the hog barn?
Yes, after multiple times of asking her if she was okay. We were concerned about her. Both Tristan and I were concerned about her, and we kind of go, hey, I think, you're going to get too hurt here. You're going to fall off. So why don't you just go in the house?
And she agreed?
Yes, reluctantly, yes.
How did this thing with the pet carrier come about?
The pet carrier she didn't want to go at first. She kept saying, I'm going to keep going. I'm all right. And then Tristan actually suggested, he goes, hey, Dad, we need to get that pet carrier out. And I go, yeah, Amy, why don't you go do that? Why don't you go get that pet carrier out of the shed? Because we're going to have to get the skid loader and water towed out. We don't want to run over them cats.
The
That'd be
skid loader,
something good to help us out.
the skid loader and water tote was going to be used to water the chickens.
The chickens across the road, yes.
And these kittens had been orphaned?
Yes, they were orphaned for a while.
And what was the pet carrier what was that going to be used to do to help with the kittens?
Well, we're going to use the pet carrier to put the kittens in while we back machinery in and out. That way we knew where they were at, and we could back them in and out, and we wouldn't have to worry about running them over.
Okay. So Amy left the hog barn.
Yes.
Tristan mentioned something about wearing boots in the hog barns. Did you wear special boots in and out?
Yes.
And what was the reason for doing that?
We use that so we don't carry disease from one site to another. We would take our work boots off and then slip like a slip-on boot on just for them hog buildings.
Okay. So when Amy left the building, it was your understanding she was going to go to the shed, get the pet carrier, and do what with it?
She was going to put it in front of the shop and then go in the house.
What did you and Tristan do after she left the hog barn?
We just continued working, doing our jobs, hanging nipple bars and brooders and washing lights.
At any point, did you become aware that Tristan had stepped out of the main part of the hog barn at any time?
Yeah, I think I seen him go down towards the end to get a drink. Yeah, that's what he said he was going to do. I'm going to grab a drink quick, Dad.
Was he gone very long?
No.
Did he do that more than once?
As he stated he did it twice, I would guess that'd be accurate.
Do you have an estimate of how many minutes or seconds he would have been out of the main part of the barn getting the drink before he returned?
It's a matter of seconds.
Okay. While he was doing that, did you ever leave the barn?
No, I did not.
About how long did you and Tristan work there before you decided to do something different or something else developed?
We worked in there, I'd say a good hour, if not a little more. I mean, I didn't check the actual time, but I would estimate it was at least an hour or hour and 15 minutes or something. And then we were done with the barn. We had all the pens done.
What was your plan once that work was completed?
We were going to go in and grab some lunch. And then after that, we're going to go do the other barn.
So did you go straight to the house?
No.
Describe what happened next.
We went in to clean up, change our boots. And as we were doing that, me and Tristan were standing in front of the window at that time. And I go, well, that pet carrier over there. And he goes, yeah, I wonder what happened. That's what Tristan, and it was in a conversation. Well, what happened? We didn't know. Well, maybe she couldn't get it out of there. I don't remember which one of us said those words, but we were having a conversation of why isn't it over there? And then Tristan said, you want me to go check it out? And I said, yeah, why don't you go over there and check it out? If she might not have been able to get it out of there.
Okay. So he went on his own?
Yeah, and then he went over to see what happened.
Okay. Well, he went over there to see
whatever.
What went on with the pet carrier?
Yeah, if she couldn't get it out, he was going to grab it.
What did you do after he left the building to go do that?
I was just finishing washing my hands up. I had to slip my boots off, slip onto my other boots, and then I proceeded to go outside.
What happened when you went outside?
I had just stepped out for a second, and Tristan yelled.
Did you go to him?
I looked over and I was kind of like, what, And then he yelled really loud again, and then I ran over there.
Where was Tristan in relation to the shed? Was he inside, outside?
He was yelling out of the opening. He was just outside the opening yelling at me. And then as I was running over, he was just standing just inside the door.
And did he say anything to you about what was upsetting him?
I don't remember him saying anything. He was more or less, Mom. He was just kind of speechless.
What did you see when you stepped in through that door?
Well, when I stepped in, I initially looked at Tristan, and I looked over, and I seen Amy hunched up, face down, laying next to the door, leaning against the door.
Did she have this corn fork stuck in her?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I more or less just dove down by her. I put my head down. I was like, Amy, I was yelling at her, trying to get her attention. I didn't know what to think. I was just looking at her, and I picked her head up a little bit, and it was just nothing. It was no response.
So what did you decide to do?
I just wanted to help her. I just wanted to, let's go to the hospital. Is there something wrong? Right now, I just reacted.
Did you pick her up?
I started to pick her up. I went under her armpits, and I was trying to lift her up, and that fork handle was jabbing in the tote out the caging. And then I realized, hey, this ain't gonna work. So I just set her down more or less a little bit in my arm. I just reached over, I pulled the fork out, I tossed it, and I got underneath of her and I told Tristan, go get the truck, we gotta go.
And he did.
Yeah, he took off, and then I tried to get her up and get her out of the barn.
Did she ever become responsive at all?
No.
How did you get her placed in the truck then? How was she situated?
Well, I got her out of the barn, and it was kind of hard. She's like a noodle, and I got underneath her and I carried her like this, and Tristan was standing by the truck and get the door open, and he told her, get in there and you gotta help me get her in. And he sat down in the seat and I go, you gotta hold her because I can't get her in there decent. You know, it was hard to get her in the door. And then I set her on Tristan and he was holding her up in the seat. And it was hard to get her legs in, and then I closed the door and I ran around the truck and took off.
At any point, did you think about just letting her there and calling 911?
I did not. I didn't. I'm a doer, I guess. I wanted to help. Let's go.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, as soon as I got in the truck out of the driveway, I called 911.
And that's the call that we listened
Yeah.
to. Did the deputies that described what they saw when they arrived, did they accurately describe what was happening there?
Yeah. My memories is such a hyped up moment. I would agree with that.
I believe one of the witnesses described you as being excited.
Yeah, I was very excited. I think I had adrenaline pouring out my ears. I was in reaction mode. I wanted to get her to the hospital. Let's go.
Michael Krogman testified this afternoon that he kind of took over with Tristan at your request.
Yeah, Michael and Tom showed up, and everybody showed up, and it was just kind of everybody showed up at once, and I think it was Michael and a couple of the EMTs. They said, you better turn him away. You know, he better not look at this. So Michael grabbed him and took him over there, and then one of the EMTs says, why don't you go over and comfort your son? So I went over by Michael and Tristan, and at that time, I remember telling Michael, hey, he's got blood on his coat. Maybe put your coat over him, you know. And Michael took his coat off and put his coat on him so he wouldn't see that. And then I thought of my other kids, and I was thinking of, oh my God, they're home alone, and I wanted to call Mom and go over and make sure, you know, watch the other two kids, and then it was just back and forth. I didn't really know what to do.
And then you followed in another Krogman's truck pickup, followed the ambulance into the hospital.
Yeah, Tom was there, and he said, "Why don't you hop in with me? Let's go."
When you got to the hospital, were you allowed to be in and around Amy, or were they working on her?
No, not at first. They were working on her. I just remember being there was a waiting room there, and some friends were there with me, and we were, like, with Tom and Carol, we were in there with me, and we just waited.
At some point, I assume medical people informed you that she had passed.
Yeah, I don't know how long later. I think it was Durst came in and told me that, and it was a priest, and they were all there. And
At that time, had your family arrived?
yeah, I can't remember, honestly. I think Mike was there, maybe. I just can't remember exactly who was all showing up at that time. I remember there was a bunch of people coming in.
Out at the location where you met the deputies in the ambulance, do you remember expressing to them what you thought had happened?
I remember when I was on the 911, it was like the 911 call said, I said, she must have fell in a corn fork. And then when I got over there, at Brian's, I think somebody asked me again, like, I really don't know what happened. I thought she fell on there. I don't know.
And you spoke with Deputy Thompson at the hospital briefly?
Yes, I think he spoke to me at least 2 times, yes.
And a similar conversation or an explanation of what you thought might have happened?
I don't know if I explained what I thought
Is Deputy Thompson related to Dr. Thompson? Do we know that?
happened. I just explained what we were doing that day. He had asked what we were doing that day, and then I just said that I found her there, and I don't know if he specifically asked what I thought happened.
So you gave him an idea of what you just told the jury?
Yes, I didn't say I knew what happened. I just said this is what my perspective was. This is what I witnessed.
At some point, while you were still at the hospital, were you requested to go to the sheriff's office and have a conversation there?
Yes, Luke Thompson came up to me and he said, "Hey, is it okay if we just take you downtown and explain it one more time?" The best of my memory, that's what he said.
And you cooperated with that?
And I said, "Well, if you need me to, that's fine. Let's go."
After you left there, where did you go?
I went back up to the hospital. He took me back up to the hospital. I wanted to be there for Randy and Peggy when they got there, so I waited there till they got there, and then after that, I went home.
I just want to say this for Indiana Girl whenever she finally catches up. I don't think that it's because he didn't do great. I think it's because people don't buy anything that they say. It's always going to be he wasn't emotional enough. He didn't cry. He didn't seem like he was upset. You know, there's always going to be a reason. It doesn't have anything to do with my personal opinion of whether I think he did good. You just don't come across well. No matter whether you're innocent or guilty, you don't come across well to a jury because they will always nitpick everything you say. So it's not that I personally think he did bad. I personally think he's innocent. So all of this is irrelevant to me, and I can sit here and find all the things of why I think that he did well. But a jury, I just don't think it's ever good. Don't ever talk in front of the jury. I just don't think you should. I just don't think you should. Don't ever talk to cops without an attorney. I don't care if you're innocent or guilty. My 2 pieces of advice for the criminal underworld.
Were the kids at home when you got home?
Yes, they were home at that time.
Your mom and dad there?
Yes, all my family was there at that time.
Okay. When would have been the next time you had any contact with law enforcement about this?
It was a few days later, 3 days later, 4 days later. Sheriff Leclerc called me and said they're wanting to wrap this up. Want to wrap up this investigation. Could you come down and talk about it? He asked how the kids were.
The jury is to his left. He did look at them when he was talking about the adult videos and how embarrassed he was. That's the only time I've really seen him look at the jury was when he was like, yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Yeah, a little bit. It's at this point, it hasn't even been a full year. He went to trial. So she died November 10th, 2018. He went to trial in September of 2019.
Things like that. And then I said, well, if you need me to come down, I'll get cleaned up and come down.
What had you been doing day to day in between Amy's death and that phone call?
Making some plans, looking up some songs and things like that for her wake or funeral, and getting the kids ready to go. And I put the kids in school right away to keep a routine going, and just making plans.
When you got to the sheriff's office, did you participate in the interview that we saw parts of today?
Yes, I did.
Had you had much sleep in that span of time?
No, I didn't. No.
Had you heard any rumors around town?
Yes, they said the rumors were going crazy.
Rumors that that you might be in trouble?
Judge, I'm gonna object to any rumors. That is clearly hearsay and there's no foundation to the context.
The irony. She's going to object to the rumors of it being hearsay. Oh my gosh. The hypocrisy.
I'll change the question. Thank you. When you started into that interview, were you expecting to be accused of your wife's murder?
No, not at all.
Were you still apprehensive about being interviewed by the agent?
Not at first, but then I was after a little bit. I mean, the length of time, I was like, what is going on?
Okay. Do you believe, well, let me see. The agent, DCI agent this morning said that, in his opinion, you never denied killing Amy. Do you think you did?
Yes, I did.
And you did so how?
I stated that you want me to confess to something I did not do. And in my mind, that's saying I did not do that.
Was he giving you much of a chance to explain things?
Not at all. I tried several times and he wouldn't give me a chance to say 2 words.
Which we watched, and that's true.
Just a few more questions, Todd. Deputy Hemseth said this morning that he went and checked the security cameras that were on your hog barn. You heard that?
Yes, I did.
Did you know that they were not operating?
No, I did not know.
You heard your brother Mike's testimony about what would disrupt those cameras.
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that that's, in your experience, did that type of thing happen? The cats knock the antennas down?
Yes, because the colder it gets, cats go to heat. And there's a heater right below the window. Sun comes up in the morning. They sit in the window.
Now, he said, and I don't have my notes in front of me right now, but that the one, well, maybe I do. That the one camera had no activity on it from September 11th to October 29th. Have you checked it to see if that's true?
I had never rewound it. I had not checked.
And one of the cameras had nothing at all on it. You didn't check that?
No.
Right. Now, he did say that on November 11th, there was some activity on one of the cameras.
Yes,
Can you explain that?
it was the day after. I think after talking to family members and stuff, they go, hey, maybe, did you have anything on the camera? Maybe they're figure something out if she's falling over, whatever, in the yard. We didn't know. So I went out the next day. I seen everything was knocked off, hanging down by the floor. I picked it all back up. And I got the signal. And I said, well, there ain't no use trying to look into that because obviously it was all knocked over. I did not know how long it had been off or whatever.
Did you activate it though somehow that day?
Yeah, when I picked the antennas up off the ground and put them back so they receive reception, yes.
Okay. But you didn't expect to see anything on there because they weren't?
Well, everything was on the ground.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. At the end of that short conversation that Deputy Thompson had with you at the hospital, I believe he asked you at the end if he could talk to Tristan. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
And I think that you made a comment, something to let me talk to him, something like that.
Yeah, I believe I did.
Did you go talk to Tristan before he talked to him?
I never got a chance to. I went out and I was gonna say, is it okay? But there was a whole bunch of people outside the waiting room and I started talking to them. I never did talk to Tristan. And then Luke came over and he said, is Tristan in there? And I go, I think so. And then he went and grabbed him.
So you weren't present when Thompson talked to
No,
Tristan?
I was not.
Okay. Todd, did you ambush your wife Amy in that shed that day and brutally beat her and chop her up with that corn fork?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did?
I have no idea.
Your Honor, I would offer that Exhibit NO at this time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit NO is admitted.
No other questions.
Okay. I think we'll quit there for the night, folks, and come back with cross-examination in the morning. I am going to talk with the attorneys very briefly about how we're doing on time and witnesses. So I'm going to have you go to the jury room, and I'll let the court attendant know what time we need you in the morning. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything, and you will report to the jury room as always.
All right. Now we're on cross.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, Mr. Mullis, do you want to come back up and retake the stand for cross-examination, please? You took an oath yesterday. Do you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Excuse me.
Todd, you bought your farm in 1999, correct?
My first farm, yes.
And that was before you met Amy.
Yes, it was.
And when you say your first farm, how many farms do you currently have?
I own 3 and I own part of another one.
And then your dad is a farmer,
Yes, he is.
and your dad's farm is right next to yours. Is that correct?
No,
How far is your dad's farm from yours?
my dad's farm is 2.5 to 3 miles.
And your brother, Pat Mullis, is a farmer?
Yes, he is.
And where's his farm in relation to yours?
Northeast,
How far?
4 to 5 miles.
And then Mike Mullis, your brother that we heard from yesterday, also has a farm.
Yes, he is.
And where's his farm in relation to yours?
They're all within 3 miles.
I think yesterday he said about 2 miles or so.
It depends which farm you're talking about.
And even though you have your farm and your dad and your brothers have their farm, you kind of all farm together.
Yes.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
And over the years, you've continued to purchase land
yes,
and you've worked on your business, obviously.
yes,
And this is your livelihood.
yes,
And it means a lot to you, correct?
yes,
And you spend a lot of time farming.
yes.
And you didn't initially have the hog barns, correct?
I had older ones.
And then you got new hog barns. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And when was that?
The first one was in 2012.
And then when did you, so I know you have 2 hog barns currently, correct?
Where I live, yes,
And when did you get that second one?
in 2014.
And then the hog barn business, is this, do you, Pat, Mike, and your dad, are you all part of that?
The 2 at where I live,
Yes.
I own them. And
Does Mike also have a hog barn?
yes,
And does your dad and Pat also have hog barns?
Pat does not.
And you've continued to purchase more land, like you said, correct?
Yes,
And you love being a farmer.
yes,
And in fact, when you, you've talked about before about how your dad is so proud of you and your brothers for being farmers.
I've heard him say he's proud of it, yeah.
And Tristan was really getting into farming with you, correct?
Yes,
In the last couple of months before Amy's death.
his whole life.
And specifically though, wasn't he taking more of an interest in the last couple of months? Helping out a little bit more.
I would say in the last couple of years, he's helped out more.
And he would help out on the weekends
Yes,
and after school.
yes,
And the only people that worked on your farm were you, Tristan, and Amy, correct?
no, the younger 2 helped too.
Taylor and Wyatt, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Taylor and Wyatt at times helped.
Yes, they did.
And I know that sometimes you would help your brothers or they would help you,
Yes,
but you didn't have any hired workers.
no,
And your farm is your legacy, correct? It's what you
Mhm.
want to pass on to your children.
if they want to farm,
And well, you talked to Agent Herbert and you talked about how Tristan told you he wants to be a farmer someday
yes.
and how you're so excited that he wants to be a farmer. Right?
I told him if he wants to be a farmer, then I would help him farm.
And you would pass on your farm to Tristan or any of your kids if they wanted to farm.
Yes,
And when you and Amy married, was it 2004?
yes,
And Amy is part of your family trust, correct?
yes, she is.
And you, and your whole family is part of that, is that correct? I'm sorry, your parents are part of that?
No,
Okay, so I'm sorry, so your trust, it's just you and Amy, is that right?
yes,
Now, you have a Gleamer combine, correct?
yes,
And you have tractors,
yes,
and I know you told us yesterday you like to hunt,
yes,
and you like to do all kinds of hunting and fishing. I think you indicated you like to go to the creek or crick, is that right?
yes, with the kids, yes,
And back when this happened in November 2018, you had a flip phone, correct?
yes,
And you couldn't access the internet from your flip phone.
No.
And Amy had a smartphone
Yes.
where she could access the internet.
Yes.
And I believe Tristan also had a phone. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And Taylor and Wyatt, did they have phones at that time?
Taylor had a phone.
And were they track phones?
I think Taylor's was.
And Tristan's was also a type of track phone where you had to buy minutes or something.
Yeah, I think you had to buy a card.
Now, we talked a lot about the first affair that Amy had. You remember talking about that yesterday?
Yes.
And at the time that Amy had this affair, she was working at the hospital.
Yes.
And you indicated that after this affair, it was Amy's decision to stop working.
Yes.
She wanted to be a stay-at-home mom.
Yes.
And she just wanted to be there for the kids.
She wanted to be there for the kids and us.
And you. And all the kids were full-time in school at that time, correct?
No.
Who was not?
Wyatt.
How old is Wyatt now?
He now is 9.
Okay, so when he was 5, he wasn't in school?
He's 3.
And was he in preschool or any type of schooling?
Not at that time.
When did he start going to school?
I think he went when he was 4. I think he went to pre.
You talked yesterday. Amy loved to go shopping. She loved to go out. She loved to be social.
Yes.
She loved to go out to lunch.
Yes.
She loved to golf.
Yes.
And you encouraged all of these things, you said.
Yes.
You wanted her to get out there and do these things.
If it made her happy, yes.
And you indicated yesterday, it was Amy's decision to leave the hospital.
Yes, she has.
And Amy met the person that she had the affair with at the hospital, correct?
I don't know if they met at the hospital or not.
Okay, so you and Amy were so open about your relationship, right? After this happened.
Yes.
So you told us yesterday, you told Detective Turbot on November 16th, 2018, that after you guys reconciled, it was picture perfect, essentially, right?
Yes.
It was a great relationship.
Yes.
You used the words over and over how open it was.
Yes.
And you never talked to Amy about how she met this person that she had an affair with.
She either met at the hospital or at a boating event
Okay.
that was organized together with people at the hospital. So,
Okay, so somehow she met him through the hospital.
yes.
So now you do remember that.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about November 10th, 2018. That morning, you said that you just wanted to do some chores around the house, which was normal, right?
Can you ask that
I'm
again?
sorry, on November 10th, 2018, the day of Amy's murder, in that morning, you got up to do chores.
Yes.
And you were with Tristan.
Yes.
And you and Tristan went, I think you said off-site,
Yes.
and you came back.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a yes? And when you came back, Amy was doing a puzzle.
Yes.
Amy, at that point, seemed fine.
Yes.
And in fact, Amy had plans later in the day to go shopping, correct?
Yes, she did.
She was going to go with Taylor and buy some snow boots.
Yes.
And then Amy, you said it was Amy's decision to come outside.
She asked to come out and if we needed help.
She wanted to help. And you and Tristan went out first.
Yes.
And you guys started working around the barn.
Yes.
You were doing some things. Is that yes?
Yes.
Tristan was, bringing heaters, correct?
Yes.
And then Amy started helping as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that Amy got dizzy.
Yes.
And Tristan saw it.
Yes.
And then you saw it too.
Yes.
And at that point, you were really worried about her.
I was concerned at that time. Yes.
Right. Obviously, this is your wife. You care about her.
Yes.
You didn't want anything to happen to her.
No.
And you knew that she had this procedure 4 days ago.
Yes.
And at that point, after the first time, you didn't tell her to go inside.
I asked if she was okay.
And she said yes.
Yes.
And she wanted to stay out there.
Yes.
So she again started working.
Yes.
And at that time, she gets dizzy again.
Yes.
And I'm sure at this point, you're extremely concerned about her.
Yes, I was concerned. I don't know if I was extremely concerned. I just asked if she was okay.
Well, you were so concerned, you told her to stop working.
I asked if she needed to go to the house.
And she said yes.
She said no. I
So
could
then
keep working.
that's when you said, you know what? I just want you to stop. But first, let's go get that pet carrier.
It was after 3 or 4 times of asking her.
Okay, so just so that we're clear, at least twice, you
Yes.
know she's dizzy.
Yes.
And probably you just said 3 or 4 times you asked her to go in the house.
I asked if she was okay and to go to the house.
Okay. And
If,
Amy
if
kept,
she needed to.
if she needed
If she could continue.
and she kept insisting she just wanted to be out there and working.
Yes.
And then at that point, you say, well, actually, yesterday you said, Tristan said, hey, you know what, Mom? If you can help us, or you can help us go get that pet carrier.
Yes.
So Tristan sends Amy to get the pet carrier.
He didn't send her. He asked.
I'm sorry, it was
It
his
was a
idea.
conversation
It was
between
his
all
idea.
of us.
I'm sorry.
It was a conversation between all of us.
Oh, between all of you. So who asked Amy to go get the pet carrier?
Who asked Amy? It was Both of us, really.
Okay, yesterday you testified, right?
Yes.
And yesterday when you testified, you said, Tristan asked Amy to go get the pet carrier. You recall that, right?
He asked her first, and then I asked her.
Okay, so
Second.
first Tristan asked her, then you asked her.
Yes.
And the pet carrier is pretty big, right?
What's big, I guess.
Well, okay, you heard Tristan's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And when Tristan said that he probably estimated it was 15 or 20 pounds.
He said it was 15 pounds.
Okay, would you agree with that?
I would say it's 10 to 15 pounds, yes.
Sorry, just one moment. Todd, I'm showing you a State's Exhibit 16 that's been admitted to evidence. This is the pet carrier, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's where that was where it was located in the red shed.
Yes.
And you saw a lot of pictures yesterday and the day before about the red shed, from the red shed.
Yes.
And those were true and accurate depictions of the way that the red shed appeared on the day of Amy's murder.
Yes.
And when you walk into the red shed, it's a pretty narrow space, correct?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you walk in, you turn to the left, you turn to the left, and that's where Amy's body was found.
Yes.
So you walk in, and you saw pictures yesterday. You couldn't get the door open, right? Because it was frozen shut.
Yes.
So you walk in, and if you go straight to the left, there's a very narrow pathway.
Yes.
And that's where Amy's body is found.
Yes.
And she's found on her hands and knees,
Yes.
and she's found with a corn rake sticking out of her back.
Yes.
And then if you go past where Amy's body was found, you turn right. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's almost like with the crates in there, it almost is almost like a path. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you turn right, and if you look in this photo, Exhibit 16, you kind of see once you turn right, that little passageway. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And there's an auger there. You see that at the bottom of this photo.
Yes.
And once you make that right turn and you're looking down into the red shed, what's on your right-hand side?
As soon as you turn,
Yes.
I think there was chemical totes.
And what's on the left side?
There was some jugs and junk there at first, and then there was some saddle things.
And then, so where is this pet carrier from once you turn right after you found Amy's body? Is it on the right side or the left side?
After you turn, it'd be on the left.
Okay, so this picture here would be looking down, and this pet carrier would be on the left. I think you just said that. Does that make sense?
If I would be on the other side, looking
Okay.
this way.
And this also isn't, you indicated that there's items on both sides, right?
Yes.
And it's also, it's not a huge passageway or a huge area, is it?
Depends where you're at.
Okay, so where the pet carrier is, how wide is it?
Between the pet carrier and the wagon, probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 feet.
Okay, and this is where the pet carrier was that day, correct?
Yes.
And this is the photograph, you know, that the police took this photograph after Amy's murder.
Yes.
And this is the specific pet carrier that you and Tristan together asked Amy to go and get.
Yes.
And you know that she had that procedure 4 days prior, correct?
Yes.
And you actually took her to that procedure
Yes, I did.
and you brought her home from it.
Yes.
And you actually signed your name on her discharge papers, correct? Because she was being discharged to you.
Yes.
And it said on there that she's not to carry anything over 10 pounds, correct?
She was recommended not to carry
Okay.
anything over 10.
But you felt at that point she was fine to go and get the pet carrier, right? Meaning she could carry something over 10 pounds. You thought she could handle it.
She said yes.
And you thought she could just take it and, bring it out of that passageway and into that narrow area.
I hadn't been over there for a couple months.
But you knew where it was.
Yes.
And this is your property.
Yes.
This is your shed.
Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
You've owned this shed for how long?
As long as I've been there.
So since 1999 when you bought this property.
Yes.
And it sounds like you care a lot of, you spend a lot of time on your farm, so you know where stuff is at on your property.
Yes.
Now, it's at that point, or I'm sorry, you see Amy leave, and you and Tristan are in the barn, the hog barn. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you don't see Amy for how long?
And as long as it took to finish, about an hour.
Okay, so during that time, or I'm sorry, after that time, you said that you realized that the pet carrier wasn't by the shop.
Yes.
And who's the one that says, oh man, the pet carrier's not there, you or Tristan?
I think I commented that it wasn't over there, and then Tristan said it isn't.
And then whose decision was it? I believe yesterday you said that Tristan said, I'll go check.
He asked, do you think I should go check and see what's going on?
Okay, so he didn't go to check on Amy in the house, right?
No,
Because your assumption would be that if it's an hour's time, that Amy would be in the house, right?
yes,
That she would have gotten that pet carrier or couldn't get it and went back in the house.
yes.
But it was Tristan's idea to go and look for Amy.
We had told her that if she couldn't get it, it would be fine, then go in the house.
Okay, so you told her it was fine. Did you tell the police that when you talked to them after this happened?
No,
So then at that point, you're taking off your boots, right?
yes,
And Tristan goes to the red shed
yes.
and you hear Tristan scream for you,
He yelled, yes.
yelled, I'm sorry. And you run over there
After he yelled the second time, yes.
and you run over there and you go into that red shed and you see your wife on the ground.
Yes.
And just explain to us the position you saw Amy in.
She was more or less hunched up in kind of a, I guess you'd call it a fetal position.
Was she
Like-
on her knees
Yes,
and were her hands down like you just indicated? Kind of, the palms are down, if you remember.
I don't know if I remember how her hands were sitting. She was hunched up with her jacket hunched up.
And I think you told, okay. And you see this corn rake sticking out of her.
Yes,
You have your phone on you.
yes,
You don't call 911 right away.
no,
You immediately try to pick her up.
no. I looked and I turned her face towards me to see if she was breathing or alive. And I was asking her name, Amy.
And she's not responsive at all.
No,
And that rake is still sticking out of her.
yes,
Now, just give me 1 second. Todd, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 21. Is this the area that you actually saw Amy?
yes,
So there's like a rag, it looks like a blue or gray rag on the bottom there. Do you see that?
yes.
In relation to that rag, where do you see Amy's body?
It was actually where the doors come together, where the white looking rag was.
Oh, I'm sorry. So past that blue rag, you see the white rag on the floor. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then to the left of that, it does look, there's like almost like an opening between the doors.
Yes,
And that's where you saw Amy's body.
she was right on where the doors come together.
Where's her head?
Her head is down right on the edge of where the edge of the concrete.
And which way is her head facing?
Which way is her head facing?
Mhm. Yes. I'm
More or
sorry.
less straight down or slightly out.
Is it facing towards where you enter the barn or away from where you enter the barn? Or the red shed, I apologize.
Her head was towards the opening where you go in.
And the rake is impaled in her back
Yes,
and it's sticking out.
yes,
And it has a handle, but it's a broken handle.
yes.
So where's the handle of the rake? Which direction is it going? Is it going towards those crates or is it going towards the door? Or where is it at?
Towards the crates.
So at that point, you lift up Amy's head and that's when she's not responsive.
She's not responsive.
And Tristan is right there,
Yes,
your 13-year-old son.
yes.
And Tristan is about to pass out, correct?
Not at that time. I was aware. I didn't look at him.
Okay, well, when you're interviewed by John Turbot on November 16th, 2018, you do tell him that at this point, you look at Tristan and you think Tristan's about to pass out.
I thought he was about to pass out after I was carrying her out.
Okay, so it wasn't until that time you realized that.
Yes,
And so Tristan's standing right by you,
he's behind me.
behind you. You then decide to lift Amy up.
I pulled her away from the door.
And so how did you pull her? Did you pull her towards you?
No, she was leaning up against the door, right where the doors come together. I had my hand on her face and I reached over to her right side. I pulled her away from the door slightly to see if I could get her up.
And you weren't able to get her up.
The handle, when I pulled her over, contacted the chemical tote.
So then at that point, you decide to take out the rake.
Yes,
And I think you indicated you had to kind of manipulate it, pull it out.
not really.
Not really.
No,
So it was pretty easy. It just popped right out.
it seemed to pull right out.
Even it's on a curve, right? You didn't have to do anything but just pull it right out.
It pulled straight out.
And then I think you just threw it, right? You just threw it.
I had it in one hand. I had her in the other.
So you're holding the corn rake. Then what do?
I threw the corn rake and then I got under her armpits. to
So
lift her up.
you actually pick her up by her armpits.
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And where does her body then make contact with your body?
in my chest,
So you're holding her, where's her face?
right in this area, right in my chest.
And is it almost like you're bear hugging her and holding her at the same time? Is that fair to say?
In a way, yes.
And at that point, you don't yell to Tristan to call 911.
No,
You don't call 911,
I don't know if he had his phone.
but you had your phone.
Yes,
And then, is that when you tell Tristan to go get the truck?
yes.
And where's the truck located?
I don't remember exactly where it was. I told him to go get it.
Okay. And so while Tristan's doing that, what are you doing?
I'm in the process of getting her out of the shed.
You're getting her out of the shed. Does Tristan pull up the truck?
Yes,
And he pulls it right up to like the door of the red shed?
no,
Where does he pull it?
he pulls it. There's a U-shaped driveway, and then there's a small driveway that was behind, that connects the red shed to the other driveway. It's hard to explain.
So how far would you say from the red shed he pulls up?
I say 30 feet, 40 feet.
So you're carrying Amy for how long would you say?
It took a lot of manipulation to get her out, and then I picked her up, and I was carrying her like this in both arms. So you're asking time?
Do you know how long? A minute, 2 minutes?
Maybe a minute, I'm estimating that.
So then Tristan pulls up the truck and he gets in the front passenger seat.
He comes out, that's when he was shook up.
Okay, that's when you think you thought maybe he might pass out.
Yes, he just saw me carrying her,
And
and then I told him
obviously-
to open the door up.
This is very traumatic for both of you.
Yes,
I mean, so he gets in the front seat,
yes,
in the passenger seat.
yes,
And it's at that point that you put your wife on top of your 13-year-old son. You lay her
Yes.
body on top of his.
yes.
Okay, nobody's in the back seat. I know it's a truck, nobody's back there.
There was nobody else.
And Amy's bleeding, correct?
I didn't see her bleeding.
Okay, you pulled that corn rake out.
Yes,
And you said yesterday you're a doer, right? You're a doer. That's why you didn't call 911. That's why you pulled that rake out.
yes,
That's what, and you, I mean, being a farmer, I'm sure that there's always things that happen, right? You are always having to, you're handy, you're always trying to, I'm sure the kids are getting injured on the farm doing stuff, right? You're a good dad. You have to make sure that you're there for them and helping them.
yes.
And have you ever heard that you should never pull something out of someone when they have something in them, a knife or a fork or anything like that?
I never heard that.
You've never heard that?
No.
You've never seen that? I know you said yesterday that you love to watch all these shows and you guys like to watch all these things about ancient tribes and all that stuff. You've never, in anything that you've ever watched, ever heard that if somebody's impaled with something, you shouldn't pull it out of them.
I didn't recall it at the time.
So you may have heard it, you just weren't thinking about it then.
I wasn't thinking about it at that time.
And so you didn't see Amy bleeding at that point.
No,
So you lay Amy on top of Tristan and then you run to the front driver's seat
yes,
and you start driving.
yes,
And your goal at that point is to get Amy to the hospital.
yes,
That's all you're focused on.
yes.
And you want to make sure she's okay.
Try and get her help, yes.
What hospital were you driving to?
I was going to try to go to Manchester.
And how far is that from your house?
15 minutes.
You said yesterday after you pull out of the driveway, that's when you think, oh, now I'm going to call 911.
Yes,
And you pull your phone out of your pocket, you
yes,
call 911.
yes,
Now, let's talk a little bit about this corn rake. You saw it, I know you saw it in court here and you've seen it before because it's your corn rake, correct?
it was on the farm when I bought it, yes.
And so you've had it since 1999.
No,
Oh, you just said it was on the farm when I bought it.
it was on the farm across the road when I bought it.
Okay, so do you know what year that was?
2012.
So you've had that rake since 2012. Do you know how the handle got broken?
No,
And is that corn rake always left in the red shed?
no.
Where is it usually at?
It was in the barn across the road. It was in the shop.
Before the time that you see it sticking out of your wife's back, when was the last time you saw it before that?
The last time I saw it, I think, was on the grass.
And when would that have been?
I'd say earlier in October.
Okay,
I was
so
filling
a
up the
month
combine fuel.
within a month before Amy's death.
Yes,
So you don't know where it was. You yourself didn't know it was in the red shed.
I think I did.
You did on November 10th, you knew it was in on November 10th, you knew it was in the red shed.
If I had to think back, yes.
So I thought you just said a minute ago that the last time you saw it was on the grass somewhere.
it was on the grass, and then I had to move it, and I put it in the red shed to get it off the grass.
Okay, I'm sorry. So sometime in October, you saw it on the grass
Yes,
and you moved it inside the red shed.
I set it inside the door.
And when you set it inside the door, we've talked about when you walk in, did you set it on the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
I don't remember, but it was probably the right.
And you just set it there.
I put it inside the door.
Didn't like hang it up or put it in a certain area or on top of anything.
I don't remember.
Now, are there any other type of rakes in that red shed?
Not that I can recall.
What else is in, I know we talked a little bit about it. In that red shed, there's the augers and there's a lot of crates and stuff like that. Is there anything else that's in there?
There's the sweep augers there that you see. There's a wagon with fertilizer tanks on it.
When you say a wagon, what do you mean by wagon? Just to explain.
It's an old hay rack with the top cut off, and it's got fertilizer tanks on it.
Now, while you and Tristan were in the hog barn, you're working and Tristan's working, right?
Yes,
And the hog barn is about the size of a football field.
yes,
And Tristan's 13. He knows what he's doing, right? He knows
Yes.
how to help you farm.
yes,
And you're doing stuff and he's doing stuff.
yes.
And you're not listening to any music.
No,
And it's just a November morning when you guys are working in there just like any other day.
yes,
You don't hear anybody outside after Amy leaves the hog barn.
I did not hear anybody outside.
You didn't hear any trucks pull up or cars.
I heard, the only thing I heard was maybe a few semis going down the road.
Because the road is pretty close right off. When you turn into your farm, the road is, you obviously turn off the road, correct?
Yes,
And you kind of have I know we looked at the picture yesterday, you kind of have like not a full circle driveway, but it kind of goes in a half circle. Would that be fair to say? Kind of?
sure, yes,
And that's the road onto your farm.
yes,
So you can hear some semis going by.
sometimes.
And do you remember that day if you actually heard semis?
I wasn't paying attention.
And you didn't hear, though, anybody drive onto your driveway or drive onto your property?
I did not hear.
You did not hear anybody walking outside?
I don't know how I could.
You didn't see anybody, right?
How could I?
Well, there's some windows out of the office, right?
I wasn't in the office.
Okay, so at no point you went to the office.
No,
And you don't hear, how far is the red shed from the hog barn that you were in?
depends where you're at in the hog building.
Okay, so tell me, can you approximate?
From the very southwest corner of the north hog barn to maybe the northeast corner of the red shed, I would estimate it at 150 feet.
Okay, so that's from the furthest, so if you go the furthest corner away from the red shed, that's 150, is that
No.
right? Okay, so I'm sorry,
The closest points,
the closest point you said is 150 feet?
I would say.
And the farthest point is what? If you had to guess? I mean, it would be 150 feet plus a football field.
Yes.
And at no point do you hear Amy screaming.
No,
You don't hear any signs of any struggle.
no,
You hear nothing.
no.
Just you and Tristan working.
What we're doing, yes.
Now, after this happens, you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes,
And at the hospital, family starts showing up.
yes.
Your parents show up.
Those family and friends show up, yes.
Okay, so your parents, your sister Lynn shows up, correct?
Yes,
Bob and Eileen, Amy's dad and stepmom show up.
yes,
Eventually, Peg and Randy show up. They're coming from a little bit further.
yes.
And then there's also, I think there's some more family too showing up.
Yeah, Jeff showed up and
There's friends, like you said, some friends are showing up.
yes,
Amy works at the hospital. Some people are stopping by that she used to work with.
yes.
And everyone keeps asking you what happened.
Not everyone.
Well, you remember talking to Bob and Eileen about what happened, right?
He asked what happened.
And
yes.
you told him, I don't know, she fell in a corn rake.
I said, I really don't know, Bob, what happened.
Okay, you never said she fell in a corn rake?
I don't recall the conversation.
You said it in the 911 call that we listened to, right?
Yes, I did.
You said she fell in a corn rake, right?
Yes.
You also said, I sent my son to go find her, right?
Yes,
Now, that same day, you're at the hospital and Deputy Thompson asks to talk to you for a little bit.
yes.
Remember that? And there's a video of that, right?
I've never seen it.
You've never seen it, but you remember talking to him.
I remember talking to him twice.
And it's shortly after Amy is pronounced dead.
Yes, I think so.
Don't know the
I
exact
don't know
time.
the exact
Okay.
time before or after.
And he just wants to talk to you about what happened.
Yes,
And you start telling him about your day.
yes,
And you tell him about how Amy was dizzy
yes.
and how you sent her in to get the pet carrier, everything that you said today, right?
Whatever I said at the time, yes.
And you insist several times, you keep telling him that Amy was dizzy that day. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that he asks you, Deputy Thompson asks you, were you with Tristan the whole time? And you say, yep, we were together the whole time. You remember that?
yes,
And at that time, you do say a couple times, I don't know. I want to know what happened. You say that, right? Do you remember saying that?
yes, I do.
And you say, man, I want to go back. I want to go back to the farm and see for myself. How did this happen? You say that, right?
That was at the sheriff's office, yes.
Well, you also say it to Deputy Thompson, don't you? Initially at the hospital?
I don't remember. I was asked multiple times by,
And at that time, you don't say anything about, wait, I have cameras. Let's go see if we can catch something on camera. You don't say that to Deputy Thompson, do you?
no,
Because at that point, you don't know that they're not working, right?
no, I did not.
Because according to you, those cats probably just did it. That's what you think.
Afterwards, yeah.
So then a little bit later, you talk to Sheriff LeClaire. You recall that the same day?
Yes,
And with Sheriff LeClaire, Luke Thompson is also there from the deputy, or Deputy Luke Thompson is also there.
yes,
And when you're talking to them, again, you keep talking about how Amy was dizzy that day. Because you're telling what happened.
yes,
And you're asked if anybody else was on the farm or if you heard anybody, and you said no, because you didn't, right?
yes,
And you again say that you were with Tristan the whole time.
yes.
And this, do you, if you remember, I know it was a really difficult day for you, but do you remember how much time from the interview with Deputy Thompson till the interview with LeClaire and Thompson?
Well, I remember Luke asking me 2 different times at the hospital.
Okay, that's right. I'm sorry. You talked to him twice.
And then he asked me if I could go downtown.
So would it be within a few hours, would you say?
Yeah, it was within, I would say, an hour.
So then you actually go to the Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
Yes,
And during that interview, you never say, oh, wait, I have cameras. Let's go check them.
I never said,
And obviously your mind's racing. You're trying to figure out what happened, right?
yes,
But you never think about that. At that time, I'm sorry.
at that time because it was inside the shed.
And, well, but you said yesterday that the next day, then you thought of it, right? You thought, oh, I'm gonna go check those cameras. Right?
Yes,
And you went to go check them because your wife just had a horrible accident and died.
yes,
So you thought of it the next day,
yes.
even though there wasn't a camera in the red shed.
When I talked to family, when I got home,
Oh, they reminded you.
they said, I wonder if something would be on the cameras that would show maybe some sign of anything.
And that's when you go into the shop and you see, oh, they haven't recorded, right?
I see the antennas on the ground, everything was off, or
And then-
none on the screen.
But then you make sure you kind of get them working again.
Yeah, I got them up on the window, so.
Now, obviously, this is a very traumatic time for you. You guys have Amy's services and you're grieving with everything, right?
Yes,
And several days go by and you still think this is an accident
yes,
because you can't think of another explanation.
yes,
And on November 16th, 2018, you still think it's an accident when you go to the police station and talk to Agent John Turbett.
yes,
And you still thought it was an accident, even though you found her on her hands and knees, face down, correct?
yes,
Even though a corn rake was sticking out of her back.
yes,
You're still just thinking, I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe she fell on a corn rake. That's what you're thinking.
I had no idea what happened.
So on November 16th, 2018, you speak with John Turbett. Initially, Sheriff LeClaire is in there, right?
Yes,
And then it's just you and John.
yes,
And you're talking about what happened.
yes,
And that whole first part, you guys are just talking about your life, your farm, Tristan, your kids, how you're such a great dad, everything like that, right?
yes,
And at the beginning of that interview, Agent Turbett asks you how things are going. How's your marriage? And initially you say great, right? Because they were.
yeah,
And then after a while, he says to you, all right, let's talk a little bit more about your marriage. Tell me the good and the bad. Is there any bad? And you tell him about that first affair.
yes,
And you tell him that you found out about it and that, you guys reconciled.
yes.
And you tell him since then, things have been great, right?
For the most part, yes,
You tell him that you guys were able to work through that, go to a little bit of counseling and move forward.
yes,
And that was when Amy quit working at the hospital and you said because your family was really important to you, you wanted to just keep going, right?
Yes.
So then Agent Turbot asks you, since that affair, the last 5 years, how have things been going? And you keep telling him, great. They're great, right?
I don't remember what I said, but yeah.
Well,
Yes.
You watched the clip
Yes.
yesterday, right? The first clip
Yep.
started with him asking you, how have the last 5 years been? And you say, great, we're so open. It's been awesome, right? Because it has been.
Yes.
And he says to you, anything else, anything you need to, any problems, anything, and you say no, right?
When we resolve our problems.
Right. He says, in the last 5 years, anything you want to tell me, you say no.
Yes.
And it's at that point that Agent Turbot brings up Jerry Frazier and he just says to you, hey, do you have a Jerry Frazier that works on your farm? And you say, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he does, right? He would come, he would help with the hogs and everything.
Yes.
And Agent Turbot goes on to ask you, how's your relationship with him? You say fine, because it is. You told us that, right?
Yes.
And then he asks you about Amy and Jerry's relationship. And you say, good, it's business, nothing to cause me any concern.
Yes.
And he asks you at the end of that conversation before he walks out of the room, anything else I need to know about Jerry Frazier? And you say no, right?
Yes.
Which was not the truth, right? Because you didn't tell him at that point about the fact that you confronted Amy and Jerry about the affair. You didn't bring it.
I didn't bring it up.
You didn't bring it up then. He leaves the room, right? Agent
Yes.
Turbot, sorry. And about 3 minutes later, he comes in, gives you some water.
Yes.
It's at that point that you do, as soon as he walks in, you say, you know what? I want to tell you something.
3 minutes
There was something
later.
with Jerry and Amy,
3 minutes.
right?
Yes.
And that's when then you tell him that, initially you say that, I was a little bit uncomfortable, but it wasn't a big deal. But then I told them, keep it professional, right?
Yes.
And that's what happened.
Yes.
You just wanted them to keep it professional.
Yes.
Now, you and John then go on to talk about this, and you say you put that past you, right?
Yes.
And that's what you told us yesterday. You put this all past you.
Yes.
There's some rumors that come out in August, but you weren't concerned about them, right?
Not after Amy and I talked. No.
Right, because you felt confident that Amy wasn't doing anything.
Yes.
Now, back to this interview on November 16th. Up until that point, for 6 days, you're dealing with Amy's death, right?
Yes.
And you're taking care of the kids,
Yes.
and you're arranging pretty much everything for her services, and just obviously, I know your family's helping you. Is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, this is a tough time for you,
Yes.
and you're really upset. Are you upset? Would it be fair to say you're upset? Obviously.
Yes.
And I mean, you're at that point. You told me you still think it's an accident because you had no other explanation.
Yes.
So Agent Turbot tells you that this is a homicide, correct?
At some point, yes.
You never even thought about it being a homicide at that point.
I got to remember how he said it, but
Well, at some point he tells you, we think you're responsible for
Yes.
Amy's murder. At some
Yes.
point he says, you killed Amy.
yes.
And he does tell you that at some point the medical examiners have ruled it a homicide, right?
Yes, at some point.
And that was not out in the news yet. That report was not released yet. So that's the first time you're hearing it.
Yes.
And you didn't really respond. Would you agree with that?
I didn't know what to think.
Right. But Agent Turbot just told you that somebody came onto your property and killed your wife and you didn't respond.
I was dumbfounded.
Right. Like you couldn't even believe it, right?
Yes.
Because
Turbot
at
didn't
this
shut
point,
the
for
fuck
6
up.
days, you're thinking it's an accident. And now somebody tells you that somebody came on and killed Amy
she's
when you were
annoying.
yards away, right?
Yes.
Your wife, Amy was your wife, right?
Yes.
Somebody that you swore to love and protect, right?
Yes.
And you feel, this is somebody you care about. You have children with her, obviously, right?
Yes.
And somebody came onto your property right under your nose and killed her, right? That's what you're told.
That's what I'm told.
And you know that's true now because you heard all the testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
You know that somebody took that corn rake and stabbed Amy in the back 2 or 3 times.
This is where it's
You
bad.
now know this wasn't an accident.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Later that same day, John Turbot is at your house with the other agents and officers, and they're executing search warrants, right?
Yes.
And he asks you to take him around again to kind of show him, to go through your story or what happened, right?
He has to see buildings. Yes.
And again, he says to you, Todd, this was a homicide, and you don't respond at all. Do you?
No.
You're still in shock. Would that be fair to say?
I was in shock and I didn't, yeah.
And he even says the word to you, we want justice for Amy. Do you remember him saying that to
No.
you? Oh, you don't remember that. And you at no point through that conversation that day when they're executing the search warrants say anything about any suspects? Or I'm sorry, give them any ideas of who might come onto your property and kill Amy.
I don't remember them asking me that. No, they wanted to blame me.
At no point did you, during your interview with John Turbett, did you tell him anybody that you think would maybe want to kill Amy?
No,
And as you sit here today, you don't know who would possibly want to do this to Amy.
no,
And yesterday, I think you said Amy was social. She was all over the place. She had a lot of friends, right?
I wouldn't say she has a lot of friends.
Okay, so she has friends that she
She has
does things
friends.
with. But you had you still, as you sit here today, can't think of any person that would want to do this to your wife.
No,
Any person that would know that she was in the red shed at that exact time. You can't think of any person. Can you?
right now or then?
Then, could you think of anybody?
I couldn't think of anybody then.
Now,
Yeah, you can't think of anybody who'd want to kill his wife.
Terry Stainer
Doesn't
was
make
one of
sense
Amy's
to him.
friends.
Yes,
And, oh, sorry. And you were friends with Terry too.
No.
You liked Terry, you communicated with her.
yes,
Amy was close to her
Terry,
and went out with her and did things with her, right?
on occasion, yes,
You saw those text messages that came in through Amy that you sent her, sometimes talking about Amy, right?
yes,
You told Terry about your suspicions about the affair with Jerry Frazier, right?
I told her about text messages.
Told her about text messages, and you also talked to her a little bit about those rumors that came out sometime in August, right?
Yes,
So, Todd, we talked about this a little bit. Let's go back to your flip phone. You have a flip phone that you cannot search the internet on, right?
yes,
And your Gmail account is toddmullis76@gmail.com.
yes,
And Amy had her own Gmail account, correct?
yes,
And I believe it was mullisrn@gmail.com. Does that sound about right?
yes.
And that iPad is yours.
It's the farms.
It's the farm's. Well, there's a laptop at your home, correct?
Yes,
And that laptop is used for the family. It kind of stays generally in the kitchen or living room area.
yes,
And then the kids, there was 3 Kindles that were recovered from your house, correct?
I think so, yes,
And then Amy's phone was recovered. I think you gave that
Yes.
to the police. And then this iPad, you recall that? You recall the police asking you about this iPad that day when they were executing the search warrants?
they asked for all computers, yes,
Okay, so they actually ask you, hey, do you have anything else? And you volunteer, you say, oh, I have an iPad, right?
yes.
You say you do. And you say it's in your tractor.
I said it's not mom and dad's.
Okay, and you're there, your sister Lynn is there, right?
Yes,
And you're talking to Agent Turbett and Travis Hemsath from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
yes,
And they ask you if you can get them in the iPad. Do you recall that?
say that again.
They ask you because
Yes,
sorry,
yes, they asked me.
if you can get it. And actually, it's your sister Lynn that calls your brother Mike and says, hey, will you bring us the iPad?
Yes,
So a few minutes later, Mike comes and he hands you the iPad.
he hands it to the deputies.
He hands it to the deputies in front of you, right?
Yes,
And the officers ask you if that's your iPad, and you say, yeah.
Yeah.
And you say that it has a wireless cellular service, so you can use it when you're out on the farm.
if I'm out in the field,
I'm sorry, because so you don't have to be connected to Wi-Fi.
yes,
And they even ask you if anybody else uses it, right?
I don't know if they asked me that or
Well,
not.
they asked you that, and you said sometimes the kids do. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what I said, yeah.
Okay. And you heard your brother Mike testify yesterday that he
It's
remembers
just
one time.
doesn't even
searching
show
for
where
something
that
on
actually
the
happened.
iPad,
That's what he said, yes,
and he knew the password.
yes,
And after this iPad is handed over to the agents, Travis Hemsath asks you for the password,
yes.
and you don't give it to him right away, right?
I hesitated because I've never been through this before.
Right.
I didn't know if it
You
was,
had no idea what
I
was
had
going
no
on.
idea what was going on.
And you look at your attorney, Bob Sabers,
Yeah, I looked at him and,
and
yes,
he says, go ahead and give it to him.
yes,
And so you give it to him.
yes,
And did you actually set up that iPad?
no,
Who would have set it up?
Amy,
So she set it up with your Gmail account.
yes,
And you're familiar, you have an actual Gmail account.
that she set up, yes.
Okay, but you sent emails from it.
A few.
So you understand, do you understand how Google works? Do you know how that works?
No.
Well, so on your iPad, you have a Google app, right? Or you can go to the Google website.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
we'll get into it, but some of
Yeah.
those searches are yours, right?
Yes.
I mean, you admit there are
Yes.
times you use that iPad to search things.
Yes.
So you know that you go and you can either go to the app or you can go to like Safari and go to Google through there. Does that
Yes.
make sense?
Yes.
You also have a way on your iPad to get your Gmail, which is just your email, right?
I usually went on Safari,
Okay.
put Gmail in, and then my email would.
Then your email would pop up. And when you wanted to do a Google search, would you go to Safari or would you hit the Google app, if you remember?
There's a button.
Okay. But every time you went on that iPad, you didn't have to, you didn't go to settings and connect your Gmail account, right?
Now she's the Google expert.
Settings, no,
She couldn't even
Because
correct
your
her own
Gmail
fucking
account was already
expert.
set to that iPad.
I guess.
And like you said, some of those Google searches were yours,
Yes.
but sometimes Amy would use your iPad.
She would use the iPad, yes.
Okay.
No, Rachel, no
Amy would
objections.
physically use that iPad, right? Like
Yes.
to search things, obviously yesterday, like that wedding stuff and bride stuff. I mean, like you said, you didn't do that, right?
No, I did not.
Pinterest, none of that stuff.
No.
That wasn't you. But there are lots of Google searches. I know it's like 80 pages. You said yesterday you briefly went over those Google searches, right?
Yes.
I think when your attorney asked you, you said that you started looking through them. And, but I mean, if you look through them, and I know you looked through them briefly, there's lots of ones that you know you did do,
Yes.
that you actually typed in and searched things.
Yes.
And things about hunting and combines and bows and all kinds of things, right?
Yes.
And on July 26, 2018, there's a bunch of searches about Jerry Frazier's address, Christy Frazier, and you did those.
Yes.
And that was right around the time that you confronted Jerry and his wife, or I'm sorry, confronted Jerry and then called his wife, right?
Yes.
And on that, a couple days before that, there's a search for menopause symptoms. And you told us you were looking up about whether or not you thought Amy was premenopausal, right?
I don't remember when I looked that up.
But you do remember looking it up.
Yes.
And I know I asked you this, you have a flip phone, so you can't do internet searching on your phone.
No.
So your primary, when you would look things up, it would be on that iPad
That or on the computer.
or on the computer. Whose Gmail account was connected to the computer?
All of ours.
Okay, well,
I don't know who's.
you don't know whose was, okay.
I'm not.
So it would be, all right, sorry. So
Dude, he has no idea. He's like, Amy did that. I don't know.
So, let's see, sorry. On December 25th, 2017, there's a search for was killing more accepted centuries ago. Did you do that search?
I think Amy did that.
Okay, so you remember?
I think we were looking it up together after we watched a documentary on.
On December 25th, so you guys were watching a documentary on Christmas. You remember that? Okay. And then now, I know yesterday you were asked about the search, boys being raised like pussies. You remember that?
Yes.
And you said you didn't do it, right?
I didn't do the search, no.
You think Amy did that one?
We had talked about it, and
So-
I'm assuming
So
she
you're
did it.
assuming she did. You don't know if she did it.
I don't know.
And it was because somebody at Wyatt's school was like, was it Wyatt's? Somebody from Wyatt's school was picking on him?
I don't know if he's picking on him, but he was getting his money somehow.
Okay. Which is also known as like a bully, right?
Yeah.
Now, on January 5th, 2018, there's a search for characteristics of cheating women. Did you do that search?
No.
Okay. Do you know who did that search?
No.
You have no idea.
No.
And just around that same date, there's a search for what did ancient cultures do to infidelity? Did you do that search?
No.
Again, you have no idea who did that search.
No.
They have
There's a
no
search on
way to
here
prove who
that
did
same
these
date,
searches. It's so stupid.
16 facts about cheating women. Did you do that search?
No.
And right around that time, did ancient cultures kill adulterers? Did you do that one?
No.
Now, let's see, a couple days later, there's search for thrill of the kill. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
And looks like there's a few visited sites, and then after, in that same bunch, there's searched for thrill of the hunt. So did you do that one too?
Yes.
And then go one more.
Wouldn't the Google report show the device identity? Apparently not. And if it does, we won't know because Hemis, whatever his name is, Travis or whatever, doesn't know how to fucking read the report. So he would have no. He just thinks the report came from Google. So so everything on that report is from the iPad. And since the Google is Todd's, Todd did all of the Googles. Todd is the Google master. So that's it. And UTC means Central Standard Time. That guy's such a douche nozzle.
Or, and it's actually typed in, once you hunt man, will you always feel the thirst? Did you write that too?
Yes.
Now, yesterday your attorney asked you about this series of searches that talks about being the biological father of their children. You recall that?
DNA.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
DNA. He asked you some questions
Yes.
about that. And actually, the first search of that bunch is how to make sure your kids are yours, right?
If that's what it says.
And then then after that, it's biological father, things like that. That's what your attorney showed you yesterday. Does that kind of, you remember those questions?
Yes.
So you don't remember doing those searches either?
No.
You didn't do them?
No.
Now, when do you learn about when do you suspect Amy's having an affair with Jerry? Or you're worried about their relationship being more than just business?
When I thought it was odd about Jerry was mid-July.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony from Jerry that he did have an affair with Amy.
Yes.
And you were probably pretty shocked to hear that when you heard about that eventually.
Yes.
And you heard testimony that affair started in May 2018, right?
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard.
He said June, so.
And on May 10th, 2018, there's a search for what happens to cheaters in history. Did you do that search?
No.
How about the search right after that? Once a cheater, always a cheater. Did you do that search?
No.
And right after that, typed in what happened to cheating spouses in historic Aztec tribe. Do you remember that one?
No.
And right after that, killing unfaithful women. Did you do that search?
No.
And the last one of that bunch is a visited site. Punishment is 18 months for killing cheating wife. Did you do that one?
No.
Do you know who did it?
No.
Now, yesterday you did talk about, you remember the searches on your iPad about swimming and buoyancy.
Yes.
So you remember that you're out by, and I apologize, I think you called it creek. Is that the right wording? Or is
We
it
were in the pond.
the pond? And that's the pond that you guys built on your farm.
Yes.
And that you and the kids are out swimming, and it kind of comes up as a joke, like about people drowning.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you just tell me briefly about how that came about?
We were all swimming in the pond. I sink like a rock. The boys were floating and they were going amongst themselves, who floats better? And I made the comment that some people don't float as good as others.
Okay, so then who actually physically typed in, are some people less buoyant than others?
I did.
You did. And then after that, you visited some sites, and then including something about relax and swim buoyancy. Does that sound about
The
right?
boys and I were looking at that.
So you're looking with, and this says here July 13, 2018. So you're looking with, are you with Wyatt and Tristan? I apologize. Are you with both of them?
I think I was with both the boys, yes.
Were you with Taylor too?
Taylor might have been there too at home.
So at this time, Tristan's 13, Taylor is 10 or 11,
She'd been 11,
and then Wyatt would have been how old?
8.
So you're with your 8-year-old, your 10 and 11-year-old, and your 13-year-old, and you're looking up buoyancy and people sinking and swimming.
Actually, Tristan would have been 12.
Oh, sorry, 12. That's when are you guys searching this out when you're by the pond, or is it when you're back home?
We got back home.
Okay. Now, in July 21st, 2018, there's some searches for, can my husband read my deleted texts online? Did you do that search?
No.
So, and I know there's some other ones around there about text messages on phone and stuff like that. You didn't do those?
No.
Now, you confront Amy about the affair and Jerry about the affair at the end of June, right?
No.
I'm sorry, July. I apologize. At the end of July. Does that sound
I
about right?
asked Amy, she was texting a lot one day, and I asked her, well, who are you texting?
And does she tell you, Jerry?
No.
But you actually at some point do look at some phone bills
Yes.
and you see that there's a lot of text messages between them.
Yes.
And then that's when you say something to Jerry
Yes.
and you say something to Amy.
Yes.
But like you told us, you're totally satisfied after that conversation.
I was a little unsure yet.
So you're a little bit unsure. And then a month later, you hear that there's rumors going around. Right?
After I called Jerry, I talked with Eileen, and then I called his wife.
Right.
A couple days later, I put it to rest.
You put it to rest. And then about a month later, it might not be a full month, but sometime in August, you hear that there's rumors out there.
Amy told me there's some rumors.
And you didn't believe them. Did you?
No, we talked about it, and I asked where would that have started?
And so then you talked about it. And again, you felt satisfied. You moved on.
Yes.
Now, on August 9th, 2018, there's some Google searches for how long can you survive without food. Did you do that search?
Yes.
And same group searched for how long you can survive without water. You did that one too?
Amy and I did.
Okay. And searched for what lost in extreme cold and no fire, which is best way to survive. Was that you or Amy?
It was either one or the other. We were helping Taylor.
Okay. Searched for heat stroke symptoms in that same
Yes.
group. Then you went to some websites and then searched for a proper way to treat heat stroke.
Yes.
Then a few minutes later, correct treatment for 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
Yes.
And keep going. What to do with a large open chest wound.
Yes.
That was either one of you. You can't remember. Right.
Yes.
And then the last one in that kind of group is skin cold, clammy, pale, pulse, rapid, shallow breathing.
Yes.
And you guys were doing that because you were helping Taylor with some type of project. Is that right?
She was taking her hunter's safety course.
Okay. So these are all things that came up then.
There was questions on the test.
And so, and where did you take that course at?
Online.
So you do, or it was either you or Amy helping. Well, you were both helping her.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about November 6th, 2018. So that's the day of Amy's procedure, right?
Yes.
And this is a somewhat simple procedure, right? What you knew of it. I know you don't know that much.
Yes.
So you took Amy there and brought her back.
We voted. We went to the hospital.
Okay.
However long it took.
And you remember that day, Taylor was asking you some questions about Amy's surgery.
She was asking all sorts of questions.
Okay. And is she asking you or Amy or both of you?
She was asking me because Amy was, I think, in the bedroom.
Amy was in the bedroom. And so she's, and even, I mean, Amy came home and she appeared to be okay, probably tired, right?
Yes.
And the kids, they were able to still talk to her, right? Like she's probably hanging out in bed, but she's not not available for them to talk with her.
Yes.
And Amy's both an RN and a medic, right? Registered nurse. And
Yes.
She was a medic at different times is that the Delaware Fire Department or
Earlville.
Earlville? And it's your testimony that Taylor asks you about Amy's surgery.
Yes.
And what did you know about Amy's surgery? You knew it was for her lady parts. Would that be fair to say?
Sure. Yes.
Did you know what it was called?
DNC or something like that.
Okay. And did you know, did Amy at all explain the procedure to you?
Not really.
Okay. So you knew she wasn't, so who actually types in organs in the body? Is that you or is that Taylor?
I think I did.
So Taylor asks you about Amy's surgery, right?
Yes.
And you tell her it's a DNC. I don't really know. Or what do you say to her? Do you remember?
I said it was, mommy had a procedure done. They had to knock her out.
Yeah, she talks like
And
special agent.
Amy never indicated to you that any of her organs, she wasn't having surgery on any of her
Shut up.
organs, was she?
No.
But when Taylor asks you about it, you decide to search for organs in the body, right?
She was asking a lot of questions.
So, but she was asking you questions about Amy's surgery
Yes.
that had nothing
Yes.
to do with organs of the body.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
But you wanted to show her a picture.
She asked if they had monitors on her. She asked, what did they do? Did they cut her here? Did they cut her there?
Okay, so
All
then
sorts of stuff.
you didn't search pictures of the body or anything else. You searched organs of the body. Right?
It is an organ.
And 4 days later, your wife's organs are impaled with a corn rake.
Yes.
His daughter.
after this happened on November 10th, 2018, you weren't arrested for almost 3.5 months, correct?
Yes.
And obviously the kids are staying with you. You're taking
Apparently
care
in
of them.
September of
Yes.
I know there's a
2019
period of
in
time that you
Iowa.
actually stay at your parents with the kids, right?
Yes.
But you obviously you're at that point, you and your family and Amy's family is all they have because Amy's gone.
Yes.
And every day you're picking them up from school, taking care of them with the help of your family. I know your family, correct?
Yes.
Well, and remember, Taylor just took the hunting. She had just done that hunting safety. So she's learning all this weird stuff about the body anyway. Like, what do you do with, like, you know, how do you stop like an open chest wound and things like that? And then our mom is going into surgery. It absolutely makes sense that she'd ask kind of crazy questions about the body and what was really happening to her mom. And was she going to be cut here? Well, you know, she just did this hunter safety on open chest wounds. It makes complete sense. Well, that crime ghost, we don't know that, but there's been a lot of speculation on whether she was or was not.
Judge, can I just have a 5-minute break? I just need to connect the speaker and I just want to make sure because I just have a few more questions.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can take
here
a
you
real
go.
short break and give the jurors the chance to use the restroom.
I'll slow this
Folks,
back down.
remember the admonition. We'll keep this short. Report back to the jury room
This
in
is
5
gonna,
or 10
this,
minutes.
you guys are gonna love this. It can be after miscarriage. It can be for it could be a lot of DNCs can be for a lot of medical procedures, or a lot of medical procedures, a lot of female medical needs in that area. They can, it's just a scraping of the uterus. No, I don't think for me, no, I don't think the circumstances are suspicious. There are other people who are absolutely adamant that he's guilty and he did this though. So it's weird, Travis. I don't know. For me, it's like not even. It's like a no-brainer kind of thing. Like I can't even get on board with how to make it work for him to even be suspicious in the whole thing. So I can't even answer that question because I don't know how anybody could come to the conclusion that he's guilty. It's just like so far-fetched to me. I don't even know how these charges exist. Way beyond reasonable doubt. Yeah, for me. Yeah, warm up your 1, 2, 3, 4, Miko. We're gonna need it. Did I already change the speed back to normal? No, not yet. Okay, so when they come back in, I will. More audio that is enhanced and done whatever the hell they wanted to do with. So just be prepared. Yeah, the non-organ uterus. So your wife had surgery, like a female surgery, and you looked up organs of the body. Like, how does that make sense?
Please be seated, everyone. Ms. Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Todd, I just want to talk a little bit more about a few more things. So when you call 911 on November 10th, 2018, and you pull over because 911 tells you to, right?
Yes.
And you pull over and they tell you to get Amy out of the car.
No.
Or, I'm sorry, to lay her flat.
Yeah.
Because they want you to be able to do CPR. You remember that? Because
Yeah.
eventually you
Yep.
do some CPR on her. Is that
Yes.
right? And just so that we all understand, where is it that you perform the CPR on Amy?
I started in the truck.
In the truck. And are you in the truck until Luke Thompson arrives?
I'm standing.
Or I'm sorry, you're like leaning inside the truck. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And is she seated in the passenger seat with the seat down?
Yes.
Or, okay. So when they tell you to do chest compressions, half of your body's in the car and that's what you're doing. You're using your mouth and your hands to do that.
I did not use my mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're just pressing. Where's Tristan at that point?
I told him to go stand by the road to flag them down if they were coming.
So as you're doing those chest compressions, is anyone else there initially?
No,
And you're holding onto that phone and you're doing the chest compressions.
I had my shoulder holding my phone against my ear.
So at that point, the only people in the car are you and Amy, right?
Yes,
And at this point, you don't at all think that Amy's cheating on you.
no,
You confronted her, you put it to bed.
yes,
You, even after the rumors a month later, you still didn't think she was cheating on you because she told you she wasn't. Right?
yes,
And even in those months, I know you told some people she was really moody. She was having some issues, right?
she had a lot going on all summer.
So because she had all the stuff going on in Ankeny, right?
Yes,
She was going up there. She was visiting a lot.
she had her grandma die. Her uncle had problems.
You said in those 2 months, in September and October, she was gone about 30 days.
There was a stretch in there. Yeah,
And she would come and go, but she was gone quite a bit, right?
yes,
And things are getting a little bit tense at home.
no.
So you're not upset at all about this?
I was needing help at home, and
Right. And
well, I guess you could call it some tension, I guess.
well, and you're
So-
calling Eileen Fuller, Amy's stepmother, around this time, right?
Yes,
And you're telling her, this is hard, right? I'm harvesting, I'm
yeah.
taking care of the kids, and I know
Yeah.
Amy's got stuff going on, but I need some help, right?
yes,
And thankfully, you have your family close by, and they're helping a lot.
yes,
But still, throughout those months where she's spending a lot of time in Ankeny, you're not worried that she's cheating, right?
no,
You know she's just dealing with her family, right?
yes.
And would it be fair to say you almost like forgot about the whole thing with Jerry Frazier because you didn't think anything was happening?
I did not put Jerry in
And
at all.
So on November 10th, 2018, when this happens to Amy, you're not at all suspicious that she's cheating.
That she's cheating, no,
At that point, you don't have one worry that she's cheating.
no,
And when you're actually there giving her CPR and you're giving those chest compressions, all you're thinking about is your wife, right?
yes,
You're thinking about how you're trying to save her life.
yes,
And you're thinking you're doing everything because I think you even say on the 911 tape, I'll do anything, right?
when they asked me to do CPR, I said, I'll do whatever
And,
will help her.
and you mean that. You'll do anything at that point to help save your wife.
Yes,
And you start those chest compressions, right?
yes,
And you heard that tape when we played it the other day, right?
yes.
And at that point, what are you thinking when you're doing that?
Trying to get her to come back.
You're just trying to save her,
Yes,
right? Todd, while you're doing those, I know it was kind of hard to hear on that tape, but you're doing those chest compressions. How long do you think you're doing them for?
not very long, minute or two.
And then I think it's Deputy Thompson shows up and then
Yes,
does he take over or somebody else takes over?
he started.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, can I publish a clip of the 911 tape?
Yes, go ahead.
And just for the record, Judge, this is State's Exhibit number 2. Now, Todd, here I'm gonna play you the part where you're doing the chest compressions, and I'm just gonna ask that you listen in between the chest compressions, okay? Now, Todd, did you just hear that whisper at the end of that?
Yes,
And what did you whisper?
I couldn't hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna play it again. Todd, do you whisper cheating whore right there?
No,
So you don't remember what you whispered.
no.
Okay, I'm gonna play another clip for you. Do you know what you whispered there?
No.
Did you hear that? So I'm gonna play that part one more time. The first clip is 6:53 of that second tape, and this second one is right at 0700. Just try to listen really closely. I just want to know if you remember what you said. Right there, do you say go to hell, cheating whore?
No.
So you don't hear that.
No.
You didn't hear at 6:53 cheating whore. You didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that word.
And it's right at that, after you hear a ping, you don't hear go to hell, cheating whore.
No.
I have nothing for the judge.
Any redirect?
And that's the big finale for the state here on his testimony, is that now they have her, now they have him on tape saying, "Go to hell, you cheating whore." Objection. No, we don't get those, Shamita. I think we've gotten 2.
Todd, the state asked you if Amy wanted to quit the hospital after this first affair. Remember that question?
No, you
Yes.
need to go right into this stupid 911 call. Go right into the 911 call. Don't talk about anything else.
Do you remember her announcing to her friends and coworkers that she was leaving the hospital?
Yes.
How did she do that?
She did a Facebook announcement, and she even had a party at a bar.
I do not hear that. I hear 1, 2, 3, 4, like in a very heavy breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I hear. 1, 2, 3, 4. That be a gun. Instead of that we go down, which is very clear.
When you and Tristan realized that the pet carrier wasn't up by the shop door, what did the two of you try to figure out, or what did you decide to do, I guess is the better question.
We were just talking to wonder why it wasn't there. What she either couldn't, we were thinking that she either couldn't get it out of there or she didn't even attempt.
She didn't even go over there in the first place.
One or the other.
And I'm just going to follow some questions along, so they may jump around. There was a series of questions about where Amy was located when you first saw her in the shed. And they also ask you about your knowledge of the advisability of not pulling something out of a person that's penetrated them. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Were you able to get Amy out the door with the fork stuck in her back?
There's no way.
So you didn't have a choice.
No.
You were also asked about when you last saw that fork, and you said something about on the grass, and that you moved it.
Yes.
In that shed, have you looked at all the photographs that the state took in there?
Yes, I think so.
Were there any children's toys in there?
Yes.
Well, what were there?
There was a multitude of stuffed animals and play items on the wagon.
The kids obviously played out there then,
Yes, they played a lot.
and things might get moved out of the shed that shouldn't be.
Yes.
You told the state that while in the hog barn that morning, you never went to the office. Is that correct?
After she left, I never went to the office.
Did you go through the office when you left, though?
Yes.
Were you in the office when you and Tristan looked out and didn't see the pet carrier?
Yes.
There also was some questions about the closest point between the hog barn and the red shed. And you tell us again what that would be.
I estimated at 150 feet or so.
And that'd be from what point on the hog barn?
The very, very southwest tip of the barn by the door that you go in and out to the very northeast corner of the red shed.
And when you say the door, that's the door going into the office of the hog barn?
Yes.
Todd, why did you do the searches on or about, I think it was July 26th, for Jerry Frazier and his wife?
I was trying to find a way to contact Christy.
Christy being his wife.
Christy was his wife. I was trying to find a way to contact her.
So if the search related to Jerry, you had Jerry's contacts.
I had Jerry's contact, but I had no way of getting her phone number.
On some of those entries, those searches that the state asked you, a few of them about thrill of the kill, thrill of the hunt, hunt man, thirst for hunt, that kind of thing. You indicated you recognize those.
Yes.
And what did they relate to?
There was a quote stated in a movie, and it was actually ended up being Ernest Hemingway quote.
Hemingway.
And we were trying to remember what it was.
Do you remember what the name of the movie was?
I think it was Predators.
Todd, did you ever have any doubt about you being the biological parents of your children?
No.
Do you have any reason to search for those DNA things?
No, I have no reason to.
Well, you might want to find out now. Just saying.
When the state asked you questions about you contacting Jerry and his wife in July of 2018, they said, I think the words they used was, did you confront them about the affair? Had you concluded that there was an affair?
No, I did not.
You had concerns about all those text messages.
Yes.
When you talked to Jerry, Did he convince you that there was nothing going on?
Yes. I mean, for the most part, yes, he was very convincing.
Todd, when you were doing those chest compressions if I understand you correctly, you had put Amy somewhat upright in the seat of the pickup, but leaned it back as far as it would go.
Yes.
So she was in a kind of a reclining chair position.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were holding the phone and doing the compressions at the same time.
Yes.
You knew you were on a recorded line with a 911 operator.
Yes.
Do you believe that you whispered, cheating whore or go to hell, cheating whore, while you were doing CPR?
No.
Were you frantic?
I was very excited.
Cited such a bad word in this
Were you
context.
doing everything you could to keep her alive?
Yes.
No other questions?
We won't find out until April, at least. The briefs by both sides are due April 8th, and then the judge said she'll decide.
Just briefly, Judge. Todd, that first search about the DNA is how to tell if a child is yours, right?
If that's what it says.
And Amy gave birth to your children, right? They came out of her
Yes.
body.
Yes.
And you also, your attorney just asked you about, you didn't really think they were having an affair in May. You were just wondering what's going on. I'm sorry, in July. You're just wondering if Jerry and Amy, if there's something, they're talking too much.
They were talking too much, yes.
So you didn't really think they were having an affair.
No.
But you did text Terry Stainer. Do you think Amy's acting like she was before? Right?
If that's what I text, yeah.
And well, you saw those texts, right?
I
Do you remember seeing them the other day?
couldn't see the screen.
Okay, but when you sent that text, you were referring to, is she acting like before, like having an affair, right?
Yeah.
And you called Jerry Frazier's wife. I know you called a second time to apologize, but you called that first time to see if she suspected anything.
I don't know why that ended there, but okay.
Please be seated, everyone.
That's kind of weird. Hold on, let me see something real quick. I mean, it was she was basically almost done, but I don't know why. I don't like that it ended like that. I just want to see. Hold on, I'm gonna go through the ad first.
Have a seat.
An affair, right?
Yeah.
And you called Jerry Frazier's wife. I know you called a second time to apologize, but you called that first time to see if she suspected anything. Right?
I wanted, yeah. See how if they were getting along, how their marriage was. I just wanted to.
Okay, nothing further.
Todd, in these search records, they just ask you about the DNA searches. did you look at some of these, that on January 21st, 2018, search for how to do a DNA test without the father knowing? Did you do that one?
No.
He just used, at least that was a smart move on the defense attorney's part. It's the exact same thing she just said. Why would he be searching that?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
That makes you think it might have been Tristan looking.
Any other witnesses for the defense?
Defense rests, Your Honor.
Okay, do we anticipate any rebuttal? No, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the evidence that we're going to have in this trial. When we started on the first day, I explained to you sort of a roadmap of what you could expect from trial. And I indicated that when evidence was closed, all we would have left is closing arguments from the attorneys and the jury instructions, which is the law of the case. The attorneys and I have worked on the jury instructions. We do have to talk about them on the record and go through them individually, and that'll take us a little bit of time.
We'll take you to closing arguments. All right, so now that you've essentially watched it, you're going into deliberations. What's everybody's thoughts? I mean, I probably skew my own audience for the fact that I am adamant that he's innocent, but what do you guys think?
Court attendant
All right, here we go.
handed each one of you a set of jury instructions. We're going to start reading these instructions now. I will read most of them to you at this point in time. I say most because the last few are procedural. Reasonable person would not.
Do you guys want to hear the jury instructions? I guess I should ask you that before I fast forward them. I figure we already know the verdict. Do you want to go to closing argument? I'll wait for you guys to tell me. Do you want to hear jury instructions? No, okay. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, go straight to closing. Okay, that's what I'm thinking too. We're gonna get a silly ad. And I need, oh no, this is J.G. Wentworth. Okay. When that verdict came back, I fell out of my chair. I know. It was. I don't even. I know, Carla. I'm with you. Okay, everybody's saying the same thing. No jury instructions. We don't need to listen to that. Okay.
And you have a duty.
The content. You may, but are not required to, conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Okay, we're going to stop right there. You can leave your instructions open. As I said, we will take the closing arguments. Shelley, do you want to get the court reporter, please?
Why did it do that?
Amy Mullis
Here we go.
will never get to see her kids graduate from high school. She won't be there when they go off to college, and she won't be there when they get married, because her life ended when she was brutally and viciously attacked with a corn rake on November 10th, 2018. Amy Mullis didn't stand a chance. She was unarmed and unaware that she was about to be ambushed by the very man that took a vow to love and honor her, the defendant. Amy Mullis would still be alive today if it weren't for the actions of her husband. She started that day like any other day, working on a puzzle, making breakfast for her family, and doing some chores on the farm. She didn't know that was the day that the defendant was going to seize his opportunity. He was going to attack her in the back with a corn rake and try to make it look like an accident. Amy Mullis is not here to tell her story. The defendant made sure of that when he turned Amy from a beautiful and vibrant 39-year-old woman into this, a state medical examiner number. When you go back to the jury room, you have 3 tools to aid you in your deliberation. The first is the facts. That's the evidence and the testimony that came from this witness stand. The second tool to aid in your deliberation is the law. And Judge Bitter just started reading a lot of the law to you, and he's going to read a little bit more to you when we're done here. And I'm also going to go over some of it. And the third tool that you get to take back there with you is your common sense. Your collective common sense that comes from your everyday life experiences. Ask yourself what makes sense. You'll then see, when you use your common sense and apply it to the law and the facts, that the only verdict supported by both the law and the evidence is that the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Now, as jurors, you have a duty. You all got sworn in on either Monday afternoon or Tuesday, and you all took an oath. And you have a duty, your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice.
She needs to stop saying duty.
And the state has the burden of proof, as the judge just read to you, and we talked about in jury selection. And we only have to prove the elements of the crime charged. The state must prove all of the following elements of murder in the first degree. First, on or about the 10th day of November 2018, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. Second, Amy Mullis died as a result of the act by the defendant. Third, the defendant acted with malice aforethought. And fourth, the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Amy Mullis. So let's talk about the first proposition. On or about the 10th day of November 2018, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. The act is the striking of the corner, taking this corn rake and striking Amy Mullis with it. There is absolutely no controverted testimony that Amy Mullis was struck with this corn rake on November 10th, 2018. We know Amy was struck at least 2 or 3 times. We know she had other injuries on the front of her body, and that corn rake, was impaled in her back. We know that's the act. And how do we know the defendant committed the act? Like I said to you before, one of the most important things is the facts and the evidence that came from this witness stand. We know that back in November 2018, Amy is scared of the defendant. She is planning on leaving the defendant. He is the only person who has the motive to kill Amy. And we know that. We know he has motive because of the affair that Amy is having. The defendant can come up here and tell you that he thought that affair was over. He didn't care. Everything was hunky-dory. You know he's not telling you the truth. You are the judges. You are to determine the credibility of the witness. You are to look at the demeanor and the credibility of the witnesses when they testify. Look at that in light of all the other evidence and ask yourself if that makes sense. Amy is telling all of her friends and family how she's afraid of the defendant. She's afraid that if he finds out she's having an affair, he's going to kill her or make her disappear. You heard from the defendant's own mouth, and you've heard from everybody else in this case, nobody else had the motive to kill Amy. The defendant knew about that affair, and we know the defendant didn't want Amy to get half of his farm. And we know that from 2 people, because he told Eileen Fuller that, and he told Terry Stainer that. He told them, well, I can't let her take half of my farm. He wasn't going to let Amy get half of his farm or try to take away his kids from him. The defendant is the only one that had the opportunity to do this. He waits until Amy has this procedure, this very simple procedure, so that he can use that as an excuse. Don't let him fool you. What about the text that day? Carrie Callan's text. Carrie Callan texts Amy and asks, how are things going? I'm worried about you, because she hasn't heard from her in a few days, or a couple weeks actually. And she writes back, okay, things are kind of tense around here. I don't know what's going to happen. That's at 8 in the morning. We know at 10:14 in the morning, Amy is then emailing Jerry Frazier saying she doesn't really want to, but she's going to go out and do some chores on the barn. And then at noon, at 12:01, there's a 911 call that Amy has been impaled with a corn rake. She was telling Carrie how things were tense that day. On that day, the defendant isolates Amy by sending her to the shed. If the defendant wants you to really believe that there is some mystery attacker out there, how would this person know Amy was going to the shed? How? How would they know? Because according to the defendant, it's at that moment that he just says, oh, you know what you can do for me? You can go and get that pet carrier. And not
I don't know what's scarier to me. The fact that I think this lady actually believes this bullshit that she's spewing, or that the jury buys it. I don't know what's scarier.
only that, is there somebody waiting there, hoping that there's a murder weapon there? Because he told you that corn rake was in there. So you would have to believe that there's a mystery attacker just standing out there, hoping that somehow Amy gets isolated, and then also hoping, oh wait, I hope there's also a weapon in there so I can kill her. It doesn't make any sense. We know no one else is on the farm. Tristan tells us that, and the defendant tells us that. Doesn't hear anything, doesn't see anything, never tells the police that there's anybody else, because there's no one else on the farm that day. Because the defendant did this and no one else did it. Also, the defendant tells you he doesn't hear a thing. If you want to believe the defendant's story, let's give him that. Let's for a second say, okay, somebody comes and does this. He wouldn't hear anything with the way Amy fought? With Amy going down like that? Getting swung with this corn rake in her back 2 or 3 times? The defendant sends Tristan to the shed, sending his 13-year-old son to go and find his mother. He doesn't call 911 right away because he's a doer, and he pulls that rake out of Amy right away. The defendant acts like it's an accident. Think about the defendant's actions, what he did after, telling everybody, implying that this is an accident. He even told you today, well, yeah, for 6 days until I was told it was a homicide, I thought it was an accident. Does that make sense? Even if he believes that day, fine. Again, let's give him that. That day, he thinks it's an accident because he just can't think of anything else. She must have fallen on a corn rake. The next day when he starts thinking about it and thinks she's face down with a corn rake sticking out of her back, oh, he's still going to think it's an accident? No, because he's hoping that nothing comes of it.
Yeah.
But the police and the medical examiners and the doctors realize what actually happened. It wasn't an accident. It was a homicide. The defendant's 911 call. First, listen to the contents of the 911 call. When you hear the defendant first say, oh yeah, I sent my son to the shed to go, he says, I sent my son to go find my wife. He also tells you she fell on a corn rake. Not, I don't know what happened. I have no idea. He's already telling his story. And I know today you heard some evidence about those whispers on that 911 call. And I'm going to implore you to listen to that 911.
They heard some evidence about the whispers. No, they heard you telling them what to think. Because I guarantee you, when you played that 911 call originally for evidence purposes, nobody fucking heard that. Nobody.
911 call. Don't take my word for it. Don't take the defense attorney's word for it. Because as the judge just told you, what we say is not evidence. Don't believe me. Listen to it for yourself. Make your own determination. That 911 call, there's two parts to it on State's Exhibit number 2. The first part is about 1 minute and 30 seconds. The second part is, I think, 7.5 or 8 minutes. If you go to that second part and you listen at 6:53, you can hear the defendant whisper, cheating whore. And if you go at 7.00, you can hear, go to hell, cheating whore. Listen to that 911 call. Make the decision for yourselves, and you will know, or you will see that you hear that. Let's also talk about the defendant's actions after. I already started touching on that, but what he starts telling everybody that this is an accident, about when he speaks with Luke Thompson and John LeClaire, the deputies that day, indicating it's an accident, not telling them anything about the cameras, because now he remembers, well, he thought of it the next day. And the Google searches. I'm not going to go over every single Google search with you because I know you've heard lots of different evidence. It doesn't matter what time those Google searches are. What matters is the content of them. And yes, I'm sure some of those.
But what matters is that your investigators don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So how do you trust them to ensure that it isn't an accident and to arrest the person who's actually responsible?
Searches in those records Amy did make, and maybe the kids did too, but you can bet that none of them looked for killing unfaithful women. It just so happens she's having an affair and he's not the one looking for killing unfaithful women. Organs of the body. It just so happens that he looks for organs of the body, and 4 days later she's stabbed in her organs with a corn rake.
Somebody said that.
What happened to
I'd never heard that. Somebody earlier in this chat actually said that. I'd never heard that that somebody called in and said, "Hey, you need to listen to this. This is what he says." Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. They didn't play the trial on court TV like YouTube, so it would have had to have been somebody who was following the case like online. You know what I mean? Like they would have had to have gone and actually watched it on Court TV's website because it wasn't an aired trial. They played parts of it later. So I guess maybe they could have heard that part like on a YouTube or something, or on a news station, because they may have clipped that and done it. That's all that Court TV and like Law and Crime was doing, was just taking like bits and pieces of the trial and posting it.
The cheating spouses and in ancient historic Aztec tribes.
Was not me.
Did ancient cultures kill adulterers? Punishment is 18 months for killing cheating wife. You are allowed to consider this because it shows that the defendant is planning this for a very long time. He's thinking about what he's going to do. Now, I know that you're probably wondering.
Your husband is doing all these searches because he's planning on killing you. Why do you think that he gives a shit to start looking up stuff about perimenopausal women? What does that have to do with anything? Like, I know I'm going to kill her, so why do I give a shit if she's in menopause? You know what I mean? I don't know. Things like that don't make sense to me.
Wondering, should we believe Tristan? And let's talk about Tristan. He's a 13-year-old boy who will probably never be in a situation like this ever again, I hope. Who will never be through or be a part of something so traumatic. He finds his mother with a corn rake sticking out of her back. He yells for his dad. He goes and gets the truck. The defendant puts her bleeding body on top of his as she's unresponsive. He later finds out she died. Think about that. And you know what? You can't blame Tristan, can you? He lost his mom that day. He doesn't want to lose his dad either. He's trying to protect his dad. But when you heard the testimony and the different things he said, it makes sense. That day, when he's first interviewed by the police, he says, "Yep, I'm with dad the whole time." Then when he does a deposition, he says, "Well, I wasn't with him for like a minute and a half or so." And then right after that deposition, he corrects it and says, well, I don't know how much time. And then when he testifies in court by way of closed circuit TV, again, he will not commit to a time because he doesn't know how much time his dad is out of his sight. He's protecting his dad. And ask yourself why. Why is his story changing? Why every time is he adding a little bit more time? Do you think he's coming to truth or coming to terms with the truth? The fact that he's accepting that his father killed his mother? He knows nobody else was on that farm that day. Both him and the defendant told you it's the two of them, it's Amy, and it's the kids inside. We have proven the first element that on that date, the defendant committed an act upon Amy Mullis. The second proposition is that Amy Mullis died as a result of the act by the defendant. You heard from both Dr. Thompson and Dr. Cruz. Amy died as a result of her injuries, those 6 puncture wounds on her body. They entered, I believe she said 4 of them entered the chest cavity and were fatal. The cause of death was sharp force injuries, and the manner of death was homicide. So we have proven that proposition. The third, the defendant acted with malice aforethought. And this is the first state of mind element. And there's a definition that the judge just read to you. Malice state of mind, which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another in disregard of the rights of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. Malice may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury, fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another, which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. So essentially, this state of mind element talks about that it has to have some type of disregard for the rights of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. And we have both here. At that point, the defendant does hate Amy. He hates her for cheating on him again, for having that affair, for because she's going to leave him and try to take away the farm. You know this based on everything. Those Google searches in and of themselves show how much hatred he has to her. He's plotting her death, looking up ways to kill her. And even if you look at the second part of that, or with an evil or unlawful purpose, what purpose do you have other than to do some type of intent to do injury when you take this corn rake and you stab someone with it? As that last part says, it doesn't have to exist for any particular length of time. We have proven here that the defendant did plan this, but that time period, that begins the minute the defendant picks up that corn rake and decides to do that act. There's no amount of time that he has to act. We have to actually prove that he planned this, but we know he did. We know it from everything. We know it from all the evidence that you've heard. We know that the defendant acted with malice aforethought based on the injuries. The blunt force trauma on Amy's the front of her body and the puncture wounds, which are the sharp force injuries. This attack, this murder was systematic and deliberate. Think about it. Think about the hatred, the intent to do injury that you must have when you take this and you swing it and strike somebody, stabbing them in the back. Not once, twice, and possibly 3 times. The force to which he had to have stabbed her body to go through, to puncture her breast implant, to go through those organs in that chest cavity. And not only did he stab her with it, he had to take it out and do it again. He is acting with malice aforethought. It does not take that much time to do that. And he was able to do it and get back to the barn to start the cover-up. We have proven the third element, that the defendant acted with malice aforethought. And the fourth element is that the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Amy Mullis. And there's some definitions with regards to this second state of mind element. Willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before they act. This specific intent means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. This is generally seldom capable of direct proof, and you have to consider all the facts and evidence surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. There is no other intent other than to kill when you take this corn rake and you stab somebody with it. It's that simple. There's also an inference, a dangerous weapons inference. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another, resulting in death, you may, but are not required to, infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. That we've also proven that fourth proposition. Based on all of the evidence, the defendant clearly deliberated, was acting willfully, deliberately, and premeditatedly. We know that. We know he had a specific intent to kill Amy. We know that based on the Google searches. We know that based on the fact that he decided to commit this crime at the exact moment that he did, waiting until she had this simple procedure so he could talk about how dizzy she was, isolating her to the shed, finding a way to get her away from Tristan so that he could commit this act, and then start the cover-up. The defendant's intent was very clear that day. Based on the facts and the evidence and based on the inference, we know that we have proven that fourth proposition. You now know how this nightmare for Amy began. It happened 5 years ago when the defendant started controlling Amy, making her quit work, making her shop at Goodwill, watching her every move. He was already starting to contemplate after that first affair what he was going to do with her. Those first Google searches go back to December 25th, 2017, when things, according to the defendant, were going great. They were super open. That first search in 2017 is killing more accepted centuries ago. Then in January 2018, what did ancient cultures do to infidelity? This is even before she starts the affair with Jerry Frazier. Then they go on, January 21st, 2018, 16 facts or characteristics about cheating women. May 10th, 2018, looking at the punishment for a husband that kills the cheating wife. The defendant even was thinking about killing Amy before the second affair. And then it just continued. He continued the searches. He's confronting them. He's talking to her friends about these rumors, and he wants you to believe that affair is over. He's not telling you the truth, just like he didn't tell John Turbot the truth that day, when he didn't initially even tell John Turbot about that affair. If he had nothing to hide, why wouldn't he told him? He didn't want to give motive. He didn't want them to think that there's any reason he could have done this. The defendant tried to paint this picture to the police that things were perfect. He tried to do that with you too. Things were so great. Yet Amy is terrified for her life. She's telling her friends that she's afraid he's going to kill her, that he might make her disappear. She's making plans to divorce him. She's asking her brother to keep furniture so that she can leave him. Calling Deborah Sherbring, who she barely knows. Deb Sherbring told you she's probably seen Amy once in 5 years. Calling her hysterical. You've got to stop these rumors. If Todd finds out about them, he's going to kill me. She didn't even know. She starts talking about Tristan. Deb doesn't even know who Tristan is. She's not making this up. That doesn't sound like somebody who's happy in their marriage. That doesn't sound like somebody who's so open with what's going on. Even then, the defendant was planning. It's his cold and calculated plan, like I told you in opening. He started acting like super dad. He all of a sudden got really close to Tristan. He's hanging out with the kids more, all part of his plan. Think about it. This is a big deal. He was going to kill his wife and try to make it look like an accident. He was planning it for months. the Google searches, waiting for her to have this procedure. On November 10th, 2018, the defendant turned their home into a murder scene. The nightmare continued. It didn't just start back when the defendant started these searches or on the day that he killed Amy, because then it continued. The nightmare continued for Amy's family, for her children, for her friends and loved ones. And why? Why did he kill Amy? Because he didn't want to lose his farm? Because she was cheating? You might not like that Amy was having an affair, but that doesn't mean she deserved to die. And does the defendant think he gets to decide who lives and dies? Does he think he's above the law? He thinks the laws in Iowa don't apply to him? Today's the day you tell him the laws in the state of Iowa do apply to the defendant. Tell him he's not above the law. The defendant thought he silenced Amy's voice on November 10th, 2018. But this week, Amy's voice was heard here in this courtroom. Through the witnesses, through the evidence, Amy's voice was screaming through this courtroom this week, showing you that the defendant did this, pointing all the evidence towards the defendant, showing you he committed this brutal, senseless, and vicious murder. Today, this nightmare finally ends. It finally ends for Amy and for her friends and family, for her children, because Amy finally gets the justice she deserves. Today is the day you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
I'll start out by commenting or making the point that this is my only opportunity to talk to you. The state's going to get up afterwards and have their last argument or statement to you. So we don't get to go back and forth all afternoon. Excuse me. So I suspect that not only will the state disagree with some of the things I have to say, but maybe make other points that they believe are relevant. So I'm going to try to be as complete as I can because it's my only opportunity. So please bear with me. When we came in here on Monday and you were picked as our jury, we had opening statements to you. And I went back last night and looked at my notes about that. And what the state, and these are my notes, and I think the state would agree with me. We don't try to deliberately mislead you. During these trials, we're scribbling notes and taking down what we later have to rely on. So I'm not going to deliberately try to mislead you, but I believe to the best of my ability, these are the notes. Amy not happy, prior affair. Todd confronts Jerry and his wife in July. Her denial is not enough for Todd. The affair continues. She makes all these statements to her friends. And then a cold and calculated plan as set forth today. He tried to think of everything, they say. Only people at the farm, Amy and the kids. Get her outside, get her separated. Send her to the shed. Claim that the corn rake is an accidental fall. Go back to the barn where Tristan's at. Send Tristan to find her. Act upset. Call 911. Tell them that she fell. Then doctors, lawyers, law enforcement don't buy it. Amy told friends, he'll kill me. The iPad searches, plan to kill, evidence overwhelming. I then looked at my notes and what I suggested to you when we started this trial. And basically, I'm not going to repeat all those steps, but it really was what Todd Mullis told you from the stand yesterday about specifically that day, November 10th, 2018. The morning, going to the other farm, coming back, going to the hog barn, doing the chores out there that they had planned to do. All that, I believe, was consistently
I was
presented
so
to you
mad.
from this witness stand, not only by Todd, but by Tristan too. The state talks about Tristan that at first he said, I was with Dad all the time. Then it was, I was not with him for maybe a minute and a half. And then the other day on the video testimony, he said, well, I don't know. But remember what he and I talked about after he said, I don't know what the time was. I said, okay, what did you do when you stepped out of the main part of the hog barn and were not in eye contact with Todd? And you remember what he said? I got a drink of water. And I think I did it twice. Any other absences? Nope. So the time that you were out of eye contact with your dad is the amount of time that would take 2 drinks of water out of a hose just a few feet away from the door to the hog barn. Now, you saw photographs, and we'll look at them in a few minutes, of how big that barn is and where the entrances and exits are. So the state would want you to believe, apparently, is that Todd went to the other end of the barn and out a door and ran up the length of a football field, then onto the red shed, committed a murder, got back before Tristan finished a drink of water. Now, feasible? That's what you have to decide. I believe, if my notes are correct, that I told you at the beginning of this trial, Amy Mullis was murdered. It wasn't an accident. And
Idiot.
it
Dumb,
doesn't take much
dumb,
to figure that
dumb.
out when you finally see the extent of her injuries. And I'm going to divert here a bit and try to touch base on some of the state's closing that you just heard. Started out with Amy is scared of Todd, planning on leaving him. Todd is not telling the truth. Well, what the story we've heard is that apparently Amy fessed up to an affair about 5 years ago. And they went through some counseling. It wasn't easy, but they came to an understanding that she was going to leave the hospital, which was, as you heard, she had a party when she left. Not that she was dragged kicking and screaming out of there. That they were going to refocus their life. Amy was going to be a stay-at-home mom, a stay-at-home farmer. They were going to expand the hog operation to another barn. And that's what they did. And for the next 4.5, 5 years, Todd had no warnings. He had no signals. They were basically living the dream. But Amy, obviously at some point, wandered. The contact that she was having with Jerry Frazier led her into another affair. What's Amy going to tell her friends when they finally find out, or she tells them? Well, the reason I'm in this affair is because I'm afraid of Todd. I'm not happy with Todd. Amy's justifying her actions. She's telling her friends, he's a bad guy. He scares me. I'm not happy. What are we hearing from everybody else? And sometimes even from her. He's a good guy. He's a hard worker. He's a good dad. So what's unhappy for Amy? At the same time, during those 4 to 5 years, and as you heard from Terry, she's golfing, she's lunching, she's taking boat trips, she's having fun with friends, she's on the volunteer of the Earlville Fire Department, tumbling, going on vacations. So is this a prisoner? Is this someone being controlled and dominated by Todd Mullis? I don't know about you, but it doesn't sound like that to me. She tells people, he'll kill me or I'll disappear. She's justifying what she's doing, and perhaps even in her own mind. And again, this is going to be jumping around here, and I'll try to get back to a more orderly presentation to you. Carrie Callan, things are pretty tense around here. There was some tenseness around the Mullis house there in the last part of October, first part of November, because Todd's mom got upset because Todd was encountering a tough time. It was bad weather, field work wasn't getting done, and Amy was spending time with her uncle who had suffered this brain bleed, which there's nothing wrong with that. But 3 kids at home, bad weather, crops, and so forth, he complained. He complained to his mom, and I think he even complained to Terry about it. And his mom said something to her, and what did Todd do? Todd told his mom, "You're out of line. You shouldn't have said that to her." Then the state says, and again, I'm jumping, Todd isolated her in the shed that day. No one else there at the farm. Well, we talked at the beginning of this trial that we're not here, or at least I'm not here, to try to prove who murdered Amy Mullis. She was murdered. But the question is who? And if you want to speculate, look at the aerial photo of this farm. The main gravel road, main north-south gravel road runs within a few feet of that shed. It's November 10th. Apparently it was warm enough that the day before, Todd's nephew was doing some field work, but too frozen to do that Saturday morning, which is what Todd had planned to do. So was his plan that day to do ripping, or I call it chisel plowing, or was it to kill his wife? Well, going back to this weather issue, the doors to this shed are frozen open. They won't close. Is it possible that somebody could have went in that shed and been in there and Amy surprised him? I know that sounds like a murder mystery, but could it? Whatever happened in there was sudden and violent.
God, he's so bad. So bad.
There's comments about he puts her in the pickup. He pulls the fork out of her back. Well, you shouldn't have done that. Everybody knows you shouldn't do that when someone has a puncture wound. He couldn't get her out the door with this dang thing sticking out of her body. What a horrible, horrible situation to be in. To lay her on the lap of his son, to call 911 and drive as fast as he could, trying to get help, telling the 911 operator, "I can get closer." No, stop. Let the ambulance come. Now, late this morning, but actually at the very end of Todd's testimony, we hear this repeat of the 911 call. And the words I wrote down that the state says he was saying, he was whispering into the 911 call as he was doing CPR on Amy, was cheating whore, and go to hell cheating whore. If you listen carefully, and it may be very difficult with that type of equipment, but if you listen carefully, he's out of breath. He's doing compressions. He says, she's cold. She's cold.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I am going to respond to a couple things in chat. So Indiana Girl, I'm going to read those messages that you sent. So thank you for sending those screenshots. I'll read them as soon as we're done with closing arguments. And then CH, no, I'm not doing Idaho tonight. I'm hoping to do it tomorrow, but I have to get with Sleuthy to make sure she's available to do it tomorrow. I was going to do it tonight, but I'm actually going on Big Fish tonight on Don't Hate Create. I'll drop you guys that link too. Going on Don't Hate Create channel with Paul. Paul was in the chat earlier today to talk about this case, Todd Mullis. So I will be over there. I think it's at 6:30 my time. I'll double check. And then I'm hoping, I didn't want to try to smash that into the middle of this because I really want to spend some time just going over different things with you guys on Idaho. So I thought maybe if I did it tomorrow, I wouldn't be on such a time crunch. So I'm just going to make sure that Sleuthy's available tomorrow, and then we'll be able to just kind of spend the day going through whatever the heck we want to. But tonight we'll be over on Don't Hate Create to talk to Todd Mullis. So I will get you, let me grab that link right now. Yeah, and it is at, I think it's at 6:30 my time. 6:30 my time, yeah. I'll get you guys that link. So, and he's followed, Paul, I don't know if you guys realize this, but Paul is in chat. He's followed this case for a long time. And so I'm very, very interested to have a conversation with the both of them on their thoughts to where we're at. So that's the channel I'm going to be on tonight at 6:30 Pacific. And then hopefully tomorrow, as long as Sleuthy's on board, I want to just be able to, because I want to, there's so much with Idaho, but I don't want to go through every document as a read through. So I really spent a lot of time kind of just going through like highlighted points and things that I want to talk about when it comes to each of those things, because obviously time sucks in my life sometimes. So I can't always do everything every day. And then come Monday morning, we'll be back here to do Todd, but the post-conviction relief hearing that happened just a couple of weeks ago. So when you think he says, you whore, she's cold, and then the next one is 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit, maybe. I don't know. I subscribe to Todd's page on OnlyFarms. Thank you guys. Yeah. So that's kind of, that's my current plan. As long as Sleuthy's available to hang out with me, because I want to talk to her about it, because you know I love her. So I like talking to her about stuff and things.
And he tells Thompson that as soon as Thompson steps up, she's cold. Who? It just boggles the mind that you would be on 911 saying that. If you murdered your wife and you're whispering, cheat her, go to hell, you're going to do it on a 911 call? She's not saying that. And if you have trouble hearing it, you're going to have to let the court know. But she's cold and he's panting. She's cold. Listen, that is a Hail Mary by the state here, folks.
Well, I agree with you, defense attorney, sir.
And I'm going to get back to this a little bit more, but he's criticized because he thought it was an accident. And he told everybody at first that's what it was. The Google searches. If you look, and there's a lot of them. Defendant's Exhibit NO is, there's
just tell me
2,945 entries on NO.
They're like, okay, thanks.
And some of them are exactly what the state says. Cheat cheating people, Aztecs, and I don't know all
This
the
guy.
particular terms.
Go away, sir.
But who's engaged in activity that would make someone think, I wonder what's on the internet about this, other than the person who's cheating? And we don't know how long Amy cheated. Now, Jerry Fraser said with him anyway, it was from maybe late May. He thought June of last year. But who was the person 5 years ago that cheated? Amy. Who would be concerned about those topics? Now, I know what the state is trying to do. It's like, well, Todd's going to go in there and he's going to search because he's suspicious, and he's going to plan, he's going to do these things. I think the other way around makes more sense. And of course, the state has to discount what Tristan says. Doesn't want to lose his dad. Said he's with his dad the whole time, and then there's that change of timing that I talked about a few minutes ago. You saw Tristan. Pretty solid kid. And he said the same thing from the get-go. Now, if I was to describe yesterday here in this courtroom, if someone says, were you with Christy all day long? I'd say, yeah. Did I go out in the hall and go to the bathroom? Did I go down to the pop machine and get a pop? Sure. But I was with her all day long. That's what Tristan said. I was with him the whole time. Well, he was with him the whole time. They were in the barn together. Were they eyeball to eyeball? A couple times, no, apparently. And Tristan told you about that. I'm sure he does feel pressure, but is he not telling the truth? Is he covering for his dad? Did he make that up that quickly? That by the time they got to he didn't even go to the hospital. He went back with Michael Krogman and told the two deputies what had happened, that him and Todd were in the barn. Amazing for him to come up with that and stick with it for so
Objection,
long.
there's no testimony to his statement at that time, Judge.
Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Firehelm.
Thank you.
Shut up, prosecutor lady. Everybody likes you.
Witnesses Thompson and Cruz, the doctors. No problem with those. They did their jobs. They explained things to you. Amy was murdered. Dr. Thompson figured out that it wasn't an accident. He found more holes, and then they started to investigate more puncture wounds. The state goes through, and I'm just too old to try to learn it. I don't have a PowerPoint, so just please listen to me as closely as you can. Those elements of malice aforethought and all of those things, you only have to get there if you think Todd did anything. Those are complicated instructions, and they have all this terminology. If you don't think Todd Mullis committed this act, then you don't have to try to analyze all that stuff. Things with, she mentioned the interview with the DCI agent that was here yesterday. He's trained, he's experienced, and he wouldn't let Todd say a word. He'd ask a question, but he wouldn't let him answer. And his analysis that, well, he should have just said, I didn't do it. He should have been more emotional about it or whatever. Todd's comment was, you're asking me to admit to something I didn't do. What's clearer than that? Especially when you walk into the room thinking that perhaps this is still an accident. And they made a big deal out of making that clear, that up until that
Worst
point,
attorney
until this
ever.
agent says, we got the facts, we might even have some audio of you fighting in the kitchen that morning. We got it out of the cloud, which was a lie.
Objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Firehound.
It is a lie.
What that agent wanted from the get-go is he felt he was clever enough to get Todd to admit that he did something, and he would have had to get him to admit to something he didn't do, and Todd just wasn't going to do it. And you could see how many times he circled around and came back and tried to get him to say it.
He does. They put him. The new attorneys put him on the stand at the post-conviction hearing.
Todd's
So we'll see him
criticized
next
with
week.
his state
Testify
for becoming super
how much he
dad.
sucked.
What the heck else was he going to do when she's gone for almost half the time through September and October? And I'm not criticizing her for being gone for love of family and some obviously this came up unexpectedly. If he had an aneurysm or a brain bleed, there's no warning on that.
He's doing everything he can to like not victim blame, but I'm so fucking tired of this. I maybe just because I've watched this now too many times, but I'm so fucking tired of this. She wasn't just out there taking care of her family. She's out there giving roadhead to fucking Jerry. Like, she's not taking care of her family. She's not helping on the farm. And it's not just because she has her uncle had a brain bleed. It's because she wants to go out and have affairs. I don't like it. This is, yeah, with her secondhand D. She's got a secondhand D addiction. Well, that's what she was doing. That's what he said. He testified to it.
But to now say, well, this is part of a plan. He was going to be super dad. It's grasping.
Yeah, it was a gravel roadhead out in the mids of nowhere or out in the barns.
On November 10th, 2018, in Delaware County, Iowa, Amy Mullis was viciously and deliberately murdered.
Shut the fuck up, idiot. God, I can't stand this.
Your job is to listen to the facts, the evidence, look at the exhibits, and decide what? Who did it? Partially. But the only part that you have to decide is if Todd Mullis did it.
Secondhand roadhead.
Because certainly she was murdered.
Why does he keep saying that?
The evidence that you've heard, both from the state and from the defendant, is that morning Todd and Tristan went to the other farm for chores to see if conditions would allow for further field work. They didn't. Back home, a bite to eat. Amy's doing a puzzle. She had this medical procedure done a few days earlier on the 6th of November. And the plan, which had already been discussed between Todd and Tristan, was to go out to the hog barns and get ready for a delivery of pigs, the small pigs, that was their job, was to raise them up to butcher weight. Amy wants to join.
She wanted to join, all right.
Todd says she had been in the house due to that medical procedure, was getting kind of antsy and wanted to do something. So him and Tristan go out. She follows. They each take on a task. And number J, please.
Was it? He's a bad influence on me, Hammy.
There's
it.
the barn that they went to. That loading chute door in the center. And to the very right, as you're looking at it, is that service door going into the office area. So that's where they went. All right, please. There's that service door that you saw open in the first photo, and that's looking out from inside the office. And I believe Todd explained that as we're looking at this photo, that window to the right would be looking up towards the house and the shop. The window to the left is looking out into the main part of the hog barns. Go to Q, please. We were told that those are those heaters that Tristan was retrieving from that storage area and hauling out to the pens where they would be installed in anticipation of these small hogs, piglets, I guess. Triple R, please. I believe Todd explained that this is looking the other direction from the service door. Now the window on the left is towards the house and the shop. The window on the right is out into the hog barns. And you see straight ahead the door that goes out to where to the left would be the loading chute, and to the right would be the door that looks down that long hallway, which we'll see here in a second. X, please. Todd explained that that's the shot looking through that window on the south side. I think I got my directions right, of the office, which looks out into that hog area where they were working, getting things ready. T, please. Here you can see kind of a combination. To the right is the office where we've seen the earlier photos, but now you can see down the long walkway to the other end of the barn. Could you go to N, please? N as in Nancy. There's a good layout of just how large this massive building is, and that long walk to the far end where there is another service door. And it's in there where they're taking these heaters and those nipple pipes that water things that Todd described. And as you can see, the light globes that Amy was cleaning. Standing on a pail sometime, or always. Q, please. If, I believe it's correct that if you would have gone the full length of the shed, the shop, that area, that's what you'd see. That's how far you'd have to travel on foot to get up there. The red shed is just beyond that tree, and by just to the left of the steel grain bins. O, please. The water hose is in the office where Tristan got a drink of water, just a few feet away from the doorway that we just looked through. W. They look out of the north window of the office area in the barn to the shop, and there's the garage on the end of the house. The area where Todd explained where he expected to see the pet carrier that Amy had gone to retrieve. Lastly, AA, please. And I believe Todd described this as you'd be standing very close to that service door going into the office and looking over towards the red shed. You can see the opening where the door is now wide open. So that's where we're at, the three of them, each doing their individual chores. But at some point, both Tristan and Todd observed some unsteadiness on Amy. They obviously are aware that she recently had this medical procedure. Terry Stanner told you about how it was, but she also, remember what Terry said? She went back to work that day. So depending on what Amy's physical health was, because of maybe excessive bleeding and so forth that was described, we just don't know. Other than she'd been taking it easy for several days. Todd says to her, take it easy, go to the house. A couple different times, he and Tristan observed this unsteadiness. Finally, if you want to help, go get the pet carrier from the shed and put it up by the shop. And we know why. The kittens don't get run over, so forth. And that they had planned to get these a water tank out of there with some motor vehicle, a skid steer or four-wheeler or something. So Todd and Tristan continued to work for an hour, perhaps, maybe longer. And finally, when they looked out that window that I just showed you towards the shop, there was no pet carrier, and Tristan went to see whether she couldn't get it out or had gone to the house and just didn't try or whatever. And then the horrible, horrible events are discovered. I've talked about it, getting put in the pickup, the 911.
I'm playing it from Court TV's website, so I can't speed it up. So it does seem like he's talking slower because I normally speed him up and I can't hear.
Call how Todd tries to see if she's alive or if she's breathing, responding. She's not. They meet. The 911 call we've talked about, and that he's not whispering terrible things at the end of it.
I can't type in my chat anymore.
Todd goes on to the hospital. Tristan goes back to the farm. Tristan tells his story at the hospital, at the school. He's interviewed several times consistently, other than the differences about this time and being eyeball to eyeball. A difference that I say is not significant here at all. Where did this investigation go off the tracks? I would place that point when Todd said in the 911 call, she fell on the fork. At that point in time, he had no other explanation. He didn't believe it to be a brutal assault.
It's because
the only thing he could think of, she had been dizzy and she's got a fork in her back. She must have fell trying to get this pet carrier out. Now you can second guess and Monday morning quarterback that thing, but now we know a lot more. We know a lot more. She had the medical issues. She had the medical procedure 4 days earlier. She had been taking it easy. She wanted to get out of the house and she had balance issues in the barn. Was it so unreasonable for him in that moment of panic on a 911 call when he's being asked what happened? She fell on this fork and you can hear it. Was he to assume she had been murdered? What sense would that make? As the state says, it doesn't make sense. And I agree it doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make sense, doesn't equate to Todd Mullis being guilty of first-degree murder. It was based on what he knew at the moment, at a moment of extreme emotional stress. He didn't know there was more than 4 puncture wounds. You saw all the clothes that came off. Even the medical people didn't know it until they really examined her, that there were more than 4 puncture wounds. Todd didn't know that, or Tristan either, really. As soon as the medical professionals informed law enforcement that an accident was not,
Jesus
that
Christ.
it didn't appear to be an accident, and Todd's explanation didn't match up, he now becomes the only suspect. And as the agent said yesterday, we gather evidence that fits our theory. We gather evidence that points towards our suspect.
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Go ahead.
You shut up too, lady.
We heard from Deputy Himseth. I hope I say that's wrong, and I'm not trying to butcher it. He came in and he was talking about what he did, search warrants, interviews. And when we talked about the iPad, he told you, those were all done by Todd. I said, you sure? All done by Todd. Well, we know that's not true anymore. Unless Todd's on the internet looking for wedding dresses and diamond rings and tattoos that we know that Amy was planning on getting. All of them, according to him, they have to be. And when I asked him about diamond rings and wedding dresses, he says, well, he must have been looking for them. So that's...
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
You shut up. You mischaracterized every fucking thing about the case. Just sit down, lady.
the physical evidence, the CSI type stuff. There's not much here, hardly any. The rake handle, I agree with the state. Wooden handle. And even if it had fingerprints on it, it's going to have Todd's on it because he pulled it out of his wife's back. Understandable.
Why is this guy still talking?
Pathology done by Dr. Cruz. Clearly a murder. No other physical or scientific evidence. But wait a second. The state brought out that Dr. Cruz clipped her fingernails and put them in a bag, but they were never examined. Never examined, even though Dr. Cruz said that she suffered from defensive injuries to her hands. She had injuries to the front, to the jaw, that someone attacked her from the front. And if you're batting off attacks, your hands are out, your fingers are out, your fingernails are out. But that wasn't examined, that wasn't followed up on by the state because it didn't fit their theory. I believe the agent, and I'll try to be accurate, says scientific tests like that, it's not driven by the facts of the case. That's what he said, not driven by the facts of the case. Well, if someone's suffering defensive wounds and batting off their attacker, isn't that driving this thing? Wouldn't that drive an investigation into those fingernails to see if someone's DNA is there? Someone other than Todd Mullis's? I would argue that it would appear that if it's going to undermine the theory of the case, just don't do it. Only one suspect. I also believe, and again, I'll try to be accurate, that the photographs of her hands is that there was no damage done to her nails. Well, if you've ever worked on a car or worked in the garden, can you get dirt under your fingernails or grease under your fingernails without injuring them? They took lots of photographs, apparently, of Todd's body, face, hands, back, feet, all of it. Any injuries? None. I believe, I don't know if it was the DCI agent or the deputy, that in ruling out Frazier as a suspect in this case, they did a self tower search in his area of his home near Anamosa. No cell phone tower search around the Mullis farm. If someone, the murderer, was using a phone, had one, might have showed up on the cell phone tower. I have a page of all the witnesses: Deborah Shearbring, Jeff Fuller, Eileen Fuller, Angie Burr, Terry Stanner, the Emmys, Thompson and Cruz, Patricia Christofferson. They told you about things that Amy said, things that they heard her say when they were around her. Like Patricia Christofferson was very much aware that Amy was having an affair. She was listening to Amy. Her knowledge of Todd, I think she admitted, was down to 2 instances. I think maybe they were both at funerals, or anyway, very, very minimal.
So bad.
Jerry Frazier, sure, it was a wonderful day in court for him.
It was?
He said Todd called about these text messages, concerned about the professional nature of the contacts between him and Amy. He said he gave him an explanation and he thought Todd accepted it. And the relationship with Todd continued to be as normal as could be, all the way up till the time of the murder, even though he and Amy continued to have their affair. Frazier may have a different idea, and I think maybe some of the text messages and comments that Amy made to her friends start to show that even she started to realize that this was not going to be happily ever after with Jerry Frazier, that he was backing away, and that she was telling friends, I need to do this for myself. Eileen Fuller talked about a conversation about Todd saying that, I believe that's when he said, I'm not going to lose my farm, 2 to 3 years after the first affair. So that'd make it a couple of years ago, approximately. So is that evidence that Todd was planning and plotting the murder on November 10th, 2018? Quite a distance. The deputies, you heard from them, pretty straightforward. And again, I would state to you that Amy's comments to her friends about trying to make Todd out to be a bad guy was an excuse for her unfaithful conduct, wanting to keep the friends, knowing that some of those friends liked Todd. Hardworking, good father, strong family man. Amy was just not satisfied. And again, after 4 to 5 years of what Todd perceived as being a normal, healthy family relationship, he's not, other than this little hiccup with Frazier and the text messages, which he follows up on and he's satisfied with the explanation. What he doesn't know is that Terry Stainer goes to a medical conference and there's someone there that she hears, apparently, that there's rumors that Amy's up to it again. So Terry goes back and tells Amy, that's the day that generated that crazy phone call to Deborah Shearbring, who didn't understand what in the world, other than she worked at the hospital and Amy was worried about rumors. Amy probably does the right thing. She talks to Todd. Todd says, okay. satisfied and they go on. And then we go into that period where Amy's gone a lot. And maybe that had nothing to do with Jerry. We don't know for sure that there wasn't contact, but the health issues in the family. So September and October, other than her being gone, bad weather, farming, and Todd taking care of the family, that's what's going on up until November 10th. And that also in that 4 to 5 years of life, they changed their life in a positive way. They put in another barn. They bought more land. They had plans, even plans in that timber that Amy was afraid Todd would bury her in. That's where they were going to build a cabin to live in. And her interest in building a cabin there seemed to grow every time they visited. The searches all long before Amy's murder. If you look at the exhibit, and now it seems that the state is conceding that Amy did some, we don't know how many, but at least some of the searches, and she had access to that Google account that had Todd's name on it. The ones that the state seems to find most, a significant one anyway, the body organs on November 6th. Todd told you, Taylor was concerned, wanted to know more information, and together they looked up this information. The state seems to be asking you to believe that Todd was specifically looking for the areas in the body where these organs are at so he could aim this fork when he was swinging it wildly and hit them. It just doesn't seem plausible. On NO, on the very left column, there's a number, and it goes all the way to that 2900 thing I told you about. On August 29th, right around the time that Stainer was telling Amy there's rumors, there's a search about bipolar disorder. Now, could Todd have done that? Could Todd be concerned about Amy's rather erratic behavior that she seemed to be showing at times?
Why are we talking
Perhaps.
about this?
The hunter safety, we talked about that. He said he searched for Frazier, trying to get his wife's phone number, how to contact her. I had a whole list of the ones that I was going to try to prove that Amy was on this thing. The hairstyles for wedding dresses, jewelry. Todd talked about the swimming, floating.
No, it's on regular speed and it's killing me.
You know, was this a plan to drown his wife, or was this something that he's doing with his kids? The Ohana tattoo, beer bread recipes, Domino's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The DNA thing we've talked about. Boys raised like pussies. Well, Todd talked about that him and Amy were both concerned that maybe
they're raising their boys
son
to
was
be
being
pussies.
pushed around, money taken away from him. If you look at, that was at entry number 2725, that numbering system. At 2726, there's a research of Psychology Today, a very legitimate psychological magazine. So sometimes if you look around those searches, you'll see very legitimate connections to a real legitimate reason to be making those searches. Just a couple other witnesses. Michael Krogman, of course, talked about taking Tristan back to the farm, told him to tell the truth. That's what he said yesterday. Tristan seemed upset, rightfully so. Mike Mullis talked about again, although it doesn't appear necessary now, that other people had access to that iPad, but he also talked about the security cameras, which Todd confirmed in his own testimony that if you knock the antennas out of the windows, there is no recording. And that's how they found them the day after Amy's murder. Common sense, the state says, is one of the tools that you have here today. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. Common sense. Is that man diabolical enough to not only murder his wife with that thing, but to send his 13-year-old kid to find her? Is that guy, did he do that? Does he present that type of horrible, horrible evil? You saw him. You get to judge him. Is there a reasonable doubt? Jury instruction number 10. I said at the end of my opening statement, there isn't just reasonable doubt. There's no doubt. Who did it? I don't know. I have no one to suggest other than what I talked to you about here before. The state's case is that used car with new tires and a paint job. They're asking you to take it and buy it, but don't test drive it. Don't start it up. Don't take it for a drive. Start the engine, do the test, and what you'll find is that the state has not proven a case against Todd Mullis beyond a reasonable doubt. And as I stated, the dots don't even remotely connect here. Do justice. Find this man not guilty.
Finally. It took forever. Jeez, he is so bad. I think he just went up there and just said, I don't know what the hell he said. I think he said she was murdered like 17 times in his closing statements. Like, no, nobody knows that she was murdered. I think that's the dumbest shit. I think it's the dumbest shit. He doesn't even bother to fight for him to say, this was an accident. He thought it was an accident, and it was an accident. Nobody else was there. Why is there no sound? Oh, shit.
An accident. Amy's
Now she gets to come
face
back
down,
up.
on her hands and knees, raking her back, 6 puncture wounds. For the defendant to continue to think that this is an accident is implausible. The reason he stuck with that story for 6 days was because this was his plan. Every little thing that he did points right to his
I
guilt.
can't, Brianna, I can't.
The defense wants you to believe that Amy's a liar. You would think that Amy's on trial for her own murder. Amy's the liar. Amy's the bad person. Amy's the one that does Google searches. It's asinine. They want you to believe that Amy's friends are all lying, that she lied to them and they're coming in here and lying to you, that they're all making this up, that they just want the defendant to go down.
It's their audio, not
You
mine.
think they want the right person to be responsible for this murder? To accept responsibility? If all of these witnesses are lying, if this is this big conspiracy,
I think that is the incorrect statement of my argument. I didn't say those witnesses are lying.
Go ahead, counsel.
if this is some big conspiracy that the state has, that the state, the
It
police
is.
has against the defendant,
It is.
couldn't these witnesses have made it better? Wouldn't they have all came in here and said the exact same thing? No, because Amy was telling them different parts about what was going on with her life.
No,
That
Amy
makes
was
sense.
lying.
She's telling her brother how she wants a divorce and how she's asking her brother to keep furniture for her. It makes sense she's not telling her brother about her affair. She's telling some of her friends about her affair, about what's going on in her relationship. She's talking about different things with different people, which we all do all the time. Amy wasn't lying. She wasn't making this up. Why would she make it up?
To give herself an excuse
There's
to
no
be a
reason why
whore.
she made it up, because she didn't want people to be mad she was having an affair. She was going around telling people she was having an affair. It's not like she needed to come up with some big excuse as to why. If the defendant really believed that this affair was over, then why did he text Terry Stainer, "Everyone is lying to me"? He wants you to believe that, just like he wanted John Turbett to believe it when he first didn't bring up Jerry Frazier at all. And the defense wants you to think that interview with John Turbett wasn't good. He didn't give him the opportunity to actually deny it. Again, what I say is not evidence. What this man says is not evidence. The only evidence in this case is what comes from this witness stand and these exhibits that you get to take back there with you. You are to determine what you believe from these witnesses and these evidence.
Catastrophe has the best voice ever.
Think when you look at that clip of the defendant. This is a man who for 6 days is grieving his wife. He's so upset. This horrible, tragic thing happened. He is told that somebody came onto his property and butchered his wife with this corn rake, and he doesn't react at all. You are allowed to consider his actions before and after this homicide. Who acts like that? It doesn't make sense. Let's talk about Tristan again. This poor kid who didn't want to be here, who didn't want to testify, whose mother was brutally attacked, who had to find her. And they're saying, well, just believe him, right? Believe him. There is one vital piece of information that keeps changing in Tristan's testimony, and it's the amount of time that he's away from dad. That he's initially not away from him, then it's 1 minute and 40 seconds, and then it's I don't know. And why? That's vital because that information buries him. We have tons of other evidence, but that seals the deal. Tristan's story keeps changing because he's coming to terms with the truth. He's a 13-year-old kid that wants to go back to the way things were, but it's never going to be that way because his mother is dead. When you think about not only the Google searches, but when you think about the defendant's testimony, he admits what he can't deny and denies what he can't admit. There's certain things he has to admit, right? He thought this was an accident. He didn't remember about the cameras. There's lots of things, and I won't go over it because I know that you guys were paying attention. You remember the evidence. And everything he admits, he has an excuse for. Everything. Organs of the body, buoyancy, anything that's somewhat damning, he's going to admit. Then there's the ones that are really bad. He just has to deny. He has to deny killing unfaithful women. He has to deny the ones about infidelity. He can't admit that. And again, they want you to believe that Amy is conducting those searches. I implore you to look through those Google searches. And yes, from the beginning, the state has conceded that Amy has done some searches on them.
No, you did not. No,
Does
you
that
did
mean
not.
she
No,
did
you didn't. You fucking lying. You did not concede that from the beginning. You had your guy up there testifying that only Todd could do these searches because it's Todd's Gmail account. And so the searches are tied to his email account, and it has to be him on the iPad.
Those ones? No. Look at those searches. Look at the ones that we told you were relevant. Look at before and after, surrounding those and the exact times, not days before or hours before. Look at the ones within minutes, and you will see that it's the defendant looking for combines and other things. Now let's talk about this 911 call. Again, the defense told you what they believe it says, and I told you what I believe it says. But that's not for you, or it is for you to determine, not just to listen what we say. And again, I'm just going to ask you to please listen to it over and over. Listen to it as many times as you need.
I just want you to sit down and shut up.
6:53 and 7. And determine for yourselves what it says. When you take that with all the other evidence, you know what the defendant's state of mind that was that day. And the defense wants you to think that because the 911 is recorded, that the defendant would never say anything like this. This is a man who's excited, right? And he is excited. He's excited because he has to pretend he's excited. He's also excited because he just carried out this murder. It doesn't matter whether he planned it or not. He's still under the excitement of what happened. He just took a corn rake and stabbed his wife with it. Now he's in part of the cover-up. If you listen to that 911 tape, you can determine for yourselves what he says at those periods, and you will see that it just is another piece of evidence. This is not a Hail Mary. We don't need that 911 call. We don't need it. We don't need any part of that 911 call. It's just another piece of evidence that adds to everything else.
That's a great question. How many other people did you just railroad in Iowa?
Now, the defendant wants you to think that this is a whodunit, right? They talked a little bit about DNA and CSI and all that stuff. And what Agent John Turbett told you, it wasn't what the defense summarized his statement. It was that they follow the evidence. The evidence from day one has pointed at the defendant. But they did a 3.5-month investigation, interviewing 50 people, 19 search warrants. This wasn't a let's hurry up and arrest him. They did a thorough investigation. And every piece of evidence, every one that kept coming in, pointed straight to the defendant, proving more and more what he did. And just ask yourselves, because as we've been talking about, the common sense, right? Use your common sense. Did maybe the defendant not call 911 was because he wanted to get Amy in the car? He wanted a reason to touch this rake? As we talked about in jury selection, who is the one that determines the crime scene? Who determines the witnesses? Who determines what evidence to leave? The defendant does. He's the one that decides to commit that crime at that moment around the people that he does and leave what evidence he does. Think about that. This was a cold and calculated plan. It was planned for months and months. And even on that day, the defendant had a plan. It's not that this all just happened. The investigation never went off track. When you do listen to the 911 call and the defendant talks about Amy falling on the corn rake, that's another piece of evidence for you to consider when you look at everything. If as a person, if you find a loved one impaled with a corn rake, the fact that you're just going to jump to the conclusion that they fell on it, again, it just shows that he's telling this story from the beginning.
No, there's nobody there. So she had to have fallen on it. Why would he think anything different?
The fingernail clippings, the fingernail clippings, this suspect who's just out there roaming the streets. Oh my goodness, Delaware County must be such a horrible, it's in danger right now because there's somebody out there that committed this murder. No, John Turbot told you why there was no finger clippings. There was no analysis done on that. The defense can get up here all they want and try to tell you that there's injuries around her fingernails, but that's not what the evidence shows. John Turbot told you that her fingernails, according to the Emmy report, were short and intact. And look at those pictures of Amy's hands from both Dr. Thompson and Dr. Cruz. There is injuries on the top of her hands. There is none near her fingernails. There is no evidence that she scratched anybody or that happened. There's also no evidence that somebody attacked her from the front, like the defense said in their closing. There is evidence that she has injuries there. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened that day inside that shed. You know who knows? The defendant, because he was there that day in that shed with Amy, and he made sure the only other person that would be able to tell us isn't here. She's dead because of what he did. We do not need fingernail clippings to convict the defendant. Look through those jury instructions, every single page. Nowhere does it say we need DNA evidence. Nowhere does it say the state has to have fingernail clippings. We need to prove the elements that I went over with you in my opening closing. And that is what we have done here. The defense wants you to believe that this whole second affair thing is put to bed. It's over. That everything is going great. And I don't want to belabor this again because I know that you guys have gone over this. But Jerry Frazier tells you he's still communicating with Amy. He testified that up until when they started that Gmail account, until her death, the date of her death, they are communicating between 15 and 40 times a day. Jerry Frazier tells you himself, days before her procedure, they meet and she performs oral sex on him. This affair wasn't over, and the defendant wants you to believe it was because he was planning this. Because this all along was his plan. We know it was his plan from the Google searches. This is something he's been thinking about for a long time. And things aren't that, coupled with what's going on in September and October, the defendant is still trying to pretend like their marriage is perfect. It's great. Nothing's going on. She's in Ankeny for half of the time, but he's such a loving husband, he doesn't mind. It's ridiculous for you to believe that. The defense argued that who would send their 13-year-old to go and find their mother? You know who would do that? Somebody who's been planning and plotting to kill their mother. Somebody that had decided to do this. Somebody who had been planning it, looking it up on Google. Somebody who had been looking at all the different ways to do this. That was the significance of the other Google searches, to show you. He can have an excuse for it all he wants, but when you look at it in light of all the other evidence, you know he was trying to figure out, how am I going to do this? And he had to make it look like an accident, right? Let's be honest. He had to at first, hoping that it would work. He couldn't do something out of the ordinary. And what would be something that would maybe seem plausible? Maybe if he carried it out the right way, didn't strike her twice, a farm accident. Now, the defense wants you, I don't remember, he wants you to, something about a used car analogy, something about we don't want you to take it for a test drive, and we just want you to buy the car. Absolutely not. Take this car for a drive. Take out pieces of evidence, put it back in. Look at it. Look at one piece, look at other pieces. Most of this evidence on its own convicts the defendant. And then when you look at it all together, every single sign, every piece of evidence points in only one direction, one place, directly towards the defendant. The defendant wants you to believe what? That all of these things that you heard about, all of these pieces of evidence are just happenstance. He wants you to believe that it just so happens that Amy is planning on leaving the defendant. And not only is she planning on leaving the defendant, it just so happens at the same time she's planning on leaving the defendant, she's storing furniture at her brother's. And just so happens at the time that she's planning on leaving the defendant, storing furniture at his house, that she's telling other people about her having an affair and how she's afraid of the defendant. And it just so happens that at the same time when she's having an affair, when she's planning on leaving the defendant, just so happens that the defendant is communicating with Eileen Fuller and saying things about Amy being gone and how he's angry and he's sick of this. And it just so happens right around the same time, right before it, when all of this is happening, that the defendant finds out about the affair, that he confronts Jerry and Amy about the affair. And it just so happens when all of these other things are happening that Todd and Tristan have a conversation. And remember Tristan told you that at one point he comes home from school and mom's crying and he goes outside and dad says something about mom talking to some guy. So it just so happens when all of these other things, when she's planning on leaving Todd, when she's telling her friends how afraid she is, when he's finding out about the affair, he's telling Tristan, it just so happens when all of that is happening that Amy has a procedure. And it just so happens that days before her procedure, it just so happens that they look up, the defendant with Taylor looks up organs of the body and looks at this map specifically of organs. Just so happens. And it just so happens that 4 days later, no one else is around. It's just them on the farm. It just so happens that it's Tristan, Todd, and Amy out in the barn. And it just so happens when all these other things are going on that Amy gets dizzy, really dizzy from this procedure 4 days ago. And it just so happens not once, but twice she gets dizzy, twice. And it just so happens at that point, not the defendant, because he doesn't want you to believe it was him now. It was Tristan. Tristan said, hey, maybe mom should go get that pet carrier. Just so happens when all these other things are going on, at that moment, they decide the thing that would be helpful for us, even though you're so dizzy, is go get this pet carrier for us in this narrow way, because you'll be fine. You're too dizzy to stay out here with us and to help us clean a light fixture, but you're not too dizzy to go get a pet carrier that's 15 pounds. And it just so happens, you would have to believe that it just so happens when all these other things are going on, there is some mystery attacker out waiting on the Mullis farm. Just happens to be there at the exact moment that Amy Mullis just so happens to go to a red shed. It just so happens that the mystery attacker sees a corn rake to use as a murder weapon. It just so happens when all these things are going on, and that nobody else is on the farm, even for that mystery attacker, because then nobody else can see him. And it just so happens that no one hears a thing, not one word, nothing, sees anything, hears anything. So this mystery person, who clearly did they have a plan to go there and murder Amy without a weapon? Just so happens to be such a good murderer that nobody hears them and they leave absolutely no evidence. And it just so happens when all of this is going on, Todd and Tristan have a conversation about that pet carrier. And it just so happens that Todd sends Tristan to go look for it. Not back in the house to look for Amy. It just so happens. Not that he decides to go look for her. Not that he tells Tristan to go in the house and make sure mom's okay. It just so happens when all of this is going on that he sends his 13-year-old son to go look for Amy or that pet carrier. And it just so happens when all of this is going on, the defendant runs to that shed and he doesn't call 911. And it just so happens that when all of this is going on, he chooses to just pick up Amy and pull that rake out. And it just so happens that he makes that 911 call. It just so happens with all of these other things that he says she fell on a corn rake. And it just so happens that he goes to the police station that day and he maintains that she
He's
fell
so
on a corner
excited.
and that he doesn't tell anybody about the cameras. It just so happens, according to his testimony, that he didn't even remember about the cameras. It just so happens the next day is the first time he thinks about it, but he doesn't tell anybody about it. And it just so happens that those cameras weren't working because he thinks some cats got them. And it just so happens that the next day the cameras come back up.
It's so annoying.
And it just so happens, the Google searches, they just happen to be there when all this other stuff is going on. All of this other stuff that points right at him. It just so happens that somebody is using his Google account to search for infidelity and killing your cheating wife and all of those things. It just so happens. It just so happens that when he is told that this is an accident, that he has no response because he's so taken aback. It just so happens. You would have to believe that he is the most unluckiest man in the world. No, because that's not the truth. Because every single one of these things shows that he did this. Now, the defense told you in my opening, or I'm sorry, in his closing, that I'm gonna say that I proved to you that he did it. And I am here to prove that to you, and I have proved that to you. I have proved it by the witnesses, we've proved it by the testimony, we've proved it by everything you've heard in court. And absolutely, I told you in jury selection that we have the burden of proof. And it is a good and decent burden. And it is a burden that we embrace. It is a burden that is met every day in criminal courtrooms. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not beyond all doubt. It is not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is not beyond a scintilla of a doubt. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. And clearly, we have proven the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not asking you to find the defendant guilty just because I want you to. It's because the law dictates it. All of the evidence supports it, and justice demands it. Find the defendant guilty.
God, she needs a breather after that.
Okay, folks, turn your instructions back to number 27 and we'll read the last few.
Okay. We're not going to read the last few with you. We're going to go into here. All right. So, and for anybody following the Idaho 4 case, that's what I was kind of chatting about it in the chat. I did upload the call now that it's been released by a news source. KXLY.com has it on their website. So I did put it up on the channel. If you guys want to listen to it, it's just uploaded while we were live now. It's about a little over 4 minutes. That's the Idaho 4 911 call that people are saying should not be released, but you know it's out by an actual news source now. So just I think that is Channel 4 News now. I think that is them. Is that not them? KXLY? I'm pretty sure that's the Spokane one. So, no, I'm not playing it right now. I uploaded it. It was not released by the state of Idaho, but it has been released, and so it's on the channel if you want to listen to it. This is what I'm playing now is going to be the verdict for Todd Mullis. I just wanted to give you guys kind of a heads up. I just see the number in my P brain. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is. So it sounds real to me, you guys. I don't know, but we're gonna go with the verdict, and then I'm gonna wrap up for today. So this isn't gonna take very much longer. I'll wrap up for today. Like I said, I'm gonna be on Don't Hate Creates channel tonight. I'll drop you guys that link again, and I'll talk to you guys when this is done playing.
September 20th, The jury has been deliberating for approximately 2.5 hours. We are back in the courtroom with the jury. The defendant and the attorneys are not present. I had advised them that you folks inform the court attendant that you would not reach a verdict yet today. So I had you brought back into open court so that I could give you a little bit of information.
Oh, this is
First of
Friday.
all, the admonition, of course, still applies. You've all been talking about the case, which you're supposed to do.
So this was Friday afternoon. They went home, and then they come back Monday with the verdict, which should still be on this one, I would think.
Again, you can't discuss it in any way or do anything to acquire any information about it. You can't start the discussion Monday morning until all 12 of you are present. I understand you've let the court attendant know that 9 o'clock is a good time for all of you to start up in the morning on Monday. So you'll report straight to the jury room like you did every other day. And again, don't start talking about the case until all 12 of you are there. She'll take your cell phones. The same admonition applies. Other than that, enjoy the weekend. Do everything you can to not think about this case, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay, the record should reflect that it is 2:30 p.m. on Monday, September 23, 2019. I've been informed by the court attendant that the jury has reached a verdict. The jury is not back with us yet. I want to inform everyone of a couple of things. First of all, again, any cell phones, electronic devices, anything like that, turn them off, put them in your pocket. If law enforcement or security sees anyone using any electronic device, it'll be taken from you immediately. Secondly, this is unquestionably an emotional case for both parties. When the verdict is read, I expect there to be no outbursts, no disruptions of court of any kind. For those of you seated, stay seated. Don't stand up. If you stand up, law enforcement will be very close to you very quickly. I want this proceeding to go without any problems, any issues, any commotion of any kind. Okay, let's go ahead and have the jury brought in, please. Okay, for the record, we are back in the courtroom. The defendant is personally present. All of the attorneys are present. The jury has now joined us. I am informed that the jury has reached a verdict. Would the foreperson please hand the verdict to the court attendant? Okay, this is the state of Iowa versus Todd Michael Mullis, Delaware County case FECR 012941. We, the jury, find the defendant, Todd Michael Mullis, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree, signed by the jury foreperson. Is the defense asking that the jury be polled? Okay. Does the court attendant have the jury list?
He's just
Go
like,
ahead, let's poll the
unfucking
jury at this time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to dismiss you in just a moment here. I would ask that you go back to the jury room. The court attendant will collect your badges, make sure she collects your notes so that those can be destroyed and you can get your possessions and your belongings. I would ask that you wait for just a few minutes. I will come back there and talk with you. I do that in every trial, give you the opportunity
Right, there is
to
one
ask
more.
questions.
There is one more piece I want to play for you guys here. So that's this one. So we'll play this one. I put the link for the upload of the 911 call for Idaho in the chat. I put the link for tonight's live on Don't Hate Create. I put that in the chat as well.
012941. The defendant appears personally along with his attorney, Aaron Hamrock. The state of Iowa appears by Delaware County Attorney John Bernaw and Assistant Attorney General Maureen Hughes. Jury trial commenced in this matter on September 16, 2019. On September 23,
I think all of you guys could guess that we're in COVID now with all the masks on.
2019, the jury returned a verdict of guilty to the charge of murder in the first degree. The defendant has filed a motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment, filed on November 4, 2019, and a second motion
on February 28, 2020. The second motion was filed with the court's approval as to timeliness. The state has filed responses to those motions. The matter is scheduled today for hearing on the defendant's motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment. I have read and printed the motions, the state's responses. I will say for the record that all of the pleadings by both parties will be considered as part of the record today for purposes of post-trial motions. Counsel can make argument on those motions and supplement them at this time if they would like. Mr. Hamrock, it is your motion. Do you want to go first?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel, and Mr. Mullis. Judge, we did file a brief in this matter. I'm glad that you've incorporated that with all the other pleadings. I do want to touch on a few items that was contained within our brief. First of all, Judge, the first item we'd like to talk about would be prosecutorial misconduct during the course of the trial itself. As we've set forth in our brief, Ms. Hughes, one of the prosecutors in this case, did in fact play the 911 tape. She asked questions which can be found in the transcript at page 88. And the question or questions that were asked by Ms. Hughes are, first, she says, "Now, Todd, here I'm going to play you the part where you're doing the chest compressions, and I'm just going to ask that you listen in between the chest compressions, okay?" And then plays the 911 call. "Now, Todd, did you just hear that whisper at the end of that?" He answers, "Yes." The question, "And what did you whisper?" He answers, "I couldn't hear it." "Okay, I'm going to play it again." Question, "Todd, do you whisper 'cheating whore' right there?" Todd says, "No." "So you don't remember what you whispered?" "No." "Okay, I'm going to play another clip for you." Plays the 911 call. "Do you know what you whispered there?" "No." "Did you hear that? So I'm going to play that part one more time." Next question, right there. You say, "Go to hell, cheating whore."
And asking the court to determine, to essentially throw out the verdict on the trial because of this 911 call, and it should have been a mistrial at the time. So his new appellate attorney is telling the court, like, hey, that this isn't right. We shouldn't even be here right now.
Todd says, "No." "So you don't hear that?" He says, "No." "You didn't hear at 6:53, cheating whore. You didn't hear that." "I didn't hear that word. It's right at the end after you hear a ping. You don't hear, 'Go to hell, cheating whore,' and the answer is no." After the conclusion of this trial, counsel had the tape reviewed by an expert company. And the fact of the matter is that none of those statements were contained on that tape. So in looking at this, Your Honor, the question is, did Ms. Hughes intentionally, recklessly, and repeatedly use prejudicial terminology while she knew or reasonably should have known this phrase was not in the recording that was played? Were her questions distorted to get distorted testimony, making unsupported statements during her closing argument, diverting the attention away from the actual existing and presented evidence? So to prove prosecutorial misconduct, we must show that the prosecutor acted with reckless disregard, and that's contained in State versus Leadham. Also, the Iowa Supreme Court has set forth in State versus Schlitter to specifically note that conduct by a prosecutor that deprives a defendant of a fair trial is prosecutorial misconduct within the confines of the law. Further, the court specifically identified examples of prosecutorial misconduct, including questioning witnesses about others' deceit, distorting testimony, and this is the important one, making unsupported statements during closing arguments, stating the defendant lied during testimony, diverting the jury from deciding the case based on evidence, making other inflammatory or prejudicial statements about the defendant. That's what happened in this case. By asking those questions, knowing that those statements were not contained on that audio tape, I think rises to the level of
sitting over
misconduct.
here next to
Now,
next one.
I expect to hear from the government that jurors were interviewed, at least a juror was interviewed after the trial in this case. And that juror said that, well, we were on both sides of the fence, or we were undecided, meaning some probably thought that was said, some didn't think it was said, but they couldn't come together, so we disregarded it. Well, the problem is, I wasn't in that jury room, the court wasn't in the jury room, the government wasn't in the jury room. We don't know what the jurors talked about. We don't know if they actually, all of them did disregard it. The jurors have not been placed under oath and asked these questions. That has not happened. So it puts us in a position, Judge, where the only way that we can right the wrong that took place at trial at this point in time is going to be to grant Mr. Mullis a new trial in this case, along with further instruction.
Okay, so let me read you guys what he's talking about. So they're in the, and thank you for Indiana Girl for finding this for us. So there was an article that was put out and says, verdict is reached after a week of testimony. It was now up to the jury to decide if Todd Mullis had murdered his wife, Amy. Matthew Triano, I think the question is this, not so much is Todd Mullis innocent of doing this. I think the more critical question is, did the state prove that he did it? An alternate juror who asked that we not use her name weighed all the testimony and evidence as she watched the trial. Are these in order? I hope these are in order. Yes. So then Jim says, from where you were sitting, did the prosecution do a good job? Alternate juror says, I personally just wish that they would have been able to provide more forensics evidence. And some of the 12 jurors who went into the jury room to decide Todd Mullis's fate felt much the same way. Another juror who also did not want to use her name said the jury was split going into deliberations. Jim says, what was the initial feel? The juror says, there was probably half at least that said he was guilty, and then the rest were undecided. Undecided means not guilty. I don't know why they can't just say that. There were some that had difficulty saying he was guilty when there was no witnesses. Jim says, this was a big deal that you were basically sifting through circumstantial evidence and there was no witness to the crime. The juror says, yes, it was a serious verdict to come up with. After roughly 7 hours of deliberation, a verdict finds the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Amy Mullis' family breathed a sigh of relief, and Todd Mullis suddenly shook his head before being let out of the courtroom in chains. As the juror who spoke with 48 hours explained, the jury reached a consensus by going back through all the evidence. The juror says, we talked about all the different scenarios it could have been, and we couldn't come up with a plausible explanation, but we then went back to Todd. The juror says, we talked about all the different scenarios it could have been, and we couldn't come up with a plausible explanation, but when we went back to Todd and all the points against him, it was a series of unfortunate events that just didn't add up. So starting with Todd's decision to take the corn rake out of Amy's back and drive her away to get help before calling 911. Juror says, I didn't understand why he didn't call 911, Jim asks and says, and the fact that he chose not to, was that a big deal for you? A juror says, yes, I think he wanted to get her away from the farm. And she says Todd did not do himself any favors by taking the stand. Juror says, to me, he seemed cold. This is, he was cold as a fish. You know, he was probably a man of few words, which a lot of farmers are. But you know, when you talk about things that you're passionate about, like their families or their farms or their wives, or they usually can muster up some emotion. Then there were those internet searches. Juror says, we spent quite a bit of time going line by line down them, looking at the searches before, looking at the searches after, and we concluded that it was him. It wasn't just a crime of passion. He had premeditation. After being found guilty, Todd Mullis hired a new legal team and submitted a motion for a new trial as he awaited sentencing. Matthew Troino says, so now the issue is going to become a legal issue of, did he get a fair trial? Was anything done wrong that shouldn't have happened? So that's what they had to say about it. Yeah, cold as a fish. It took him 7 hours to come up with that.
The next issue that I would like to talk to the court about today is going to be whether or not Mr. Mullis received effective assistance of counsel during the course of this trial. Now, Judge, Mr. Mullis has always maintained that this was an accident. He has never come out and said that this was a murder ever. Second, he never told his counsel at the time that they could concede an essential element of a crime that Mr. Mullis has been accused of committing.
Right.
And what happened in this case?
So he's saying, I never allowed his attorney to go on there and say that, yeah, she was murdered. You never conceded to that. That it was all just about what the investigators were telling him, and that's why he had to change his mind and say that she was murdered, because they were telling him she was murdered. But he never told his defense attorney, yeah, go ahead and go up there and concede to the fact that she was murdered.
Opening statement, the fact that this was a murder and the jury has to figure out who did it, was conceding an essential fact or an essential element that the government would have to prove beyond reasonable doubt to the jury. Now, that's important because there's a United States Supreme Court case, McCoy versus Louisiana. And in that case, the Supreme Court, under Head Note 6, goes on to say that numerous choices affecting conduct of the trial do not require client consent, including the objections to make, the witnesses to call, and the arguments to advance. The court goes on to say, though, that counsel in any case must still develop a trial strategy and discuss it with the client. The court goes on explaining why a lawyer needs to say why, in their view, conceding guilt would be the best option. And that did not happen in this case. To further advance that notion that it didn't happen, on July 7th of this year, Todd Mullis was involved in a probate proceeding, probate hearing that was under oath. And we've attached this as an exhibit to our brief. During that time, or during that hearing, Todd was represented by his counsel, and the estate was represented by one attorney, William Strong. Now, during the course of cross-examining Mr. Mullis, so these questions were not asked by his lawyer, they were asked by the lawyer for the other side. So during cross-examination, back July 7th of 2020, the question was asked by Mr. Strong of Mr. Mullis. And I quote, "And I believe during your criminal trial, you took the position that Amy was murdered, but it just wasn't you. Do you recall that?" Mr. Mullis, under oath, says, I never said that. The next question. Well, I believe that was evidence that your attorney asked you during the criminal trial. You don't recall that testimony. There's an objection, and the question gets reread, and Mr. Mullis answers, I never gave my lawyer the request to state that. Meaning, I never asked my lawyer to concede that this was a murder and just take one of the elements that the government would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt out of the equation. We have it under oath.
I still love to surf, snowboard,
Yeah,
and of course skate.
we're still here. We're almost done with the original trial stuff, and so then that way Monday we can start fresh with the post conviction.
I think that with the guidance of the United States Supreme Court, what we have Mr. Mullis saying, how this case went, because once an admission to a murder is made in an opening statement, you can't put that back in the bag. That's out. The jury's already believing that this was somehow a murder and that they just have to decide who committed it. Once again, the only way that we can right this wrong is to grant Mr. Mullis a new trial. Last, I want to talk about the totality of the evidence that came in, viewed in the light most favorable to the government, which is how the court has to look at this. Was there enough to convict Mr. Mullis? And what we have to look at is what happened on November 10, 2018. Well, we know that on that day, Todd Mullis, his original plan was to go and do what's called chisel farming. He was going to go to a different property that they either rented or owned, and he was going to do some work on the ground to get it ready for the spring crops. The ground was too frozen, as it turns out. That particular day was too cold. Mr. Mullis then goes back to his house where he and Amy and Tristan, his 14-year-old son, have breakfast. After that, Mr. Mullis and his son Tristan decided that since he couldn't do the chisel plowing, that they would go hang heaters in the hog barn that's located on their property. Amy decides that she wants to come out and potentially help and do whatever, so she goes out as well. Amy, had a procedure a day or two before and wasn't feeling all that great. So nonetheless, she goes out. They're there, and how this barn is set up is that it is a barn that runs east and west, and there are 3 entrances into this barn. There's the main entrance on the west end of the barn, which you walk into what I call like an open office setting. It has some tools hanging there. It has what else becomes very big in this case. It has a water spigot and a garden hose in that little area. There's a window in that area that looks out down to the east so you can see into the hog barn itself. Just a few feet away is a doorway where you would enter or walk through to get in to the barn part itself. The only other entrance on the west end of the building, you would have to walk up a ramp, and it's like that because that's where semis would back up to that door that's elevated off of the ground for hogs to travel in and out of the barn. The last entrance or exit is clear on the southeast corner of the barn. This barn is about 100 yards in length for where the cattle can be. Tristan and his father were working on the west end. They were starting on the west end, going to work their way towards the east, hanging these lamps so that when they got the small hogs in, they would be warm during the winter months. Now, Amy decides that she's going to go back into the house, and somehow it comes up, I think maybe Todd asked her if she could grab the cat carrier out of the red barn, which would be located to the west and to the south of the hog barn. So Amy leaves, and they don't see her. They continue to work, and it's at least 15 minutes, if not a little bit longer, before Tristan says he's thirsty and he's going to go around the corner and get a drink of water. So he leaves to go around the corner and get a drink of water. Now, as he's standing there getting his drink, he doesn't see Todd Mullis walk by him and go out the west side door. He doesn't see Todd Mullis go up the ramp, open the hog door, and jump down to the ground. All right. The only other way this could have happened, and it's impossible that it did happen, would be that Todd Mullis would have to sprint 90 yards to the east, over to the east door. Todd Mullis would then have to exit. And bear in mind that this is 15, 20, maybe longer minutes later. Todd Mullis doesn't know where Amy is located at. So whether she's in the red shed, whether she's in the house, he doesn't have any idea. So then that means that Todd would have to sprint 100 yards back to the front or the west side of the barn. And then the red barn is located approximately 30 yards away. So they'd have to sprint 30 yards over to the red barn. He then would have to commit this criminal act that he's been accused of by finding a pitchfork or corn rake and then put it down, then sprint 130 yards back to the east to that door, sprint another 90 yards once he gets inside back to the west, start working on the heat lamps, not be out of breath, be perfectly normal, all while Tristan left to go get a drink of water and come back in. It would be physically impossible for him to do that. That's the only time that I believe that he was out of, except for maybe one other drink, which was short, that they were out of each other's eyesight as they're working in the barn. It wasn't until Tristan leaves to go find mom that he finds mom, yells, or speaks loudly, whatever the case may be. Todd hears, and then Todd goes over, and then the court knows the rest of it after that. The point of it, though, is taking that evidence in the light most favorable to the government. It is impossible to have happened. And for that reason, and for all of the other reasons that I've talked about today, the only way to make this right for Mr. Mullis is to grant a new trial. And our reasoning and facts for the motion and arrest of judgment are the same. So I'm not going to reiterate everything for the motion and arrest of judgment. So in the end, Judge, we are asking that this court grant a new trial, allow us to proceed to trial and present our evidence. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hughes, do you want to go ahead and offer the state's argument?
Yes, Your Honor. As you are well aware, Judge, a court may grant a new trial pursuant to Iowa Rule of Criminal Procedure 2.24, subsection 2, subsection B, subsection 6, when the verdict is contrary to law or evidence. The language contrary to evidence means contrary to the weight of the evidence. In ruling on a motion for new trial, the court may weigh the evidence and consider the credibility of the witnesses. In the current case, the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements necessary for murder in the first degree. The verdict was consistent with the weight of the evidence, which showed the defendant committed murder in the first degree. As Your Honor is well aware, the decision to grant a new trial is within the discretion of the court and should be exercised with caution. Your Honor, with regards to the motion, the second motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment filed by the defense, I will briefly talk about the 7 different issues or points that they addressed. The first one being prosecutorial misconduct. The defendant takes issue with what I indicated and what I believed then and still believe the evidence showed. But it is the state's position, Your Honor, that even if the jury did not believe that's what the tape said, I very deliberately and several times instructed the jury during closing to decide what they believed the tape stated. In fact, Judge, I told them not to listen to what I said or to what the defense attorney said, and I advised them to decide that for themselves. Additionally, Your Honor instructed the jury that questions and statements made by the lawyers are not evidence and are not to be considered as such. You not only instructed them on that, Your Honor, but you also included that in the jury instructions in writing that were given to the jury.
You made it.
And those are the same instructions that were given to the jury that they used in deciding their verdict. As Your Honor is well aware, a new trial based on prosecutorial misconduct is only warranted when it is so prejudicial as to deprive the defendant of fair trial. The defendant bears the burden of showing both prosecutorial misconduct and prejudice. The defendant did not do that in this case. With regards to the second issue addressed by the defense, it discusses improper expert testimony by Deputy Hemesath. First, Judge, it's the state's position that an issue such as this cannot be raised for the first time in a motion for new trial. I do agree that the defendant objected to the Google searches coming into evidence, and that was an issue that was litigated prior to trial that Your Honor appropriately ruled on. However, to the best of the state's recollection, the issue of Deputy Hemesath actually going through those searches was not objected to at the time of trial and cannot be raised now. But nonetheless, Your Honor, Deputy Hemesath's testimony was proper. The issue of the Google searches goes to the weight of the evidence and not the admissibility, if you are even talking about the actual searches. The defense properly addressed the issues they had with the Times on cross-examination, which was the appropriate way for them to challenge the evidence and to subsequently make the proper arguments that applied. But Judge, the bigger issue with regards to what the defense brings up is that the state did not offer Deputy Hemesath as an expert witness. He testified as a peace officer and as a lay witness. I know that, Your Honor, he testified regarding the Google searches. The Google searches already came into evidence because of what Your Honor ruled in a prior motion. And they came in because the state presented a letter of authenticity from Google. So the searches were coming in. Deputy Hemesath did talk about them, and that was the manner in which we decided at that time to publish them to the jury. And the defense made a big deal about the UTC time. Again, that goes to the weight and not the admissibility. The searches were relevant because of the content, not because of the time. And furthermore, Judge, the jury again was instructed by Your Honor and the jury instructions that they are to decide the credibility of witnesses. And I know Your Honor is well aware with the instructions that were given in this case and the credibility of witness instruction that's given in cases, in criminal cases all through the state of Iowa. And it indicates that to the jury that in determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. And again, the jury used those instructions when they decided their verdict. In the defendant's motion and briefly in their brief, they also talked about improper hearsay testimony, but that was not addressed in detail. But Your Honor, the state would just say that you made appropriate rulings in the pretrial motions and during trial regarding what statements were admissible. This court has not misdirected the jury in a material matter of law, nor erred in the decision of any question of law during the course of the trial. The state contends that the challenged legal rulings made by the court in the context of the trial were made correctly, and no legal grounds exist to set aside the verdict in this case due to any alleged legal error. Your Honor, I'm going to address point number 4 and 5 that counsel made together. It was 4 and 5 in the motion, and then today talking about ineffective assistance of counsel. As Your Honor is well aware, there is a controlling case from the Supreme Court of Iowa, State v. Train, Trane, which is the controlling case that talks about claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. And this, the Supreme Court made this ruling and decided this case in October 2019. And it explicitly states in that ruling, the only avenues for raising an ineffective assistance of counsel claim are post-conviction relief and direct appeal. The claim may not be raised via a motion for new trial. Judge, based on this, these are not appropriate claims or a reason for you to grant a new trial. The 6th point that counsel talks about in his motion is the weight of the evidence was contrary to the verdict. As I stated before, the power to grant a new trial on the ground that the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence should be invoked only in exceptional cases in which the evidence preponderates heavily against the verdict. The verdicts of guilty in this case are not contrary to the law. The witnesses and the evidence the state presented all establish the elements of this charge. As I indicated, the evidence in this case simply does not preponderate heavily against the verdict, and there was no miscarriage of justice that resulted from the jury's verdicts in this case. Your Honor, this is not the extraordinary case where it's your job to overrule the jury's roles and verdict. Your Honor heard the testimony, you observed the state's evidence, and was able to judge the credibility of the witnesses. The evidence in this case was overwhelming, and the defendant was found guilty of murder in the first degree because that's what the state proved. The last thing that counsel talks about in his motion is that the defendant did not receive a fair and impartial trial. And I believe that's what he just briefly discussed about the totality of circumstances. Again, Judge, I believe in his motion, he references prior arguments pretty much indicating that the verdict is contrary to the evidence, which we've already addressed. What counsel just did now was start giving you a second closing argument, and that is not what a motion for new trial is for.
You're telling the truth.
What he just indicated to you was what he believes are the facts in this case. He was indicating facts at the end of his argument, all factual determinations that were made by the jury in this case. That is not the correct avenue for a motion for new trial. We would ask that you deny the defendant's motion for new trial as to all, or to every issue that was raised.
Mr. Hamrock, it is your motion. I'll give you the last word if you have anything else you want to add to your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, we all know the outcome. He didn't get a new
Judge,
trial.
inflammatory statements. Those, the questions that were asked on cross-examination of Mr. Mullis were highly inflammatory. And furthermore, it didn't exist on the tape. I mean, this is why the Supreme Court has created case law when there's prosecutorial misconduct to allow Your Honor to grant a new trial. And this is what it is. I mean, we have proven that. We had the burden, I know this, and based upon everything that was said, based upon the trial transcript, we know this, and based upon the questioning of the jurors that we don't have a clear answer to, I believe that prosecutorial misconduct does in fact exist. When a person, when a prosecutor asks questions, makes statements, with reckless disregard, I think that's what happened here. That's the definition, at least according to some of the case law, of what that is. Next, I went through the facts as I read through them as they came in during the course of the trial and are reported by the court reporter into the transcripts. And that's what I wanted to impress upon the court, that the facts, even in the light most favorable to the government, don't rise to the level of convicting Mr. Mullis. When you want to talk about a miscarriage of justice, this is it. This case is it. I mean, Mr. Mullis didn't do this. So it is to sentence Mr. Mullis would be a miscarriage of justice, and we're hoping that the court prevents that today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel.
Oh goodness! Stop talking. There we go. This one's almost done, and then no, this is not his current lawyer that we will see next week. This was his appellate lawyer. So when we start next week, I have the little mini appeal plus the opinion of the appellate court. So we'll go through that first, and then we'll go into the post-conviction relief hearing where he actually has a bunch of women. I don't even know if he has any men on that team.
Let me just address the three issues that Mr. Hamrock argued today. The first issue was prosecutorial misconduct. I will say, with respect to that issue, and perhaps touching on some other issues, today is not a day when I can take evidence and testimony and when I'm going to make factual determinations about certain things. For example, when defense says today that an independent entity of some sort reviewed that tape and determined that none of those things were said, I can't make a finding of that today. There's no evidence of that today. By the same token, there was some reference to what jurors may have said afterwards about whether they heard those same words or did not, or considered them in any way. I'm not making any findings today. There's no testimony to that effect today. And this isn't the right process to make those determinations. I am required to simply review what happened under that argument and make a determination of whether it rises to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. And both parties have talked about recklessness. I don't find that the statements or the questions on cross-examination asked by Attorney Hughes rose to the level of recklessness or to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. There was argument repeatedly made to the jury that they would have to make their own determination. And again, the jury was properly instructed as to statements by attorneys, burden of proof, those types of things. I do not find that any statements made by Attorney Hughes rise to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. The second issue argued by counsel today is ineffective assistance of counsel. And again, today is not a day where I can make factual determinations about discussions that defendant had with his counsel and whether he told counsel certain things or they told him or didn't tell him certain things. I wouldn't be able to make those determinations without having counsel present to testify under oath. I do understand, Mr. Hamrock, that you have provided a transcript of your client being under oath in a different proceeding, a probate proceeding, in which he did say, I did not authorize my attorneys to say those things. I understand that. But generally speaking, ineffective assistance is an issue that's typically dealt with on post-conviction relief. In this circumstance, based on the arguments that both parties have made, I do think that that is an issue that will have to be addressed on post-conviction relief.
Mind you, he doesn't get post-conviction relief until 2025. 5 years after this, 6 years after being, or 5.5 years after being convicted. And being in prison for 10 months prior to that, or being in jail 10 months prior to that.
I do not find today, based on the record we have here today, that the defendant was deprived of effective assistance of counsel. The third issue argued today deals with the totality of the evidence, taking all of the evidence that came in and considering it in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is the state here, and defendant's argument that considering all of that evidence in the light most favorable to the state, it still was not physically possible for the defendant to have committed this act. Neither party has made any argument that the jury was improperly instructed.
No.
So we did have 12 jurors properly instructed on the law after a lengthy trial who unanimously agreed to a finding of guilt. Ms. Hughes recited the law as it pertains to the burden today and what I have to consider, and I think she properly recited the law. I would say I think that I'm actually required, or at least that I should, independently weigh the evidence and consider credibility as it pertains to a motion for new trial. If the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence, the defendant is entitled to a new trial. I cannot say that the evidence in this case or that the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence. As to the defendant's motion for new trial and motion in arrest of judgment, I will deny those motions in their entirety. We will go ahead and proceed with sentencing at this time. We have not had, I don't believe, a pre-sentence investigation. Typically, we don't have one for a Class A felony. And I will take argument from counsel to start. Ms. Hughes, do you want to make argument on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Obviously, Your Honor knows that the defendant was convicted of murder in the first degree, which carries a sentence of a mandatory life imprisonment without parole. Judge, you heard the evidence. You know what the defendant was charged with and what he was found guilty of. We would ask you to sentence the defendant accordingly.
Mr. Hamrock, do you want to make argument on behalf of your client?
Well, Judge, in a Class A felony, there's not a lot of argument to be made, so the court would go ahead and impose sentence.
Your Honor,
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court really doesn't have much discretion in this case other than in one area. That area is death of victim restitution. As the court is aware, that is a mandatory minimum $150,000. This case is such where that would not be justice. This individual came into court at the time of bond hearing and said he had the ability, the cash, to post $1 million against the bond. It is appropriate that this court at this time make that $1 million that he has available the death of victim restitution, because that's the only thing I think is going to really hit home with this individual. Yes, he has to go to prison for life, but this trial was about greed and jealousy. The greed had to do with his farm and his money. So to really hit home, Judge, it would be appropriate for that money that he says he had available to go to death of victim restitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mullis, you have the right to speak today if you'd like to. You're not required to. Your attorney has spoken on your behalf. This is the only chance you'll get to speak today before I pronounce judgment. Is there anything you would like to say today?
I did not do this. This is supposed to be America where you have a fair chance of proving your innocence. We shouldn't have to prove your innocence instead of the other way around. I thought it was guilty until, or innocent until proven guilty. I feel this is the other way around.
You're right.
And I was a faithful and loving husband, and I never did this.
Poor guy.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Hamrick, do you have anybody else that would like to speak on behalf of your client?
No, Judge.
Are there any victims that wish to be heard today?
Not live testimony, Your Honor. The state did file a victim impact statement, and we would just ask that Your Honor read that.
Okay. And there is a victim impact statement in the court file. I have read that, and I have conferred with counsel to make sure that they have had the opportunity to see that, and both parties have had the opportunity to see the victim impact statement. I will take that into consideration as if it were offered here live at the sentencing hearing. Defense counsel indicated that the sentence in this case is mandatory. He's right. It is mandatory. There's really no discretion as to the punishment handed down. According to the statute, Mr. Mullis, for the charge of murder in the first degree.
Isn't it weird that in this, apparently in the state of Iowa, there's no pre-sentencing investigation for this type of crime. Or this type of charge, so they can't do that. There's no leeway in the sentence for him to consider. Why in the heck do they wait months? I mean, this was months and months, and I know that it was originally scheduled and then COVID and so on and so forth, but I mean, why would they wait months and months and months to sentence this man to life in prison when that's all he could get?
Pursuant to Iowa Code Section 707.2, you are sentenced to life in prison with no opportunity for parole. There will be no fine issued. You'll be required to submit a DNA sample to the state of Iowa. The reasons for my sentence today are primarily the statutory requirement, the fact that there is no discretion. I will also require you to pay a victim restitution to the victim or to the estate of the victim in the amount of $150,000. You will be obligated to pay the court costs associated with this proceeding. You do have the right to appeal from this judgment. Written notice of appeal must be filed within 30 days of today's date. By statute, according to Iowa Code Section 811.1, subsection 2, you cannot be admitted to bail in the event of appeal. Is there anything else the state knows of that we need to cover here today?
Just so scary to think like you're just an innocent guy who is just doing your farm work and your wife has an accident and you're fucking gone for the rest of your life. Your kids have no parents.
Nothing further, Your Honor, sorry.
Mr. Hamrock, anything else that you need to cover on the record today?
No, Judge.
Okay, we'll stand adjourned and close the record. Thank you, everyone.
That's just so scary to me. So, okay, that was that's the end of that. So like I said, so tonight I will be on Don't Hate Create. Let me grab that link for you guys again one more time. We're going to be talking about Todd Mullis, just more case discussion with Paul. And like I said, he's followed this case for a long time. He has a lot of insights on the case. It'll be a great conversation. I can't wait to be able to actually talk to him. And for whatever reason, I can't share the link there because my StreamYard doesn't want to let me post. So I'll put it over here. So that's the live tonight. I got to figure out if Sleuthy's available this weekend to do the Idaho live, which I hope she is. And then Monday, I'll be back same time in the morning with, we'll do the appeal first because it's super quick. And then we'll go straight into day one of the post-conviction relief hearing. So that'll be scheduled for Monday morning. So, but come and join us over tonight on Don't Hate Create. In about, it's a little less than 2 hours from now, 110 minutes. Yes. And we'll be talking about the Todd Mullis case. And then, like I said, hopefully this weekend, Sleuthy and I can do an Idaho live, especially with the 911 call being out now. That's my hope. And Monday, we will be back. I need to do a Delphi live because I got some shit I need to talk to you guys about. I got to figure out when to schedule that. It's not enough time. Not enough time. So hopefully I see you this weekend. If I don't see you over the weekend, then I will see you on Monday. But, oh no, I'm going to see you guys tonight. I'm seeing you guys tonight over at Don't Hate Create. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay. All right. Go. Have a couple. Go to the bathroom. Get your drink. Make sure your families are fed so that you can come and hang out and talk more Todd Mullis. All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going the unknown.